Oh, it's the blue jury. I could have sworn I was just listening to a final argument to the gold jury for Lyle Menendez. And even before Mr. Kuriyama did what I knew he was going to do, which is try to blur the lines between what Erik did and what Erik said and what Lyle did and what Lyle said, I knew he was going to do that. And I was concerned that through the course of this trial, you've heard a lot of evidence that had to do with Lyle and his personality and things he said and things he did. And I wanted to make sure that you understood that you are not the blue jury, not only because you giggle and laugh back there all the time and we can hear you. You are the Erik Menendez jury. And in a strange way, in the way that people come together in courtrooms, in this artificial way, you belong to him and he belongs to you for now. Now, when you go back to your real lives, the more normal ones, where other people don't keep you waiting all the time, the notion that you are somehow affiliated with Erik Menendez will fade. But the decision that you make governing his life will never change. And it's a decision that all of you who actually deliberate and render a verdict in this case will live with for the rest of your lives. And from what little we know about all of you, from the jury selection process, I think all of you want to be very comfortable with that decision. I have left these here on purpose to talk about what you are and aren't supposed to do as jurors. And when we say supposed to do, some of these rules have to do with purely legal concepts, but others have to do with easier things to understand, such as the fact that jurors are human beings, and they have consciences like other human beings, and they have to live with their consciences. And we want to make sure that jurors make decisions that are based both on the law and on what is, in any sense of the word, moral. And the very, very first instruction, when the judge reads, which will be a rather large pile of instructions to you, says this: you must not be influenced by pity for a defendant or by prejudice against him. You must not be biased against the defendant because he has been arrested for this offense, charged with a crime, or brought to trial. None of these circumstances is evidence of guilt, and you must not infer or assume from any or all of them that he is more likely to be guilty than innocent. You must not be influenced by mere sentiment, conjecture, sympathy, passion, prejudice, public opinion, or public feeling. These photographs are here right now through Mr. Kuriyama's entire argument for no other reason but to upset you and inflame your passions, because they are ugly. Death by shotgun is ugly, no matter what the reason for it. And photographs like this, which we in the criminal law business have looked at, I personally, 23 years of doing murder cases, I've seen a lot of dead people. They are always horrible, and I think I know why, and maybe you would agree. God didn't mean for our bodies to be opened up in this fashion. And when they are, it looks terrible. There's a lot of blood. It's disfiguring. And it reminds all of us of our own mortality. So it's always a cheap prosecutorial trick to put up these dreadful photographs in the hopes that it will so inflame you against a defendant that you'll forget to ask the important question, which is, why did this happen? And not only why did it happen at all, but why did it happen when it happened? Because in any case charging crimes as serious as murder, and in the specific crimes that you're going to be instructed on here, there must be a joint operation, as the law says, between what a person does, the act, and why they do it, which is either their mental state or their intent. And strangely enough, when you first approach this theory of criminal law, this struck me as odd even in law school. What you do is not enough to render a judgment of what crime, if any, you've committed. You have to have the right, or in the actual term, the wrong attitude or mental state. And that's called, in law school, mens rea, okay, which is the mental part of any crime. Mr. Kuriyama showed you briefly the definition of murder. To me falls the unpleasant for you task of having to educate you in the law of homicide in great detail, and I have a huge number of charts over there to do it with, but we're not going to do that right now. Maybe I won't even do it until tomorrow, because I am going to be talking to you for a long time. I am not going to ignore any of the evidence in this case. I'm not going to run away from it. We didn't do that during the course of the trial. Every piece of evidence that was testified to that was bad for us, we met head on, we cross-examined on it, we wanted you to weigh and consider whether every piece of evidence was believable. We did not do what the prosecution did, which was run away from the evidence that they could not deal with. And that was the evidence of extensive, disgusting, to use his word, perverted sexual abuse that took place inside this family for 12 years. Mr. Kuriyama did not ask one single question of Erik Menendez on the sexual abuse. And I will explain to you a little later in detail why that was true. All of Erik's life, as you heard from, we called 58 witnesses. They weren't all witnesses who had to do with his family background, but a great many of them were. But all of Erik's life, he was overshadowed by his brother Lyle. All of Erik's life, he was the lowest man on the totem pole of that family. Lyle, who I believe, and I believe you believe, loves Erik, gave perhaps the most poignant testimony about that when he said that even when he was small, he could see that the way Erik was treated in that family was so bad, he was so ridiculed, he was so belittled, he was so ignored in any meaningful way by his father, that to Lyle, the worst thing he could have been was Erik. But all of his life, Erik has been in the shadow of Lyle. And he put himself there many times. He would say, and he testified, I would stand behind Lyle, because Lyle could be the intermediary with the parents that Erik could not deal with at all. And that's fine. That gave Erik some protection. That gave Erik some ally during his growing up years. But in this trial, the decision that you make affects Erik, not Lyle. And if you decide Erik's guilt based on evidence or information that has to do with Lyle, I can assure you Lyle will not serve his prison term. Lyle would not go to the gas chamber for him. Whatever you do impacts Erik. And he has a right. He has this much of a right, after all the years in which he was second rate and second best and last to be considered, to have you give him the respect, criminally accused defendant that he is, to judge him for who he is. Because that's what this case really is about. These people are dead, and they were killed by their own children. Now, you have to ask, if you knew nothing else, what went on in that family for that to happen? Mr. Kuriyama wants to tell you about 2 or 3 little things that went on in the last year and nothing from before. But nobody is created between the age of 17 and 18. We're created from the time we're an infant, from the time we're a newborn. And so what we tried to do in our case is explain how could these people be killed by their own children? What was it they did? And more important, who did the children turn out to be? Mr. Kuriyama has already resorted to some name-calling. I suspect that in his next argument, because indeed he gets to argue to you again, there'll be a lot more name-calling. But so far he has called Erik a vicious, spoiled brat, something close to that, who should have gotten off his butt, I think he said, and gone to work He has proposed a theory of premeditated murder that is based on a theory of why these crimes occurred that is completely obscure right now. Let's go back in time in this case. This started out, theoretically, as a killing for money. Well, Mr. Kuriyama didn't actually tell you. They killed them for the money. Perhaps because we so completely demolished that theory during the course of the defense case that he knows he can't make that argument with any conviction. But in spite of the fact he didn't tell you it was a killing for money, he nevertheless wants to talk about insurance policies that the defendant knew didn't exist, and he wants to talk about post-crime spending. So I will get to that. But the financial gain notion was pretty well destroyed when the witnesses came in and said that they knew there was no insurance policy because it was talked about at the office, and it was talked about between Jose and Kitty Menendez, and Jose had all these reasons for not taking the physical. So that took care of that. And then Carlos Baralt testified. And Carlos Baralt gave the one piece of evidence that blew the financial theory out for all times. Jose Menendez told him that he had told his sons, not you're going to be disinherited if you don't shape up, which is how Mr. Kuriyama would have you hear it. What he told him was, you are out of the will. And Jose said he told that to Carlos. Jose said he told that to the boys before he was talking to Carlos Baralt, and he was talking to Carlos Baralt in June or July of 1989. So that pretty much put to rest the murder for money theory. So what was the next theory? The next theory, if I recall, was murder for hatred. And the problem with that is that not a single witness came into this courtroom, and I'm leaving Dr. Oziel completely aside for the moment, as a very special case. Not a single witness came into this courtroom who knew Erik Menendez and his parents, who said that Erik ever said a negative thing about either parent his entire life. And the same was true with respect to Big Brother. Not a single witness said that Lyle ever said a negative thing about his parents his entire life. Now, how many families do you know with 18 and 21-year-old children where the kids never complain, never say a negative thing about their parents? That is extremely unusual. But the fact is, there has been no evidence ever presented that Erik expressed any hatred towards his parents. And in my opinion, he had plenty of grounds for it. But based on what kind of person he had become, he didn't feel anger or hatred towards his parents. He idolized his father, and he felt sorry for his mother. So the hatred theory went nowhere. So now what is the theory of why these two young men killed their parents? Well, what I just heard was the Dr. Oziel theory. They killed their father because he was controlling them and dominating them, etc., etc. And so I understand at least where the prosecution's coming from now on the why Jose Menendez was killed, but I still haven't figured out what their theory is for why Mary Louise Menendez was killed. Surely, to quote my client, surely they don't believe that she was killed in the course of a mercy killing. Nobody could believe that. It is cuckoo. It is crazy. It is bizarre. It is the kind of thing that clearly you can wind up talking about if you spend too much time around L. Jerome Oziel. But short.
Overall, you may proceed.
I don't understand that, but okay.
Go ahead. Just continue your argument.
This is the theory, the mercy killing theory, that Dr. Oziel claims first came up on October 31st, that Erik testified was Dr. Oziel's idea, and that is again repeated on the December 11th tape. Now, during the course of this trial, the prosecution was faced with overwhelming evidence of constant, chronic, high-level and low-level cruelty by these parents towards their children. It went on and on. And now Mr. Kuriyama tells you that he wants you to ignore all of it. The same was true about the evidence of the sexual molestation. It was extensive, it was severe, it went on for years and years, it took many forms, and he wants you to ignore that too. He says it's made up. I say, prove it. He says, ignore everything that happened before. And I am telling you that it is a jury's obligation to weigh the evidence, not the bias of the prosecutor, but the evidence that was properly presented to you. This was not a case, as I'm sure you all noticed, where evidence just went on and witnesses just talked and the other side was silent and there were no judicial rulings. Every single piece of evidence that came in was fought over. And the court was called upon, more so than in many other trials, to make a lot of evidentiary decisions. And he made them. The judge made them either from the bench, or we all went over there and had our little powwows every few minutes, and sooner or later all these decisions were made and you heard the evidence come in, and it was properly before you, because if it wasn't, the judge wouldn't have let you hear it. It's that simple. That's what his job is, to decide. And in deciding what evidence is properly before you is the overriding theory of what is relevant, what matters, what speaks to the issues in the case. And the defense in this case has always asserted that this horrible, ugly thing happened because those children lived in a horrible, ugly environment for years, in which they were terrified, in which Erik became an extraordinarily fearful and anxious child, so that when he reached an age and a place in his life where he could not take the worst of it anymore, and made some feeble effort to stop it by going to his, frankly, equally screwed up brother for help, this is what ultimately ensued. And what we wanted to do in presenting our evidence was make you understand why it was Erik reacted with such fear, why it was he believed that his parents were about to kill him, and why it was this happened the way it did. And so, how do you prove that? I mean, obviously, if I had a videotape of Jose Menendez performing a sex act on Erik, I would have put that on, and I wouldn't have needed all those other witnesses. But the crimes that were committed against Erik Menendez did not wind up in this case, and don't ever wind up with the police coming in and taking pictures. It's very easy to go to a crime scene of a homicide and to take all the gruesome pictures in the world and parade them later in front of a jury and get those people upset. But where is the picture of Jose Menendez bending Erik over the footboard of his bed when he's 12 years old so that his father can now go all the way in spite of the child's screams? Well, there is such a picture. But unfortunately, it only lives in Erik's mind now. And I doubt very much that Jose Menendez was very troubled by it during his lifetime. But I can't give you that picture. I can give you something very unusual to find in cases like this, which is some hard evidence of molestation. And hard evidence of molestation is very hard to come by because molesters are secret. They are sneaky. After all, they are exploiting weak little children. And they hide it because they know the rest of us don't think much of that. I'm going to leave these up here. And I'm going to leave them up here because ultimately you'll get over the trick that's being played on you and the shock value will diminish. So that when you go back into the jury room to decide this case, you're not going to decide it because you're still upset over those photographs. And I'm not going to leave my photographs up here because I'm not trying to shock you. Now, this is a copy of the photograph that's in the exhibit, but this is only a copy of it. And I'll show you why I'm putting a copy up. Now, this is the crime of Erik Menendez. And I cannot show you the crime that Jose Menendez committed on him, but you heard about some of the things that he liked to do to his little boy. And one of them was to stick tacks like this in his thighs and in his butt, and to run needles across his penis. Now, that's this man. And I don't recall if there are autopsy photographs of this man where you can see his penis, the one that he stuck in this body, that Mr. Kuriyama tells you is all made up. The proof that it isn't all made up is who Erik wound up being. And I put Dr. Vickery on the stand to tell you how sick this kid got behind the home life that these two very dead people provided him with. Now, there's one thing that Mr. Kuriyama... Oh, I want you to look very carefully at this proof sheet. This is a proof sheet of the sequence of the photographs from Erik's 6th birthday party. These photographs were found in this envelope. This envelope has the handwriting of his mother, Mary Louise Menendez, and she had a beautiful handwriting. She was a school teacher. And she wrote Erik's birthday, November 1976. And inside this envelope were the original small prints taken on that roll, from which this is an enlargement. And also inside that envelope were the original negatives. And so what we did was we had blow-ups made from the original negatives. And we had a proof sheet made of the order of the photographs on the roll, so we could see which was taken first, which was taken second. Now, I happen to know, for reasons I cannot reveal to you, what the prosecution's theory is about this photograph and the one of Lyle, which I will also show you. This is the one of Lyle's nakedness, which was saved by his mother, kept in that envelope. Now, both from the cross-examination of Erik, I suppose, was the first clue that the prosecution's theory is that the boys, the children, took the naked pictures. And somehow that theory, I think, has to do with some kind of visual perspective that they want you to speculate about based on the height of the person who took the picture. Now, that's wonderful, except people who take pictures can bend down and take pictures of little children's genitals, even if they're big people, even if they're grown-ups. But frankly, there is absolute hard proof that Erik Menendez did not take this nasty picture of his brother. And here's the proof. If I haven't misplaced it. Okay. Here it is. The proof sheet is the proof. The sequence of the photographs. Here is a gathering of people. Here is Lyle in the bathtub, one can assume the morning of the birthday party. And here is Erik in bed. Now, Erik is in bed when this naked picture of Lyle is being taken. See, here's the next picture on the roll. Now, are we supposed to believe that 6-year-old Erik, who testified he was not allowed to handle a camera until he was 12 or 13, got out of bed to go take a naked picture of his brother, and then got back into bed so someone could take a picture waking him up? And it isn't until way down here on the roll that the naked picture of Erik shows up, and then a picture of Mrs. Menendez's favorite thing, her animal, Tristesse. And I think it's really amazing if you could go back and remember the testimony, for example, of Terry Baralt, who was Jose's sister. She was asked about Mary Louise Menendez and who was it or what was it that Mary Louise Menendez showed affection for. And when she started talking about the animals, you could see the animation even in Mrs. Baralt's face. Oh, Kitty loved her animals. She showed them all sorts of affection. She took such good care of them. She never showed anything like that to her children. But here's a picture of her favorite little dog, Tristesse, next to her naked child. I promised I wouldn't leave him up, and I won't. I'm going to talk later about all of the evidence that corroborates the sexual molestation of these boys in this case. I keep promising what I'm going to do later. But you can't do everything at once. I will say this about the molestation evidence right now, and that is this. We presented this evidence through the testimony of Erik Menendez, and Mr. Kuriyama refused to ask him a single question about it. He ran from this evidence. Because he knew if he questioned Erik, if he used the tool that you're supposed to use to question a witness, which is cross-examination, which he does rather well. I mean, he cross-examined Erik about the crime scene ad nauseum. He questioned him about what they did after for a day and a half. He knows how to ask questions, and he is a very aggressive cross-examiner. He argues a lot. He insinuates. He's quite sarcastic and snide. He's got all the tools of the trade, and he used them. And he just spoke to you about how successful he was using those tools. Now, I will dispute some of the things he said about how successful he was, but it is true. The purpose of cross-examination is to try to show when a witness is not telling the truth or is mistaken in their testimony. And Mr. Kuriyama does it rather well. But he didn't ask a single question about the molestation. Why? Because he was afraid that he would not be able to show that it wasn't true. And he didn't want you to hear it. He wanted you to hear about the shooting. He wants you to see bloody photographs over and over. But he didn't want you to hear Erik Menendez talking about these hideous things again. He hoped perhaps you'd forget about it somehow, that it would leave your consciousness if he didn't cross-examine about it. They put Dr. Oziel on the witness stand, who said dreadful things, horrible things, things that if you believe they're true, yes, they're guilty of first-degree murder. That's what Dr. Oziel was. He was the entire centerpiece of their case. He is the only witness who could give you first-degree murder. It rises or falls with him. There's nothing else. And they put him up here, and he said these dreadful things, and we cross-examined him on everything he said they said. We cross-examined him on everything he said he did, all his reasons, all his motives, what happened in the session, how were they conducted. We didn't run from that evidence. And we were also able, not just by cross-examining him and showing what sort of witness he was, we were able to show what sort of person he was, both through the way he testified, the things he said, and the other people that we put on to talk about him. And that's what you do. If this is really a search for truth, you cross-examine witnesses and you test what they're saying to see if it's true. And they ask nothing about the molestation, and therefore it is totally uncontradicted evidence. Nobody came in here and said Jose Menendez didn't or couldn't have molested his kids. Nobody came in here and said Erik told me the molestation was a fantasy. It's completely uncontroverted. Now, it wasn't put on for you to say, oh, these people are monsters. They did dreadful things. They deserve to die. We never called Jose or Mary Louise Menendez monsters. Their children never said a negative word about them in life, and they didn't say a negative word about them in death. They didn't say they were terrible people, they were bad people. All they did was tell you what it was like living with them. What were the things that were done to them? How did they accommodate themselves to it? And how did they feel about themselves and about life as a result of having been raised by them? They didn't get up here and call their parents names, and neither did anybody else that we called. They described these people. They talked about their personalities. They talked about their character. They talked about how they raised their kids, but they didn't call them names. They didn't call them vicious beasts or monsters. And they weren't monsters. They were people. They were people who did some dreadful things to their children, but they were people. And Erik is a person, not a vicious brat, not a cold-blooded killer. He's a person. And in order for you to decide why he did what he did, you have to decide what kind of person is he. And after lunch, I have some charts I'm going to show you to help remind you of who it is he was before Mr. Kuriyama got his hands on him to characterize him in his totally fantastic way. Now, the other way to challenge evidence, such as the molestation evidence in this case, is to call your own expert witnesses to say, that is a made-up story. It doesn't fit the research. It doesn't fit the way other kids talk about it. I don't believe him. He didn't have the right demeanor when we spoke. He didn't give the right kind of details. There's a lot of research, as you learned, going on in the field of child sexual abuse and other forms of child abuse. There are people conducting studies all over the country. We called expert witnesses, first of all, frankly, to tell you that he was telling the truth, that in their opinion, and they were qualified, internationally respected experts, that in their opinion he was molested. That's why we called them, to overcome what we knew would be the prosecution saying, it didn't happen. Why didn't it happen? Because Mr. Kuriyama doesn't want you to think it happened. He doesn't want you to believe it. And a lot of people have a hard time believing that these things happen. That's been the tragedy in this country with child abuse for so long. You don't want to believe people do this to their kids. You wouldn't do this to your kids. And you wouldn't want anybody you know to do this to your kids. And you don't want to believe it happens. And there's a lot of resistance to it. And there's a lot of resistance because we don't respect children very much in this country. In spite of all the lip service that we give to child issues, we think children lie. We think children make things up. We think children fantasize. So when children are victims, we scrutinize them differently than we do adults. So they have a hard time, these children, convincing the grown-up world that bad things are happening to them. And so we brought in these experts to validate, flat out, what he was saying. Now, you don't have to believe him just because the experts do. Clearly you don't. You are the judges of the facts. You have to decide, did it happen, on your own. And not because Dr. Burgess, who works with the FBI, even though she's got terrific law enforcement credentials, has worked with law enforcement for years and years, cannot be called a defense-biased witness. Even if she believes him, you don't have to believe him. Even if Dr. Vickery comes in here and tells you what kind of person Erik really is, you don't have to believe him either, because you get to decide the facts. But we brought you these people so you'd have some help in making that decision. And beyond that, we brought in the experts on abuse so that you would understand why it is that abused kids see the world differently than you or I. And therefore, why it is that abused kids could honestly believe that their parents were going to kill them and take this action motivated by fear when, in fact, as they found out, and we all know, their parents at that moment, at least, were not about to kill them. They were wrong. But the issue is, could they have honestly believed that based on what happened that week, viewed through the prism of their entire previous life? Because if you or I or any of us, the non-abused children, hopefully, I don't know that much about their backgrounds, the non-abused children, at least not this kind of abuse, in this courtroom, walked in to that house on Elm Drive at approximately 10 o'clock on August 20th and had had the same interchange with Jose and Mary Louise Menendez that Erik and Lyle did, none of us would have thought, oh my God, they're about to kill me. We just wouldn't have, because we wouldn't have had the knowledge of the special knowledge, as it's called, of the prior threats of their hostile and aggressive behavior to us. We wouldn't be in fear of them. We're big people, and they're not our parents. So they don't have that kind of power over us. We wouldn't understand the significance of the gestures or the significance of the words. It would mean nothing to us. And so as reasonable and reasonably normal, I hope, people in that foyer that night, none of this would have had meaning to us. But the issue for you is, did it have meaning for Erik and Lyle Menendez? And based on their history and based on what happens to severely abused kids and how they respond to threats and fear, could it be said that they had an honest and actual belief that their parents were about to kill them? And the reason that is the question is because that is the defense in this case. Your Honor, if this is a good time to stop that.
We'll be in recess until 1:30. Don't discuss the matter with anyone. Don't form any final opinions about the case, and we'll resume promptly at 1:30.
Which talked about not being influenced by sentiment or sympathy, and I want to make something very clear here. We did not put on all the evidence of all the things that were done to Erik in order to evoke sympathy. If that's all we wanted to do with that evidence, if that's all we thought it was relevant for, we would wait and see if there were a penalty trial in this case when such evidence is often presented and presented then. The purpose of that evidence was to show you what state of mind he was in on the night of August 20th and how all of his life experiences led up to the condition that he was in that night. And so that was the actual purpose for it. But we have an affirmative reason why we do not want you to decide this case based on sympathy for him or prejudice against him. And it really has to do with a philosophical issue. And that issue is that abused children in this country do not want pity for what they have been through. And Erik doesn't want pity for what he has been through. Pity isn't really what's going to solve this problem. What he wants is understanding. And the reason we put that evidence on is in the hopes that you will understand what happens to a child, how they do not develop normally, what happens to their view of themselves and their view of the world, and how they can then be set on this collision course with violence that the Menendez brothers were set on. We want your understanding, and we want you to apply the law. Now, the law that I'm going to talk to you about, and I have to do it now because the rest of my argument won't make sense. I'm not going to do it all at once because it's really tedious, but I'm going to do some of it. The law is a little behind psychology, if you will, and that's sort of typical in our society. It takes a while before new knowledge is totally absorbed into the law. When we started this case, if you remember the opening statement that I gave, I talked to you about self-defense. Now, what I didn't tell you then and what we didn't tell you in the juror questionnaires, because there's no purpose in making things too complicated, is that in the state of California there are two different kinds of self-defense. One of them is what is called complete or perfect self-defense. And perfect self-defense is something that you had some questions about, that we asked you about on the juror questionnaire. And it has to do with a person who has a good faith and a reasonable belief that they need to use deadly force to defend themselves against imminent peril to their life, or the imminent threat of great bodily injury, or the imminent threat of the commission of what we call in the law, in our very ungrammatical English, a forcible and atrocious crime. And if someone acts in perfect self-defense, and if a jury finds that they acted with a good faith and a reasonable belief in the contingency of peril, that person is not guilty of any crime at all. That is justifiable homicide. Now, when we started this case, we did not know all of how the evidence would come out, and we did not know what the legal rulings in this case would be. And as a consequence, you are not going to be instructed on perfect self-defense, which could lead to a finding of justifiable homicide. And that is a matter of some disappointment to me, but my disappointment isn't all that relevant. You are nevertheless going to be given a verdict form that allows you to vote not guilty. And that is a constitutional issue. No jury can ever be told they must convict. Every jury has the option of acquitting. However, I do not have the option of arguing the theory of perfect self-defense to you in order to bring about that acquittal, because you're not being given that instruction. You are, however, going to be given the instruction on what's known as imperfect self-defense. And the difference in imperfect self-defense is that is when a person has an honest and good faith belief that is not reasonable, that is unreasonable, in the need to defend themselves against imminent peril to life, or imminent threat of great bodily injury, or imminent threat of the commission of a forcible and atrocious crime. And what that means is if someone is truly in fear, actual fear, that they're about to be killed, or they're about to suffer great bodily injury, or they're about to, for example, in our case, be raped, that person, if they act to defend themselves, can be convicted of no more than manslaughter. And I have, in order to tell you about that instruction and that rule, I want to start with the instruction that Mr. Kuriyama already showed you about murder. My client is charged in 2 counts with murder, and the people are asking you to make a finding that it is first-degree murder. And later on, if I feel like it, frankly, later on, if it seems to fit in the argument, I'll go back and describe the difference to you of what second-degree murder is versus first-degree murder. But I can tell you now very plainly, I am going to be arguing in this case that if you must convict, that you convict for no more than manslaughter. And later on, I will get into the death. There's 2 kinds of murder that you'll be instructed on, first degree and second degree. There's 2 kinds of manslaughter you'll be instructed on, voluntary and involuntary. And I will go through in more detail a little later all of the distinctions between those 4. But in order for you to understand the rest of my argument having to do with why Erik felt fear, you need to know where that goes ultimately in your decision-making process. So, the definition of murder has 3 elements to be proven. That a human being was killed, there's no dispute about that. That the killing was unlawful, and for reasons I'll show you in a minute, there's really no dispute about that, given the instructions you're going to be given. And that the killing was done with malice aforethought. Now that's the key here as to whether a killing on, I told you about justifiable homicide, that's a lawful killing. If you act in perfect self-defense, it's a lawful killing. If you act in imperfect self-defense, it is an unlawful killing, but it is not murder. So you can have an unlawful killing that is a manslaughter that is not murder. And the difference between murder and manslaughter is this very peculiar concept called malice aforethought. As Mr. Kuriyama read to you, malice doesn't mean in the law what we feel it means in ordinary language. It doesn't mean hatred. It doesn't mean any particular negative emotion. If I have to put it in layman's language, the only way that I can understand it is a negative way. Malice means, pardon my French, without a damn good reason. If you have a damn good reason, a reason that the law accepts for doing your unlawful killing, then malice is not present. And in fact, it's really a recognition, if you will, in the law. The criminal law is really a sort of law that combines morality and psychology. And the morality part is a judgment. And the judgment is if you are acting out of fear and you're acting in good faith and you believe you're defending yourself, you're just not as culpable and you shouldn't be held to as severe a crime as if you're acting just for the fun of it, for no damn good reason, which is what malice is. By the same token, to complicate your life more, there's another way in which you can analyze situations in which people commit unlawful killings that are not murder. Another way beside imperfect self-defense, and that is called provocation, heat of passion. And that is commonly what happens, for example, if 2 people in a bar are in whatever condition. Let's assume they're sober because that eliminates other complexities. And one of the people in the bar calls the other a racial epithet, for example. Now, those are known as fighting words in the law. And if you insult someone that way, and as a normal person, they take offense and get very excited and worked up, and if they take action against you, that can be considered sufficient provocation so that when they take action against you, it isn't murder. And there are definitions you'll get of what emotions constitute sufficient provocation. strangely enough, one of those emotions is fear. So there's actually two paths to wind up with manslaughter in this case. The imperfect self-defense, and under the notion of sudden provocation, heat of passion, is this concept. Let us assume for a moment that in this particular case, Erik had not gone to Lyle and talked about his molestation. Lyle had not gone to Jose Menendez and had that talk that led to the death threats. And the fear of death was not the rising level of fear over the next few days. Let's assume a different scenario. Let's assume that Jose Menendez told Erik outright, I'm going to continue having sex with you because you are my toy and my plaything. You are my throwaway son. I really don't care how you feel. And it's going to go on. Words. And at that point, Erik killed his father. Now that is a classic situation of sufficient provocation, heat of passion, okay? Without this other component of self-defense. And in this case, I will argue to you later, there is another way of analyzing what happened in this family as a provocation, heat of passion episode rather than as a fear of death, self-defense episode. It really doesn't matter which one you decide makes more sense to you. And it really doesn't matter if all of you decide on the same theory of manslaughter. Some of you could actually believe that this fits sudden provocation, heat of passion, and the others could decide it fits imperfect self-defense, and you'd get to the same result, and that would be perfectly legitimate. But for now, if I know where Miss Morrissey put the charts, there, here. Okay. Now, I'm not sure which, I think I'm going to put them here because this is more stable on the tripod. Problem is I can't read them. And as I just told you, this is an instruction you're going to get. Sorry they're not printed, Dorothy. I didn't do it. Okay, and what this instruction tells you is that the distinction between murder and manslaughter is that murder requires malice, while manslaughter does not. When the act causing death, though unlawful, is done in the heat of passion or is excited by a sudden quarrel, such as amounts to adequate provocation, or, and here's where we get to the imperfect self-defense part, in the honest but unreasonable belief in the necessity to defend against imminent peril to life or great bodily injury, the offense is manslaughter. In such a case, even if an intentional intent to kill exists, the law is that malice, which is an essential element of murder, is absent. In a way, the easiest way to, if you want to get real analytical about this, the easiest way to look at it is that these two emotional states, heat of passion or good faith but unreasonable belief, just erases malice, just counteracts it. And that's the simplest way, I think, of analyzing the instructions, because if you try to figure out what is malice and is it there, you're going to go crazy because the instructions don't really tell you what malice is. For example, the instruction with respect to express malice basically tells you express malice is intent to kill. And that can be confusing because voluntary manslaughter, a crime where there is no malice, also has intent to kill. The difference is, though, that if it's intent to kill in a voluntary manslaughter setting, if it has one of these two emotional states, the malice of murder has been erased, and that's about the only way to make sense of this. Now, to establish that a killing is murder and not manslaughter, the burden is on the people to prove beyond a reasonable doubt each of the elements of murder and that the act which caused the death was not done in this heat of passion or the honest but unreasonable belief in the necessity to defend against imminent peril to life or great bodily injury. And I want to focus on that for one moment here because I think this is something you've all heard about, the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. We put it in the juror questionnaires. None of you believe the innocent should have to prove themselves innocent or a defendant should have to prove himself innocent. If you thought that, you wouldn't be here. And all of you seem to understand that concept of reasonable doubt. But what juries don't always understand is that if you really think about what that means, What it means is basically the prosecution has to prove us wrong beyond a reasonable doubt, because we clearly have presented evidence to show that Erik's state of mind on the night of the shooting fit one or both of these categories. And therefore, for them to win, and for you to come in with a murder conviction rather than a manslaughter, they have to prove that we are wrong beyond a reasonable doubt, because they have to prove that murder is true and manslaughter is not true beyond a reasonable doubt. They have to prove every element of murder beyond a reasonable doubt. And if we have raised through our evidence a reasonable doubt that malice was present, a reasonable doubt as to whether or not they were acting in heat of passion or whether or not they were acting in fear, they lose, we win. And it can be no more than manslaughter. And you will see throughout the instructions that the burden is always on the people to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the crime that they are asking you for. And if they can't do that, you are compelled by law to find the lesser crime. I was just talking about reasonable doubt. I'll put it up. Again, it's the way these legal concepts are framed is so alien to ordinary speech. It's very hard for people to really understand the meanings. And I'll tell you, I'll read this to you, and then I'll tell you what I really think how reasonable doubt operates for jurors versus the definition. Here's the definition. A defendant in a criminal action is presumed to be innocent until the contrary is proved, and in case of a reasonable doubt whether his guilt is satisfactorily shown, he is entitled to a verdict of not guilty. This presumption places upon the people the burden of proving his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, as I just told you, and you'll see it in some of the other instructions, that in case of a reasonable doubt whether his guilt of a particular crime is shown, he is entitled to a verdict of not guilty for that crime. For example, you're going to get the verdict forms here. There's only one not guilty verdict form. We didn't do separate ones for each crime. So let's say you get together and in your deliberations you decide, no, there is no evidence, there is not evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that he's guilty of first-degree murder. You won't have a first-degree murder not guilty form to sign at that point, but in your head you will have made that decision. He's not guilty of first-degree murder, let's look at second-degree murder. And again, if you look at second-degree murder and you say, no, I still don't see malice because of this defense evidence, you won't have a verdict form at that point that says not guilty of second-degree murder. That's just a decision that you have made and discussed, and I assume votes that you've taken. So then you get down to the next level, which is voluntary manslaughter. And you look at the definition of that and you weigh the evidence and you may say, no, I don't think they have proven beyond a reasonable doubt that he intended to kill. And therefore, he's not guilty of voluntary manslaughter. And you won't have a verdict form that says not guilty for that either. That's the decision, that's your agreement. And then you get down to involuntary manslaughter, and you decide, yes, have they proven involuntary manslaughter beyond a reasonable doubt? And if you don't believe that, then you get to sign the not guilty verdict form. But at every level, the people have to prove all the necessary elements beyond a reasonable doubt. And to do that, you have to decide what the facts are. Did they prove the facts beyond a reasonable doubt that are necessary to come in with the conviction that they want? Or did the defense prove facts that make me doubt that they have done that they have proven murder, or that they have proven intent to kill? Now, this is the part of this instruction that always makes me sort of smile, because it's pretending to define for you what reasonable doubt is, but I don't know that anybody ever really gets it. Reasonable doubt is, and that has nothing to do with intelligence, it has to do with we don't think this way most of the time. Reasonable doubt is defined as follows. It is not a mere possible doubt, because everything relating to human affairs and depending on moral evidence is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. Now, you know, you can hypothesize what that means. Pigs can fly, for example. I guess that's possible. I've never seen it, but I can imagine it. But it really does mean something like that. You know, anything is possible. Spaceships could land on the courthouse. It is that state of the case which after, and I had a client once who really thought spaceships were landing on the courthouse. So it is that state of the case which after the entire comparison and consideration of all the evidence leaves the minds of the jurors in that condition that they cannot say they feel an abiding conviction to a moral certainty of the truth of the charge. Makes perfect sense, right? Okay, I guess what it means, though, it's an issue of conscience. I think what it means, and I think how jurors decided, is this. Look, this is serious business being a juror in a criminal case. What I decide has enormous consequences for any case. I mean, being a convicted criminal for a citizen is a big thing, no matter what the crime. Certainly, this is the most serious of all kinds of cases. But the standard's the same, whether we're talking about drunk driving or murder, strangely enough, because the notion is anytime someone's convicted of a crime, the state then has power over them for punishment purposes. And so, every single time, jurors have to feel confident that their verdict is correct. And this is a way of trying to tell you what your internal process should be that makes you feel confident. An abiding conviction, something you really believe in and can hold on to even a week after the case is over, and 2 weeks later, and a year from now, and 10 years from now. And to a moral certainty, I don't really know what that means except that you are morally comfortable with your decision, that you're never going to second-guess yourself and worry and wonder. And another way that people have talked about this is having the same confidence in your decision as you would have in the most important decisions in your life. Now, I'm not sure what those are. We used to talk about it being in terms of the person you marry, but, you know, this is California, and given the divorce rates, who has confidence in that decision anymore?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to instruct you on the law at the end of the trial. Counsel at this point during their argument are just referring to certain legal principles. I'll give you all the legal definitions at the end of the trial. And another reminder, when counsel comment on the evidence, whichever lawyer it is, again, they are just commenting on the evidence. You are the ones who evaluate the evidence and decide the evidence in this case, and they're just commenting on it at this point. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. In any event, the notion is it's an important decision and you have to decide it with that level of commitment and seriousness. Now, this is the definition I was telling you before, which you will receive this instruction. This is imperfect, so-called imperfect self-defense. A person who kills another person in the honest but unreasonable belief in the necessity to defend against imminent peril to life or great bodily injury, or the commission of a forcible and atrocious crime, kills unlawfully but does not harbor malice aforethought and is not guilty of murder. This would be so even though a reasonable person, that's like one of us, in the same situation, seeing and knowing the same facts, would not have had the same belief that it was necessary to defend. Such an honest but unreasonable belief is not a defense to the crime of voluntary or involuntary manslaughter. And what that means is, as I told you before, it is unlawful to kill in an honest but unreasonable belief, but it isn't murder. And so it's not a defense to the non-murder unlawful killing, which is manslaughter. Forcible sodomy is a forcible and atrocious crime, so that if you kill to prevent someone from doing that to you, you fit within this definition. Now, I just want to point one thing out to you, and this is that the unreasonableness of the belief can apply to all of the considerations here. In other words, you can be unreasonable in your belief that it's necessary for you to defend at that moment rather than do something else, say, like flee. You can be unreasonable in your belief that the peril that you're concerned about is actually life-threatening rather than some lesser form of harm to you. And you can be unreasonable in your belief that the peril is imminent, that it's going to happen instantaneously rather than a little bit later. So in all those ways it can be unreasonable, but if you are honest, if you have this true conviction, this true belief, then you can't be convicted of more than manslaughter. And finally, my favorite instruction here is involuntary manslaughter. And here's how it fits in, this concept of involuntary manslaughter, into the other instructions in this case. Every person who unlawfully kills a human being without malice aforethought and without an intent to kill is guilty of the crime of involuntary manslaughter in violation of Penal Code Section 192B. That's the section that defines manslaughter. In order to prove such crime, each of the following elements must be proved. Number one, a human being was killed, and number two, the killing was unlawful. And so you can see it's the first two elements, but missing the critical third element for murder. A killing is unlawful within the meaning of this instruction if it occurred in the honest but unreasonable belief in the necessity to defend against imminent peril to life or great bodily injury. So this is defining the imperfect self-defense form of unlawful killing that is nevertheless manslaughter. And the only difference between voluntary and involuntary with respect to definition is, one, they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt an intent to kill. That's for voluntary. And if they fail to prove an intent to kill beyond a reasonable doubt, then it is involuntary manslaughter. Now, the other method of getting to manslaughter, the sufficient provocation, heat of passion, also leads to both voluntary and involuntary, and there are other instructions that tell you that. There. That wasn't so bad. Now we can move on. And we move on to one that I could show you the part of the instruction, but I think I'll just read it. I also have a copy of all the instructions you're going to get here. And this one has to do with a concept you've all heard about, but probably have not ever gotten a legal instruction on before. And it's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence basically, and I'm not going to try to define it specifically because it's a long, complicated instruction, and you are to be guided by the instruction. But let me give you some simple differences. If I see one of you, for example, take the pencil of another juror, and I testify, I saw juror X take juror Y's pencil, that is direct evidence that juror X took the pencil. It's direct because it was witnessed directly, okay? By the same token, if juror X says, I took juror Y's pencil, his statement to that effect is also direct evidence that juror X took juror Y's pencil. But if instead of that, we have two jurors alone in the jury room, and juror Y puts her pencil down on the table and leaves, and juror X is left there alone, and 10 minutes later juror Y comes back and the pencil is missing, that is circumstantial evidence that juror X took the pencil, because it was not directly observed and it was not admitted. Okay? So circumstantial evidence is evidence, as we define it, that leads to an inference, and that inference leads to establishing the ultimate fact. The ultimate fact in my hypothetical is X took the pencil. The inference in the second example I gave you is, since there's no one else in the room and Y left the pencil and the pencil's missing, X must have taken it. That kind of thinking requires an inference. Now, many, many items of evidence that are presented in a case can raise different inferences. The same piece of evidence, and you've already heard some differences of opinion both throughout the trial, and you're about to hear a whole bunch of them, differences of opinion in what things mean. Here's the fact. What does it mean? Because some facts are being used to prove an ultimate issue. For example, there's lots of things here that the prosecution at various times, either through Dr. Oziel or in cross-examining experts, claim is evidence that there was a pre-existing plan to kill. That's been a big component of their case from the very beginning. But the evidence they're talking about is circumstantial evidence. And I'm going to analyze some of it. But just to focus on the simplest example is the fact that guns were bought in advance. That's a big piece of circumstantial evidence in the prosecution's theory that there is a plan. But it is circumstantial evidence. And because of that, it's subject to inferences. It doesn't directly prove there's a plan. I mean, it's only the purchase of guns. It's not the writing out of a plan. So you have to make certain logical inferences from it. And the rule of law is, if an item of evidence, a fact like that, is subject to two or more reasonable interpretations, and one of those reasonable interpretations points to innocence, in other words, points to proving a fact that helps the defendant, and the other reasonable inference points to guilt, or points to help to proving a fact that helps the prosecution, because the burden of proof is on the prosecution, because reasonable doubt is the standard, you must find that interpretation which points to innocence. That's the circumstantial evidence rule. And now I'm going to read it to you so that you see how it works in the law. However, a finding of guilt as to any crime may not be based on circumstantial evidence unless the proved circumstances, that's the facts, are not only consistent with the theory that the defendant is guilty of the crime, but cannot be reconciled with any other rational conclusion. Further, each fact which is essential to complete a set of circumstances necessary to establish the defendant's guilt must be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. In other words, before an inference essential to establish guilt may be found to have been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, each fact or circumstance upon which such inference necessarily rests must be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not simple, but it's easier if you read it, in fact. And I think you're going to have a set of instructions in the jury room, so you'll be able to read them. Also, if the circumstantial evidence is susceptible of two reasonable interpretations, one of which points to the defendant's guilt and the other to his innocence, you must adopt that interpretation which points to the defendant's innocence and reject that interpretation which points to his guilt. Now, there is a savings clause here, though. If, on the other hand, one interpretation of such evidence appears to you to be reasonable and the other interpretation is unreasonable, you must accept the reasonable interpretation and reject the unreasonable. Now, when they're talking in this instruction about reasonable and unreasonable interpretations, they're talking about your analysis of the evidence, not what the defendant's interpretation of things was. Okay, so I don't want you to confuse this notion, how you evaluate circumstantial evidence, with the other notion of a good faith but unreasonable belief, because it has nothing to do with that. Okay. That's all we're going to do about instructions for the moment. Now, I want to return for a moment to my analysis, if you will, or my puzzlement, if you will, about what the prosecution's theory of the case is at the moment. As I said to you, it originally started out as some notion of a killing for money. Now, you understand, because you've been here and you've heard all the evidence that they have on this point, that what's always been peculiar, as I think I told you in the opening statement, about their notion of killing for money, is that they never had one shred of evidence that before the crimes, Erik ever expressed any need for money, any interest in getting money, any desire to kill his parents for money, any complaints about his financial situation. And that is very typical evidence in a case where they're asserting that it's a killing for money. And I can think of a situation, perhaps, an extreme case, where a kid could kill a parent for money. And here's what it would be, and it does happen. There are some people, children, who get very strung out on drugs and who get very involved with very bad crowds, okay? And I can see situations where someone who has been involved with drugs, involved with gangs, involved in criminal activity, who could get to that point where they could consider killing a parent for money. But there's anything like that going on here. So for them to simply assert that the killing was based on money has to do with a certain kind of prejudice, a certain kind of discrimination, if you will, that has been going on in this case from the very beginning. And it's something Americans sort of like to do, but it's called hate the rich. And this notion of discrimination has filtered through the whole case, even in the attitudes that both prosecutors showed towards both defendants when they were on the witness stand. It's one thing to be hostile to a witness who you know you can show is an incompetent and unethical and lying person. It's another thing just to be nasty because you're either the defendant or you're a defense expert, or because the prosecutor wants to convey the image that you're a snotty rich kid, even if you never act like a snotty rich kid. So this notion here that somehow, because the family had money, that is a negative quality of Erik and of his brother, has managed to go through this trial when, if if they were making the same kind of discriminatory, if they were displaying the same discriminatory attitude towards these defendants because they were, say, Chicano or black or Jewish or Muslim or any other category of person, it would be unthinkable. It would be outrageous, and everyone would be offended. But they've been allowed to raise this inference over and over again that there's something basically bad about the boys because their parents had money. And the sad thing about that is that the fact that their parents had money made their lives worse because it gave the parents more control and more isolation, more insulation, if you will, from the probing eye of other people who might care. It also made them look successful. And we have this weird dichotomy in our culture, I believe. On the one hand, we hate the rich, and on the other hand, we all want to be them. So we both admire them for their money and are sort of in awe of them, and on the other hand, resent them. And the resentment here is falling on the heads of the two brothers. Now, you have to ask yourself, is there any reason why, given the nature of family relationships, how children are connected to parents, how dependent they are, how they're born wanting to love their parents, how parents can limit their universe and limit their vision and keep them very focused on the family? Is there any reason to believe that the children of the rich love their parents or are linked to their parents or are bonded to their parents to any less degree than the children of the poor? And so you say to yourself, I hope, what would the prosecution be saying in this case, with no evidence whatsoever of a pre-existing need or desire for money? What would they be saying in this case if the Menendezes were poor? They killed them for something else. And of course, they have slid to the something else theory too, because they were unable to prove that the killing here was for money. Not only because there was no pre-existing evidence of it, but because we were able to show that Erik and Lyle knew they were disinherited. Their father had told them. We were able to show they knew that if they had just waited a few weeks, there would have been that $5 million policy. And if money was their issue, they would have waited. If any plan was their issue, they would have waited 2 weeks to get handguns. And we'll get back to that in a minute. But all of this notion of money links up with this notion of plan, and plan is what they need to get you to convict of first-degree murder. Without a plan, there is no murder in this case. Okay. One point I wanted to make about their supposed money evidence. Mr. Kuriyama misstated the import of Roger Smith's testimony. Roger Smith testified that when he says at the meeting on Tuesday at Live Entertainment that there is no $5 million policy, that nobody is surprised. That the impression he gets is that clearly the family, which was Erik and Lyle and Uncle Carlos and I think Uncle Brian, knew that there was no $5 million policy because they didn't react. They showed no surprise. And Carlos testified, Carlos Baralt, that he knew before that meeting that Jose had talked about the fact that he hadn't taken the physical, and that at the very least Maria Menendez, Jose's mother, and Lyle knew that he hadn't taken the physical and therefore didn't have the policy before he died. So the importance of Roger Smith in that aspect of his testimony was to corroborate both Erik and Lyle, so that it isn't just their word telling you that they knew there was no such policy. And Mr. Smith told you that he had had conversations with Jose Menendez around the office, that Jose was being pressed by Rod Tovinger, who I believe was the controller of the business, to take the physical and so that he could get this provision in his contract, and he kept putting it off and stalling. And we have wondered for 3.5 years, as trying to read the minds of Jose and Mary Louise Menendez, why it was that Jose did not take that physical. And there were two possible explanations, I think, based on the evidence. One is that he had had this heart attack or some kind of angina problem. It wasn't a full-blown heart attack. In January of 1989, that's why he didn't take that trip to Amsterdam that Roger Smith went on. And he may at that point have been afraid of taking the physical because he wouldn't pass it. But there's also another theory, and that theory is that Jose Menendez was talking about, seriously, talking about how Mary Louise Menendez appeared to want to poison the family. You may remember the testimony of a young woman excuse me, named Tracy Baker. Tracy Baker, who was a friend of Lyle Menendez's for a very brief period, like a month, who went over to their house sometime in November of 1988, who was asked to stay for dinner, and then something really weird happened. And what happened was Mrs. Menendez brought out the food. Mr. Menendez looked at the food. "What are you trying to serve me? What's in this?" he said, and ordered the boys and Miss Baker out of the dining room, left the house, went out to eat. Now, he seemed suspicious of what was in the food. He was acting as if he believed she had put something in there. Now, both Erik and Lyle testified that their mother had threatened that she would poison everyone in the family, and they both testified that their father seemed to take these threats very seriously, and that there were a number of times when he'd get up from the dinner table because he suspected that the food was poisoned. Now, what's interesting about that from our perspective, from the perspective of how did this impact Erik Menendez's perception of his mother and whether she was a scary and dangerous person. And that's this. I don't know if she was really trying to poison the family, and I don't know if Jose even thought she was, because if you remember, he had this wicked sense of humor. He liked playing practical jokes. One of our witnesses, and I think it was Carlos Baralt, but I'm not sure, or Terry Baralt, said that Jose thought it was very funny, for example, in a social setting or at a party, to tell people that someone else that they knew at the party, for example, his wife, had cancer, and then everyone would treat her peculiarly, and he thought that was amusing. And I wouldn't doubt that he would think it amusing and a way of keeping everyone in the family alienated from each other, because divide and conquer certainly was his way of running this household, and keeping the boys afraid of their mother and the mother excluded from liaison with the boys by pretending that he thought she was poisoning the food. I don't know which it is, but what I do know is that from the perspective of Erik and Lyle, they're seeing their incredibly powerful, strong father refusing to eat in that house under the guise that Mom's trying to kill us all. And that makes Mom dangerous to them. Now, the other component of this greed theory, and I guess I'm talking about, I think it's been completely discredited, but it so offends me that I want to continue to talk about it for another few minutes. And that's the notion that they killed their parents. Erik killed his mother and his father because he wanted to buy a Jeep. That's the basic notion. Or he wanted to buy a Jeep and a pool table. Or he wanted to buy a Jeep and a pool table and some furniture, because that's what he bought. Now, they also propose a theory that he wanted to hire a tennis coach, but of course he already had a tennis coach. That he wanted to hire a tennis coach full-time. Well, that was so that he could have the soft life, no doubt, of training 8 hours a day, 7 days a week, to play professional tennis on the international circuit. And so I cannot conceive that any of you would really believe that he would do that, kill his parents so that he could buy a Jeep, because there's really no evidence that he couldn't have asked his parents for a Jeep and they wouldn't have given it to him. I mean, they seem to be financially very generous with their children. No one testified that Erik wanted for anything. No one testified that he ever spent money on anything either. He didn't seem to be a high-priced kid. He wasn't running around in a fancy sports car. He wasn't running around with a lot of fancy clothes. In fact, the evidence is that after the parents were killed, he needed to buy a jacket. He didn't even own a jacket suitable to wear to the memorial service. So that brings us to the big ticket item, which is Lyle's purchase of the Rolex watches. And here's another place where I'd like you to be able to draw the line between Erik and Lyle. Don't get us wrong, I think it's very obvious that Erik Menendez adores his brother and idolizes him and feels very guilty that through his going to Lyle for help, they've both been in jail for 3.5 years and maybe in jail the rest of their lives. And I think he feels a great deal of guilt about that he expressed here, and he certainly expressed it in the tape recording that you heard, and he certainly expressed it to Dr. Vickery, and it's just, it's real. This was the idolized big brother, and I think something else that you may have seen, and I never know during a trial what you all actually see, because there's a lot of different places for you to look. But when Lyle was testifying about his life, Erik was hysterical. At the counsel table, and it got real bad there at one point where we asked for a recess. When Erik was listening to Lyle talk about Lyle's suffering and Lyle's pain and Lyle's fear, Erik became completely hysterical. When Erik got on the witness stand and talked about his own, he didn't. And there seems to be a very special bond there where Erik cares in some way, I think, more for Lyle than he does for himself, which would, of course, be the family tradition. But my point is this, that there's no doubt also based on his testimony that Lyle adores Erik, but Lyle was raised to be in the image of Jose Menendez, and he was raised as the first son. And as a consequence, he did some things that he regrets. He molested his brother, and he is sorry about it, and I don't bring that up as a judgment against Lyle, but I bring it up as one of the many ways how, over the years, Erik suffered for being Lyle's little brother. Suffered at Lyle's own hands. And Lyle was something of a bully to him when they were younger, but that changed. And that changed around the time they were teenagers, early, when Erik was about 13. And then his brother, in this incredibly cold, uncaring family, was the only person in his entire galaxy, if you will, not just world, not just universe, the entire galaxy, who showed any regard for Erik at all. Any protectiveness, any love, any caring, any concern. And I think that was the bond that can never, ever be broken in this family, the bond between the two brothers. But it hasn't always been easy for Erik to be Lyle's younger brother. For one thing, Erik Menendez at Princeton Day School is the second Menendez. And along with, and it isn't that people didn't like Lyle, it's just that along with a Menendez brother comes the Menendez parents. And Lyle, having been through that school once, I believe Erik testified, when he'd get into classes with the same teachers, there was like already a negative energy because they had Lyle, and along would come Mr. and Mrs. M with their incredible demands on the teachers. But if we fast forward now to 1988, to these theft offenses that occurred in Calabasas, that's where Erik takes the big rap. And both Craig Cignarelli and Lyle Menendez get to skate on those two episodes of thievery. And Erik is the one who goes to juvenile court, and Erik is the one who winds up getting that against him on his record. Now, I want to make one comment about that, and I will return to talk about those crimes later. And that comment is this: Mr. Kuriyama did something really quite improper in his opening statement. We have a stipulation that defines for you all the facts that we agreed would be necessary for you to know to deal with those two prior acts, because they were not introduced, and you will have an instruction to that effect. They were not introduced to show that Erik is a criminal. You absolutely cannot do that in a court of law. That is one of the big constitutional no-nos, which is to say, well, since this person committed that crime, he must be a criminal, therefore he must be guilty of this crime. That is absolutely against the rules. The instruction that you will get will tell you, and you have to follow this rule, even though you might have to do some mental gymnastics to comply. The reason that information about the Calabasas thefts was allowed in, and it says this in the instruction, was only because it would help you understand what got him to Dr. Oziel that fateful day, and what his relationship with his parents might have been like. Because there is discussion on October 31st, November 2nd, and on the December 11th tape about what Jose and Kitty Menendez's reaction to Erik and Lyle having participated in those theft offenses, what their reaction was. And I think that's very important and interesting information, how the parents reacted to that. And when I talk a little later about this component of Erik's upbringing, which demonstrated his parents' corruption and immorality, I think those two offenses become very important. But the bottom line is, Lyle being the number one son, Lyle being the one upon whom all of Jose's demands and expectations were placed, Erik gets to take the rap alone for those theft offenses. So here we are in this trial, and you can hear on that tape of December 11th that there is a marked difference between Erik and Lyle in the way they express themselves. And I want to caution you about something, and it's very hard to talk to you about things you don't know about, because I can't tell you about things you don't know about. All I can do is tell you there's things you don't know about, and here's what they are. You recall in this case, Erik testified in front of you for some separate stuff, and in front of the Gold jury and this jury for much of his testimony. The same is true of Lyle. He testified in front of both juries for most of his testimony, but then just in front of the Gold jury for some parts of it. And you remember that I put on 3 expert witnesses, Dr. Tyler, Dr. Burgess, and Dr. Vickery, to talk about who Erik is, how things happened to him affected him, and you heard their testimony. But you did not hear the testimony of Lyle Menendez's expert
Counsel, let's
witness.
confine ourselves to what the evidence was in this trial.
Okay. My point is, what I'm concerned about is that you make certain judgments about Lyle that then spill over to Erik when you don't know everything there is to know about Lyle, because you're not his jury. You're only Erik's jury. And this brings me back to what I was saying in the very beginning. You have to judge Erik based on who he is and what he did and what you've heard about him. I say that because, let's take a look at, let me go and get at my other notebook if I may. Mr. Kuriyama's little opening. I don't say little to diminish the skill. I only say little to diminish the size, because he's going to come roaring back, I'm sure, tomorrow for a much longer time than his opening. One of the idiosyncrasies about a case like this is that in a case where the defense puts on, and we put on 10 times the evidence that the prosecution did, in a case when the defense puts on a lot of evidence, the prosecution gets to use they get 2 chances at final argument. They get their opening, which he just did, and then they get what's known as their closing. The defense always gets only 1 argument. Now, in the usual case, when only the prosecution puts on a lot of evidence, the prosecutor's opening argument goes over his whole case, and then if the defense has put on any kind of case at all, they wait, let the defense counsel get up, talk about their case, and refute the prosecution's case, and then the prosecutor comes back and talks about what the defense has said about their defense case. That's how it works. But when basically almost all the evidence in the case is the defense case, what happens is what's going to happen here. The prosecution can sort of hold all their cards and wait until I'm done, and then get up and make a much more extensive argument. And then, to my eternal frustration, I do not get a chance to get back up and refute what he says. So that's the reason why I'm going to talk much longer, because I have to do it all in one shot. And he's going to have his chance again tomorrow. Now, I was trying to refer for a moment to the fact that he referred to Ed Fenno having heard, and it's unclear from who, and it's pure hearsay, that Mr. Menendez had to make this huge amount of restitution. And the other evidence you've heard in this case is that that huge number has to do with the total value of what was taken and not the amount that was paid for restitution, because most of the property was still there and returned. Now, what I was going to point out to you is how Mr. Kuriyama's argument was really an argument more properly made against Lyle Menendez. I noted in the thing here, Lyle, 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 Lyle. Okay. First of all, he was trying to talk about how bad the brothers were the last year, the bad brother year. And the difficulty for him there in talking about Erik is there isn't anything about Erik after these theft offenses that occurred in July of 1988. Erik didn't do anything bad. He didn't give his parents any reason, any rational, normal reason. I mean, Mr. Kuriyama got up here and actually talked about these people as if they were Ozzie and Harriet versus the bad seeds. And that's not what this family was like, and you know that. However far you may or may not be willing to go in accepting how bad the abuse was, these were not normal folks. This was not a normal household, and they didn't raise totally normal children, which is what you would expect. Okay, but in talking about this so-called bad year, he's trying to find things, he's trying to find that somehow Well, I'm not sure what he's trying to do, because he can't possibly claim that all of a sudden in this year these boys transmogrified from or Erik changed from who he essentially and always was to become this vicious, cold-hearted, mad dog killer. So, I guess playing on the assumption that you don't know enough about Lyle will make Lyle the vicious, cold dog killer and make you simply assume that Erik's the same as his brother, which not a single soul who testified in this court ever said was true. They are not alike. They may have both suffered, but they are not alike. Okay, so first he talked about what Uncle Brian said, and I'll return to Uncle Brian much later on other issues, but he said that he talked about Lyle talking back to his, strike that. He said that Lyle and Erik talked back to their mother. And then, of course, he was completely unable to give us any example of that whatsoever. Then he quoted Carlos Baralt saying Lyle talked back to his mother. Well, Lyle talked back to his mother from the time he was 14. I'm not going to go through the entire defense in Lyle's case, but Lyle had a very poisonous relationship with his mother. This is the mother, I want to remind you, who wanted, when this child was 6 weeks old, to leave him full-time with her in-laws and visit on the weekends on the way up to the ski resort on Friday and the way down from the ski resort on Sunday. That was the testimony of Mary Louise Menendez's very best and dearest friend ever, Faith Goldsmith. So Lyle and his mother had a relationship which started out with rejection and got worse. And he testified that at the point when he stopped what he felt was this weird sort of sexual thing with her, that she became even more hostile towards him than before. And other people have testified. She was incredibly hostile and rejecting of Lyle as a baby, of Lyle as a teenager. Ed Fenno talked about how she would accost him, and that was Mr. Fenno's word, accost him every single morning as he's going through the breakfast room. She would jump on him, start a fight. So Lyle talked back to his mother. No one was ever able to give you one word that Erik ever said in talking back to his mother. But you know what? This whole issue about talking back just amazes me. We were all teenagers, weren't we? And some of us even own a few teenagers or post-teenagers. We have kids. Now, do you want to equate a teenager talking back to a parent with being a homicidal maniac? Because that is the strongest evidence of aggression that they think they have in this case. That these two youngsters talked back to their parents. Now, no one's been able to tell you that it was a talk back that wasn't deserved or that it was a talk back that wasn't absolutely ordinary, but if my mother had said to me in an endless stream, as Mary Louise Menendez said to her kids, idiot, stupid, dummy, can't you do anything right? Try harder, swim faster, do more. You won't be a Menendez. You're dishonoring the family. You tell me you don't have a right to say, Mom, stuff it. And yet this is considered some critical piece of negative evidence that they talked back to their mother. Now, the interesting thing, as I say, though, is that only one witness says that Erik even did that to her. One witness, and it's her brother, Brian, who could not give us a single incident. I think he said, finally, stretching, gee, maybe in 1986 in Canada, she wanted him to go somewhere, and he didn't want to go, so he was saying no. Well, did he go, Uncle Brian? Oh, yeah, he went. Disobey. No one's ever said disobey. Defy. Refuse to go along with the program. Talk back is the biggest sin. And let's talk about since I'm diverting now, I'm going to do this, because I find this very hard to organize, I'll tell you. This particular case, everything seems to lead to everything else, so we'll freely associate here. I want to just turn this around. I know it's going to disrupt, but it just seems to me that we have to get a little perspective going here. You know, a case like a family is like a little universe. It's a closed system. Reality becomes what's proven in court, and that's not what's real. That's what becomes the operational reality in a case. And therefore, certain things get distorted, and you sort of have to be brought back to earth. So here it is, folks. The ultimate sin. Shut up. This is Erik Menendez's greatest crime prior to August 20th, 1989. And this is supposed to be proof that he is a killer, because he said once in his life, when he is 18 years old, to his incredibly overbearing father, who was harassing him on the tennis court in front of everybody and making him crazy, he had the effrontery to say, "Shut up." Now, when you consider what Jose Menendez, and forget about the sex for the moment, you consider everything else Jose Menendez ever said or did to Erik, okay? They are making this huge big deal out of the fact that he said shut up, when to me what's incredible is that people remembered it. Pat and Brian remembered it because it was so out of character that Erik Menendez would even say at 18 to his father, "Shut up." And it must have been a very scary experience for him to say shut up to that man. Now, I will tell you that if you don't give a child the right to stand up for themselves, if you so take away their sense of identity, terrible and drastic things can happen, just like they did in this case. And I'll seg you into just a little private recollection, which we are permitted to do here. When I was 12 years old, my mother did something that she had never done before. My mother was, may she rest in peace, she died during this trial, in fact. My mother was a very good person, but she had a very bad temper. And she used to use her hands a lot. She was a hitter. But when I was 12, she got really worked up about something, and I don't remember what it was. I must have been lippy. I had a right to talk back. That was one of the things. My mother was very liberal in children having certain dignities and certain rights, in spite of the bad temper and in spite of the hands and the spankings. So when I was 12, I must have said something that set her off, because she got really upset, and she reached into the closet and she took out a wooden suit hanger. You know, one of the, like, men use with the pants part. And she hit me with it. Now, she had never hit me with a weapon in my life. And I am 12, and because of how I was raised, I was truly affronted that my mother would hurt my physical person that way. She could yell and scream all she wanted. We did that in our family. And she could be as angry as she wanted, but to assault me physically was beyond the pale. And I did something that was the scariest thing I think I have ever done in my life, and it still scares me to think about it. I grabbed that hanger out of her hands, and I hit my mother with that hanger. And I was really frightened after I did that, because I had violated one of the big rules of nature. You do not hit your mother. Now, I never thought up until that point that my mother would kill me, but I sure thought when I hit her with the hanger that she would. However, my mother was a normal person. And as a consequence of my having hit her with the hanger, my mother never hit me again, in any way, shape, or form. Because even though we couldn't really talk about it, how offended I was, how insulted I felt, she got the point that you don't brutalize your children that way. And that was the end of that. But it was very scary for me to do something like that, to stand up to my mother. And I can imagine that that shut up cost Erik a lot before he had to pay the price for it later on in the hotel. That it cost him a lot at the moment it was said. And the fact that both Brian, who certainly didn't come here to do Erik any favors, and Pat remembered it, tells me that it was a truly unique experience in the life of Erik Menendez. That shut up. And that's as bad as it is. That's the worst thing anybody can say he ever did to his parents before he was driven over the edge. Now, Mr. Kuriyama also, quoting Lyle in Erik's case, said that Mark Heffernan said the brothers were mad at the mother. That's not what Mark said. He never heard Erik say anything bad to his mother. He was attributing that solely to Lyle. And then we move on, and the worst, most egregious example of using Lyle to try to convict Erik here is the December 11th tape. Now, I'm very confused about what the prosecution position is with respect to Dr. Oziel right now. It is very clear when this case began, he was the entire centerpiece of their case. He was, and he is, what they need to prove that this was a premeditated, planned killing in order to end parental control. or for hatred. That was his two little constructs that they still seem to be somewhat buying into, at least the control part. But do they really expect you, at this stage of this case, after everything that's gone on, to believe Dr. Jerome Oziel beyond a reasonable doubt? I don't think they believe for 1 minute that you're going to do that. I have never seen a witness as destroyed as Dr. Oziel. We got him from every possible direction. His own voice on the tapes that Judalon Smith made, where he is making fun of the Menendez brothers, who he claims he's in such fear of, where he is showing that he was not trying to get rid of this woman. She was not pursuing him as he claimed. Maybe I'm too cynical. But from the minute he sat here, one of you is telling me, yes, I'm too cynical. I don't think you can ever be too cynical. Too paranoid, yes, but too cynical, no. The minute he sat here and said to you, in that totally self-assured style of his, that he had to tell Judalon Smith, because she was this crazy lady who was chasing him, and he couldn't get rid of her, I thought we had escaped beyond the looking glass. Because that was the single most irrational piece of evidence I had heard in a court of law. He had to tell her because he was trying to get away from her? Right, Dr. Oziel. And of course he denied that he had violated the most basic tenet of the psychotherapist's rulebook, which is reveal patient secrets in advance. He denied he did that. He denied she was in his office that night, ready to listen in to the private confidence of Erik Menendez, his patient for a year, who you would have thought he might have had that much sensitivity or loyalty to, but where it became very clear he had absolutely none. This is the depressed and suicidal kid, undisputedly so, who he never treats for suicide, who instead he pumps for details with which he can blackmail him for the rest of his life. Remember, Judalon, he says on tape, there's $14 million involved here. Well, there weren't really $14 million involved, but that's what he thought. I mean, from the beginning. You know, and we cross-examined the heck out of them, because you don't run from the Dr. Oziels of this world. You front them off. You face them down. And here is the witness where we brought in character witness after character witness, these women who seem to know him real well, who are telling you that he is the single most dishonest person they've ever run across in their life, as if you didn't already know that. But if you didn't already know that, here are other people to help you know that. But what is confusing and puzzling to me about Mr. Kuriyama's case, whatever it may be, is he is actually arguing in favor of the credibility of both Dr. Oziel and Judalon Smith, and that you cannot do. They are definitely a one or the other proposition, because she makes it very clear what a manipulative, lying, two-faced, agendized, if you will, a guy with a million agendas of his own, that man is. And she says flat out, I'm there and I'm listening, and he says, no, she's not. And there is no way to reconcile those two people. And what she says in this courtroom, and look, we certainly did not go out seeking Judalon Smith to intrude herself into the life of Erik Menendez. She got him arrested. She's the person who went to the police. She's the person who got that search warrant issued. She is the reason he is in jail. No, the reason he's in jail is because he killed his parents, but she's the reason he got arrested when and how he did. Okay? So this was not someone that the Menendez brothers sought to have in their life. In fact, Dr. Oziel wasn't even someone they sought to have in their life. He was another great choice of mom and dad's. But the fact is, and so I don't want to argue her credibility because it's too complicated. I mean, I think clearly there are times when she did not tell the truth in a very big way about whether she heard the Menendez brothers saying things or was merely told by Oziel what they said, because she has told two completely inconsistent stories about the heart of the matter. And I don't know which one is true, frankly. I don't know which one is her real story. But she doesn't belong to me. You know, I didn't create her, and she doesn't belong to me. She belongs to Dr. Oziel. He brought her into this whole mess. And I guess the way to analyze this is, which one of them would you rather have a cup of coffee with? I mean, it boils down to that. Because clearly, you're not going to send anybody you know for therapy with Dr. Oziel. That's clear. And I guess the best thing that, you know, Judalon's a very personable, very friendly, bubbly, pretty lady. So I guess the choice is which one do you want to talk to, and that's the one you believe or don't believe either one of them. But the bottom line is you can't believe them both. You can't take, as Mr. Kuriyama tries to do, I think I'll take this little part that helps me from Judulon and that little part that helps me from Oziel, and forget about the fact that they call each other massive liars. One thing I do know, Judulon's tapes, forget about what she said about what she heard about the Menendez brothers and what she did and didn't hear. The tapes that she made, calculating woman that she is, definitely show that Dr. Oziel lied to you about both his attitude, about what he said to her, about how he talked about Erik and Lyle on a huge number of issues. And it's right there in tape. And Dr. Oziel, after all, is a person who had his license on probation at the time he first started seeing the Menendez family, all the way through all the times after the shooting of the parents. He's got new complaints filed against him. He's engaged in known criminal conduct for which the district attorney's office managed not to file on him. The same people, the same office that Mr. Kuriyama belongs to, where he got up here this morning and argued that you should accept Judulon Smith's word about something or another, is the office that refused to accept her word to prosecute Dr. Oziel for rape when she brought her complaint based on all the horrible things he had done to her. They weren't going to do that. Now, why? Well, this is a real fundamental issue. This doesn't have to do with do they like Dr. Oziel. This doesn't have to do with do they believe Judulon Smith. This has to do with the fundamental desire to convict the Menendez brothers. This has to do with whether or not the prosecutors in this case really evaluated evidence because they were interested in truth or because they were interested in winning. Your Honor, I'd like to take a break at this time and return to that theme.
All right, we'll take a recess and we'll resume at 10 minutes after the hour, ladies and gentlemen. Don't discuss the matter with anyone. Don't form any final opinions about it. We'll resume at 10 minutes after.
All these props block, but I'll try to move them as soon as I can. I started to talk about before the break what I think is obvious based on Mr. Kuriyama's argument and things that were done during the course of the trial, which is this desperation that developed in the prosecution to try to put on evidence sufficient to convict Erik Menendez. And that desperation was revealed in Mr. Kuriyama's opening when all he could talk about apparently was Lyle and the things that Lyle had said. And he went through talking about things that Lyle says on the tape of December 11th that he considers as showing a plan. But the point of all this is that is Lyle talking, and you're going to receive an instruction, which I have, but I don't want to dig it out right now, but it's an instruction that is entitled Adoptive Admissions. And it talks about when you can take what one person is saying and use it against another person. And it lays out that the only time that you could find that the things that Lyle are saying you can use against Erik, as if Erik had said them, is if these things are accusations aimed at Erik, and if they're said in a situation where if they were not true, he should have said, no, I didn't do that, or no, that's not true. And it's our position that with respect to this tape recording that Dr. Oziel makes, which he turns on when he feels like, and it runs out in the end, this is not the kind of setting, for many reasons, that some of which you know about, some of which I'll talk about in a minute, Erik should have been expected to refute if Lyle was saying things that weren't true. For one thing, they weren't going to tell Dr. Oziel the truth. So this wasn't a session in which the truth mattered. This was something that was being done to keep Oziel placated because he had been making very suspicious suggestions to Erik and to Lyle concerning his interest in their money, concerning his nervousness, concerning his need to be placed at ease by them. And the fact that Erik took those signs of Dr. Oziel seriously and that he understood that Oziel was potentially threatening to blackmail him, which is clearly what he was up to, is reflected in the testimony of David Mirovich. I'm pronouncing it right. That was a friend of Erik's from New Jersey who he met in Cancun. And in Cancun, and this is right after the November 2nd session. This is long before even this December tape is made. And Erik tells his friend David when they're in Mexico that he doesn't trust his therapist. He thinks the guy's interested in his money. He doesn't understand what his agenda is, but he doesn't feel he can really talk to him. So this isn't a session that was meant to elicit truth. I don't know where Mr. Kuriyama thinks Judalon Smith ever said they made this tape in order to show remorse. That's not, and no matter how inconsistent she's been, she never said that. And if you want to have all of her testimony reread, such fun. For that purpose, you can do it. You can ask for any testimony to be reread if it's important to your decision making, if you don't feel your notes are adequate, and if there's any kind of issue to be settled among you. In any event, what Mr. Kuriyama does is he seizes upon these things that Lyle says and never really mentions not only what Erik says during the 12/11 tape, but his entire demeanor. Dr. Oziel even testifies that when Erik first comes to him, he is in this really bad emotional condition. I mean, one of the things I'd like you to keep sort of like a little balloon hanging over you for a while, at least while you're indulging me and listening so attentively, is this. If Erik Menendez is such a horrible person that he would kill his parents because of A, B, or C, whenever the prosecution figures it out, they'll fill in the blank. If he's such a bad person, if he's such a vicious killer, why is he so distraught afterwards? Immediately afterwards. Now, I know about Mr. Kuriyama and his acting theory. He took a drama class in high school, therefore he acted to Detective Edmonds, therefore he acted when he was hysterical during the 9/11 call, and he acted when the police came. But I mean, was he acting from the time he was 2 years old? Was he acting when he was this very crying, very frightened, very anxious child? He's such a great actor. How come I couldn't get him on the witness stand to act? Would have been useful if he had been a little more emotional. He was so frightened and so cranked down, you hardly saw any feeling at all in him. But this is their great theory, that he's acting. So I guess he's acting on the 12/11 tape, and he's acting when he goes to Dr. Oziel, and that's nonsense. For one thing, on behalf of all the actors of this world, acting is not lying. Acting means you're in touch with emotions and you can bring them out when the situation requires it. I mean, that's part one. But part two is Erik was described all of his life as a very sensitive, very anxious, very emotional person, okay? And because he was that kind of person, after he did this to his parents and got arrested and wound up in jail, he was nearly on the edge of a psychotic break. Because he was a sensitive person, because a cold and vicious person wouldn't have been in that condition that Dr. Vickery saw him in, wouldn't need medication to get through, wouldn't need medication to testify. There just is a difference between a cold person and a humane and sensitive person. And the kind of crime that Mr. Kuriyama claims happened here is not the kind of crime that a person like Erik Menendez could commit. And that keeps coming through. Even when the most betraying of all people in the world, Dr. Oziel, is on the witness stand, he cannot deny the fact that Erik came to him because he was in extreme anguish. Okay, he was falling apart, he was cracking up, he was feeling guilty and remorseful to an extreme degree for what he did to his parents. And that comes through from Erik, the person on trial here, in the 12/11 tape. However Lyle deals with his issues, and when you examine the instruction on adoptive admission, you will realize that those things have to be kept segregated as to Lyle. But even if they're not, I mean, they went in there planning to lie. But in any event, Erik is silent during all this time that Lyle is saying these grim things about plans. And Oziel, of course, wanting a double blackmail, wants to get Erik's voice on this tape talking about the killings. So you may remember, or yeah, sure, you're going to remember 5 months worth of everything, but maybe you don't remember. But when Dr. Burgess was on the witness stand the second time around, in talking about the meaning of this tape, or at least what she takes out of this tape, it's for you to decide what it means. I mean, this is the point, by the way, when you're the experts. It doesn't matter what anybody else has said in this trial. You have absolute, total power, finally. Okay, this is right at the end of Dr. Oziel's speech, in which he uses the word control and controlling to describe Jose Menendez 13 separate times. And neither Erik nor Lyle, during this entire tape, ever use that word. This is an Oziel word. And this is the proof. This tape is the absolute proof, in my opinion, that Oziel made up the story that he testified to, that he claims the brothers said to him on October 31st and November 2nd. He's the only person talking about control. He's the only person talking about hate. He's the only person saying negative things about Jose Menendez. But at the end of his control, and here's one of them, and there's another one, and it goes on, he tries to get Erik involved. And Erik is very emotional. He doesn't want to hear bad things about his parents. He starts to cry, and what he says 3 times in this one paragraph is, what I did because I had no choice. Now that is not a plan. Throughout the post-shooting contacts with Erik, he keeps letting out hints, his own set of cues and signs about the truth. He does it with Sergeant Edmonds. When he goes in there and he talks about smelling the smoke, when obviously there is no smoke when they come back at 11:45. The smoke is at the time of the shooting. He's giving himself away. When he talks in September to Detective Zoller, and he talks about, when I was young, I couldn't hurt a living thing. As you get older, life gets colder. He's telling them without telling them, because he is a person with a very active conscience, and it's killing him. And he's trying to let out. He is the confessor. He does give a sort of confession to Craig Cignarelli. Not, I would submit, the one Craig came in here, he whose future is somehow wrapped up in this trial. Not the one he testified about, but he clearly told him something, okay? But my point is, this is what Erik is like on that tape. He cries, and he talks about no choice, and he talks about secrets, and he talks about not being able to talk to his parents, not being able to tell the truth. And he's doing what he does all along, which is constantly giving hints of the truth. Now, it would have been nice. I mean, I would much rather be in a trial right now on this case where Erik Menendez had been arrested at the police station by Sergeant Edmonds, and I wouldn't have to deal with the Oziels and the Judalons and the Craigs and all the other self-promoters who have been involved as witnesses for the prosecution in this case. It would have been clean and neat, and I would have much rather heard Sergeant Edmonds, who seems like a real nice guy, his version, with his tape recorder, thank you, of what was said that night, because Erik was on the verge of confessing even then. He can't keep his mouth shut when he's highly emotional and upset. He's sitting there in the police station. Sergeant Edmonds has his tape going. I would have, if Edmonds had just picked up on the clues, if they had just done the gunshot residue test. Mind you, I do not blame the police department, but it would have been a much nicer case and cleaner and had real issues and the focus on the real issues if we didn't have to litigate the Oziels and the Judalons and the Cignarellis and the meanings of tape. It would have also have been nice, but could not have been part of this case, if Erik and Lyle could have simply, boom, told the truth way up front, sorted this all out, would have been in trial a long time ago, would have been much nicer. Why couldn't they do that, though? Because when children are raised in an environment where lying is the family rule, and it's the family rule because the minute you have a big secret to keep, you learn to lie. There's no way to keep a secret except to lie. So when you're raised in a family where lying is the operational principle, and when in this particular family other kinds of lying are actively encouraged, lie about your grades, lie about your abilities, lie about your accomplishments, lie about the perfection of our family. This is what they're being taught to do by their parents, okay? And when you're in this kind of family where your parents are so intrusive and so controlling, the only way you can have any kind of personal dignity, like me and my mother in the hangar, for example, but they don't have that kind of dignity in this family. They can't talk back to their parents in this family when they're little and when they're growing up. That's why it's so notable when they do it at all. But my point is, every person needs to feel, to whatever degree they're brave enough to assert it, that they're an individual, that they have rights as a person. And Erik testified, and Ed Fenno testified, and Lyle testified, that when they were teenagers, when Erik was 17, 18 years old, he lied to his parents to keep some measure of privacy in his life. This is a mother who's tapping his phone. This is a mother who examines his genitals until he's 15 years old. This is a mother who apparently stole his diaries. These are people who are so involved and intruded in their children's lives. The only way those children have any kind of separation is, I'm not going to tell them where I'm practicing tennis, and I'm not going to tell them what girls I'm interested in, and I'm not going to tell them those minor details. And that's a way, it's manipulative, yes, but it's a way to preserve some sense of yourself. So they learned through their whole life, for various reasons, how to lie, and they learned how to be afraid to tell grown-ups the truth. Now, you've heard testimony from our experts that children who are abused, not just molested, but in other ways abused, find it very hard to trust grown-ups because they've been betrayed by grown-ups, find it very hard to tell what's happened to them. That's any child who's been abused in any abusive family has that in common. In this family, though, the notion of not trusting people was taught as an affirmative lesson. You might remember the story that Carlos Baralt told, that Lyle also told, that Erik doesn't remember. Of course, he could have lied about it and made up that he remembered it, but he didn't. About him being encouraged to jump into his father's arms. And he was encouraged to do this repeatedly. And then at one point, Jose refused to, just didn't catch him, and the kid crashed to the floor on his face. And his father said, "That will teach you not to trust anyone, even your own father." And it was a good lesson in that family, not to trust your father. But when you do that to a little kid, they never trust anybody. So yes, the Menendez brothers lied after they were arrested. And that has made our life, lied rather before they were arrested. And that has made our life as their lawyers and their life as the accused much more complicated. But there is a theory that permeates the prosecution here, which is not based on reason. And that theory is, once you lie, you can never tell the truth. And that's not true. Even people, even kids who were raised to lie in certain circumstances, can tell the truth. And it's our position here, and you are the judge of credibility, that Erik Menendez told you the truth about why these killings occurred and what happened in his background. Now, mind you, you have a right to be skeptical of people who have lied. You'd be a fool not to do that. And that is why we put on all those family witnesses with all those little tiny details that might have seemed extremely stupid to you in a murder case when we first put them on. You know, what does this have to do with August 20th, Mrs. Bozanich kept asking. And the point was, what it had to do to bring in the family members and the teachers and the coaches and the friends and anybody who had information was to show that what Erik was testifying to was not a lie. His family really was this sick. It really was a dreadful and strange place to grow up. And I couldn't expect you to accept just his testimony on that, because he has clearly lied to other witnesses who were going to be involved in this case. So we put on a lot of witnesses in order to corroborate, to confirm anything and everything that we could. Now, we had the naked pictures, and they were there, and they're still there, and they're still, as Dr. Burgess testified, the strongest corroboration of the molestation. And we have Erik's cousin Andy, who also corroborated it. And we have other witnesses who corroborate other aspects of the weird behavior in this family, in the hopes that you will then understand that even though someone has lied before, and even though, yes, his life is on the line, he is not lying to you. And the best method, you know, in a trial setting to determine whether someone is lying or not is to cross-examine them. And what's interesting here, of course, is that, as I said before, Erik was not cross-examined about the most important aspect of his maltreatment as a child, which was the molestation. They just want to ignore it. Just don't make him repeat it. Oh, God, I don't want to hear it again. Well, you're going to hear it again, because I'm going to tell you about it in a little while. All right. So, therefore, where that gets me back to is, that's right, they're not being honest with Oziel, but, you know, Oziel isn't honest, you know, with every breath he takes. So it's sort of a fair match. Would you trust Dr. Oziel? And whether you would or not, they came in here and they told you what they were lying about and what they were not lying about. And to me, what's most important about the December 11th tape is how Erik sounds, what he's saying, and what he's suggesting in the things that he does say to Dr. Oziel. This is the page where he starts talking about how he loved his parents. It doesn't matter what they actually were. He's not interested in this evaluation of them. This led up to the fact, now this isn't a plan, this is a series of events where I had no other choice. I would have taken any other choice. I realize what people are worth. I regret it. I may not have had a choice at the time. I regret it. And then I think he says one more time, he was someone talking about his father, this idolized person in his family, and almost had no choice to do what I did, and I hate myself for doing it. And I don't think there's anybody who could say that he doesn't hate himself for doing it, and that the kind of person who would hate himself for doing it didn't do the kind of crime that the prosecution in this case wants to convince you was committed. But we were talking desperation, and the fact that they are trying to make you think that it's Lyle on trial here is part of their desperation. And this is the most desperate move of all. This is Detective Valentine. Now, Mr. Kuriyama makes a big deal out of the Big Five, and this is the Big Five in Santa Monica. It just overblows. Erik Menendez is on the witness stand for 10 days. He is not the wellest duck in the world, and you know that from Dr. Vickery. He has one of the worst backgrounds I'm sure any of you have heard about, and he is sit there and grilled day in and day out by Mr. Kuriyama. And in the course of all of that grilling and drilling, it really wasn't anything Mr. Kuriyama did. It was simply the fact that they found out that the Big Five stopped selling handguns in '86, that they were able to confront him with anything at all. Okay, and I'll show you where Mr. Kuriyama is exaggerating what he thinks he got with Erik Menendez on the stand. But 10 days, all right? And they were not able to prove that anything he said was actually a lie. Maybe he exaggerated that contact in the store, but I'll get back to that a little bit later when we talk about credibility. But then the prosecution goes, at the end of their case, their first rebuttal witness, and puts this perjurer on the witness stand. And what's so offensive about putting Detective Valentine, NYPD, on the stand is they know he's going to lie. They put him on knowing what he's saying cannot be true. Why? Because, as this limousine record would show, and as we know from testimony anyway, Lyle Menendez is on his way to Los Angeles in this foolish effort to do something with the home computer on the morning of August 31st. He catches a 6 o'clock flight. He's at Newark Airport at 5:50 in the morning. And they know he's flying back here. You may not remember, Mr. Kuriyama talked about the Haymans, which is the husband and wife, the pregnant lady and the husband computer people. But there's another computer guy, Howard Witkin. Howard Witkin's at the house early in the afternoon with Lyle Menendez, where Lyle is having him erased. Remember, the disc does get erased. Gets erased the day before, gets erased by Howard Witkin. Lyle Menendez is in the house. He had to get from New York to Los Angeles, and the Concorde doesn't fly between New York and Los Angeles. So he's flying out of Newark on a Delta flight, and the flight leaves at 6 o'clock in the morning. And Mr. Kuriyama and Mrs. Bozanic know darn well Lyle is here in Los Angeles and in an airplane.
Overruled. You may continue.
On an airplane getting here from the early morning hours. Okay, but what they put this guy on anyway, knowing he's not going to tell the truth, to testify that he saw Lyle Menendez at the U.S. Open the next morning, among his many other lies, and I'm going to take you through them now. I call Mr. Valentine, there's a certain category of witness in this case that is created by that infernal contraption in the corner. We oppose televising this trial. And the reason that defense lawyers generally do not want trials televised is because you get, particularly the way this one's been televised, you get what I call the volunteers. People who want their 15 seconds of fame, who want their face plastered on everybody's television set from New York to Los Angeles, and who listen to these trials and then pretend to have evidence to give in the case. They do their little research, watching what other people say, and then they roll on in here for their place of glory. Valentine is one of them. Grant Walker is another. Miss Pisarcik is a third. I will assume that Miss Browers is just extremely confused. But let's start with Mr. Valentine. I have a few pages here because page after page of perjury is relatively unusual, even in Los Angeles County trials. I'm going to swing the mic around so the evil eye can also hear. Now here is the story that Mr. Valentine tells, that on the Wednesday night before, the 30th, he reports to the Sheraton Center Hotel And first he goes to the U.S. Open. He can't find anybody there. But down at the bottom of the page, he reports to the Sheraton Center, and he, quote, finds the clients. If I read this small version, then I don't have to block the big version. I finally found the clients, he says on line 28. And on the next page, lots of objections. I learned that, find the clients. Who did you actually come in contact with, he says. Lyle Menendez. Now, this is at the Sheraton Center Hotel Wednesday night. Now, they know they're going to call Pat Heffernan as a witness in order to testify that she loaned her American Express card to Erik. Okay? They're in touch with her. She's going to be a witness in the case. This is not a mystery. This man is claiming that he sees Lyle at the hotel, and he goes on. He says he sees the girlfriend. Now, this guy's been watching TV because there's been lots of testimony up until this point about Lyle's got this girlfriend, Jamie Pisarcik, on and on. Okay. They're going to call Mrs. Heffernan. They put this guy on to say these things. They've talked to Mrs. Heffernan. They know they're not true. Mark Heffernan has already been a witness in this case and is then recalled again. They know this is not true. They are putting on perjury, this is known as, lying under oath in a big way. So he says he sees Lyle. He sees Lyle's girlfriend. Mrs. Heffernan testified, no way, Lyle's not there. And he even goes so far as to describe the girlfriend as looking like me. No, thank you. And she's a lot younger. And then he says he spends the night sitting outside, and then he goes to breakfast. And then where do they go? They go to the U.S. Open, right? Now, you may remember it's not an item of evidence here for technical reasons. But Mr. Kuriyama asked Mr. Valentine, there was this pay sheet of some kind, this record, which indicated what he had done, because he gets paid for hanging around on chairs in hotel rooms, outside hotel rooms. And this is supposed to be the record of his activities while he's bodyguarding Erik Menendez. And he looks at this record, and yes, it refreshes his recollection as to how many hours he spent with him, but gee whiz, golly gosh, it's wrong, because it doesn't show this early morning trip to the U.S. Open. Yes, it doesn't show it because he didn't take it, but he claims it was a mistake on the form. And the form, unfortunately, is not a piece of evidence, but his testimony about it is. If you have any doubt about it, you can hear that testimony. But here he is off on his fantasy trip to the U.S. Open by limousine in the wee small hours of the morning. And he and Erik and Pat and Mark Heffernan supposedly go to the U.S. Open. Pat testifies, no way, she went shopping, and Mark went to his lecture. He was there for a seminar. All right, but Detective Valentine tells you that they all drive off to Flushing Meadow to go to the U.S. Open. He goes into detail. He's asked, you know about the arrangements for the limousine, on and on. And he's asked, the limousine driver drove you to the U.S. Open? The U.S. Open. How far is it? 15, 18 miles. And once you got there, who was there? Why, Lyle and his girlfriend are there. Now, Lyle is apparently astrally projecting himself from the airplane that he's in, flying to Los Angeles to meet Detective Valentine at the U.S. Open with Jamie. Anyway, he says he goes to the U.S. Open, and then he goes so far as to say he also accompanies Erik to LaGuardia, but now he says they have to go back to the hotel after the U.S. Open, and then they go to LaGuardia. And that's what he says here. No, we had to go back to the hotel. And he gets to such detail in his lie about the U.S. Open. First, when I take him on cross, he talks about actually watching tennis matches, and they were female players, and he wasn't sure if it was doubles or singles, and they went in the back way, and they didn't have to pay. And they were in the stands, but first they went to the practice courts, and on and on and on, heaping lie upon lie upon lie upon lie, with a straight face. And then he says, of course, that they then go to LaGuardia Airport, and on the way, they have to make these stops at these computer stores so that Erik can get a program for his computer. Now, it is clear Detective Valentine's been watching the case. And it is clear he's here to help the other detectives, the ones who are actually assigned to this case, and to help the prosecution. Because his evidence doesn't even make any sense, but he obviously hasn't figured that out. No one claims that Erik did anything to the computer or tried to erase the will. By the time Erik gets back to Los Angeles, Mr. Whitkin's already been there. He's already done whatever he's done. It isn't even an issue. But it's just to make Erik look dirty. It's just to make him look like he has some interest in what's on the computer. It's just this desperate effort to make this basically good kid look like the vicious killer Mr. Kuriyama needs to create to get the conviction he wants. So here is Valentine talking about stops at computer stores, okay? And he's elaborate. He gets out. He's got a bodyguard. Now, I start to point out to him, of course, that you're not going to find too many computer stores on the long leg of this journey from the 59th Street Bridge to LaGuardia. You're going through some really bad neighborhoods in Queens, in New York, industrial and low income, and there just aren't any computer stores. So, of course, he then shifts and says, oh, it was in Manhattan. And it's real easy to park in Manhattan, go and cross down to the bridge early in the morning to go into these computer stores. It's as easy as our flying pig. But what's more important is this record here. And Guy DeLisio came and testified about it. It's sitting right there. This is not a secret, this document. This document is available and is shown to Valentine on the witness stand, and of course shown to the prosecution first. And obviously there are no stops at computer stores. There's no trip to the U.S. Open. This is what I mean when they say they know they're putting on a liar and they just don't care. Because here is the proof that he's lying. That plus the records of his own work, which doesn't show this trip to the U.S. Open, but that does not, deter the prosecution in this case. So then he finishes telling his lies about the computer store and claims the limo driver stopped. You heard DeLisio say if he had made a stop, he has to note it. And he remembers they didn't make any stops. And what's really shocking about Valentine is I tell him, Detective Valentine, we already know you're not telling the truth here. We know Lyle's on the airplane. We know he's in Los Angeles that afternoon. Now, don't you want to sort of fix your testimony? Oh, no. I'm definite. I saw Lyle Menendez at the U.S. Open that morning. And, we show him the record. Oh, well, I don't know how to read this record from the limo driver. And, and this is a very different reaction. This perjurer is a very different reaction than what happened when Mr. Kuriyama confronted Erik. With the fact that he had obviously either exaggerated or misconstrued the conversation in the big fight. Because what does Erik say when he's confronted with the fact that handguns weren't sold there? He says, I must have been wrong. I must be mistaken. I must have misunderstood the conversation. Or it must have been another store. And you will remember when he's on the witness stand and he's talking about the fact that in June of 1988 his mother bought a rifle. And this is a rifle that we know still exists because Carlos Baralt gave it to this officer Martinez to transport here to California so that they're now here. But in any event, his mother buys that rifle in June 29th, 1988, and she buys it at a store called Best Products. And here is the receipt, and there is her very distinctive handwriting. You will see that you can really tell what is Mary Louise Menendez's handwriting, and she signs the receipt for the purchase of the rifle. And I show it to Erik on the witness stand. He says that his memory is that he and his mother went to Sports Mart. So I'm showing him the receipt for Best Products. He says, but it wasn't Best Products. So he's insisting it isn't Best Products. It's clearly the receipt for the rifle. He's not real good on what places he's been in and the names of places. And we hadn't even heard at that point the testimony we later heard that when he was tested at the Lewis School, this happens to be a particular problem of his. I think it's called dysnomia. He gets the names of things wrong. He gets the names of places wrong. And I don't think that we knew that at the time he was testifying about the rifles, and we certainly didn't know that at the time he was testifying about the big fight. But when he's confronted with the fact that he is wrong, that what he said can't be true, he admitted it, and she tried to explain what might have been wrong with his memory, but not old Andy Valentine. No, he insisted that it doesn't matter what evidence we have, he is telling the truth. And of course he told the truth about nothing except that Erik was taken by a limousine, which I proved through Guy Delisio, to LaGuardia Airport that morning. And the Valentine's not important in any great cosmic sense, but he is important to the extent that you rely on the representations made by the prosecution in this case, because their intentions aren't good. This is supposed to be a truth-seeking process, and that seems to get lost sometimes in the contest aspect. And this one was hard fought, and that does happen. There's no excuse for ever putting on a witness like this, but there is some excuse for some of the contest. And let me give you an example if you want. You heard a lot of things that you didn't need to hear that aren't going to help you decide this case, that were just wound up in the long run to be noise. One of the reasons is in the beginning the prosecution thought they could prove certain things that it became very clear to them later they couldn't prove because they weren't true. Things about the Menendez family, for example. Things about the parents. And so there was this whole long thing about keto. Now, I mean, we had a few laughs about keto, but the point of putting on Mrs. Hertz, and this happened when I wasn't here, the day that I wasn't here, but I've read the transcript, obviously. Mrs. Hertz, who's that little blonde lady who was a teacher at PDS and a friend of the Menendezes, was called to testify and did testify to something that other witnesses have talked about, the fact that Kitty Menendez was acting very peculiarly in August, specifically August 1st, 1989. Now, we don't put on evidence that Mrs. Menendez acted peculiarly because we think that she deserves to die because she's peculiar, or to make her look bad. The whole point of all of this is to try to make you understand, what did Erik see in his mother? What is she to him? Why does she ultimately become as frightening, if not more so, a person than his father? And unfortunately, people who are sometimes people who are sort of in charge of your life, people who are the grown-ups, people who you have looked up to and look to for guidance, when they go off, it's very scary to kids. It's very alienating and it's very scary. And even at 18, you can still be a kid in relation to your mother. And we just put that on to show that she was acting quite bizarrely in August of 1989. And it struck Mrs. Hertz as strange that Kitty would bring up in the middle of a completely unrelated conversation the fact that she was soon going to be traveling to Quito, that she had relatives there. And it was strange because she had never heard it before, and she's from South America, so she thought she would have heard it before. So she thought it was peculiar. Now, at first, and during Erik Menendez's cross-examination, for example, the prosecution's position was Mrs. Hertz got it wrong. This wasn't Quito, Peru, which of course we know doesn't exist. It is Ecuador. This is Kalamazoo, which is in Michigan. I mean, this is nonsense. But this is how things can get distorted just through the adversarial process, if you will. And Mr. Kuriyama is determined to prove that Mrs. Hertz was wrong and it's really Kalamazoo. So he has Erik Menendez on the stand, and while he's cross-examining him, he asks Erik, now, you don't even have relatives in Quito, Peru. What does Erik know? These are parents who never talk to him. How would he know where he has relatives? He says, no, we don't. And then the same prosecution calls Brian Andersen to testify that, yes, they do have relatives in Quito, and yes, she was planning on and on and on. All right. The only thing significant about the Quito statement is that it's completely out of context when it's made. She's telling Alicia Hertz she's going to go very soon. Brian Andersen claims she's going to go in the winter. That's that. But a lot of heat and light is sometimes spent on things for no good reason, but just for the fight. And that's what concerns me. How much of what the prosecution argues here is just for the fight, and how much of it is the search for truth. Now, I've talked to you about circumstantial evidence. In order to find that what happened here was a first-degree murder, you have to find what the prosecution so desperately wanted from the discredited Dr. Oziel, which is a plan. Because without a plan to kill, The only evidence that they have that is at all ambiguous is the purchase of the guns 2 days before. And that is circumstantial evidence that points two ways. Either they're going down there, as Mr. Kuriyama argues, because they want to conceal that they are buying guns because they're planning to kill their parents. That's a series of inferences. There is another set of logical inferences, that they are going to San Diego because they're going to San Diego, or for any reason, or to buy guns. That yes, they don't want their parents to know they're buying guns, given the fact that they're afraid. I mean, this is just, if you just accept for the moment the defense theory, the going to San Diego is not inconsistent with it. That they use false ID, not because they're trying somehow to hide, although hiding the fact that they're buying guns does not necessarily prove. It's just a circumstantial evidence fact. It doesn't prove they're planning to kill their parents any more than it disproves that they're planning to defend themselves against their parents. You wouldn't want these parents to know. Let's assume, hypothetically, the parents are in fact planning to kill them, as they believe. Okay? Let's just assume they're right. This is what they believe. This is what the parents are doing. You wouldn't want them to know you're about to make plans to defend yourself. You're just going to bring them down on you all the sooner. They'll just find some other way to get you. They'll make sure you can't defend yourself. So you don't want them to know you're going to San Diego. You don't want them to know you're buying guns. But the fact of the matter is, with respect to the use of Donovan Goudreau's driver's license, just happened to be the only driver's license they had on them. Lyle's was suspended. The records are in evidence. Erik's, he had lost. His tickets for driving without his license, for having lost it, his DMV record, is in evidence. That's totally corroborated by government documents. You don't get better than that. Okay? So they didn't have a license. They had Donovan's, which he left behind, which Erik picked up because he needed an ID to get into clubs, and he used it. I mean, it's that simple. And the prosecution wants to make a big deal out of the fact that it looks like such elaborate planning to use a fake ID. And it would if he had used a fake ID that couldn't possibly be linked to them. But the whole reason, I mean, all of this evidence, including, this is the photograph of the Big Five in San Diego, about the Big Five in San Diego was developed by the police because they used an ID of someone intimately linked with Lyle Menendez. So they're not, for example, they could have used, if they had been planning, the Richard Stevens ID that Erik had obtained. This was an ID in a completely false name, and although it had his picture, the way you run a check on something is you run the name, obviously. So Donovan Goudreau was a name that meant something to the Beverly Hills Police Department, but Richard Stevens wouldn't. He doesn't exist. He's a made-up person. So if you're really trying to hide, and if you're trying to negotiate a transaction surreptitiously with no trouble, aren't you better off using a license that can't be traced to you by name, where it's got your own picture so it can't even be questioned? But they don't do that, because that tells you they weren't planning at that point to buy these guns. They don't use the more logical, truly fake ID that they have. Moreover, it's interesting. I wonder if the Big Five in San Diego has changed their equipment, because everything that goes on in this courtroom is known. There was testimony. Here are the surveillance cameras that look over the gun counter at the Big Five in San Diego. And the notion that they're buying these guns based on this elaborate, thought-out plan to avoid detection, and yet they're in a store that has surveillance cameras, and they don't know that they're fake. Detective Zoller testified that he discovered in talking to the people at Big Five that their surveillance cameras are fake, but there's no way to tell that if you're a customer. I assume they want you to believe, if you're a customer, just the opposite. And so the fact that they pick a store like this rather than some little place where there isn't any surveillance cameras also tells you they're not really thinking this through. And the point of this is, you're either looking at a plan or you're looking at panic. You're looking at people who are desperate and are scrambling to prepare to defend. Now, preparing to defend is not the same as a plan to kill. And the easiest example I can give you is if you're living in a neighborhood, for example, where and I think I gave this as a hypothetical to Oziel as well, You're living in a neighborhood that's been hit with a rash of burglaries, and you become nervous about it, and you decide, as many people do, that you want to protect your home. So you go out and you buy a gun. Now, are you planning to kill a burglar? No. Have you considered that you might have to? Well, obviously you're buying a gun. And if you're buying a gun and you're a rational person, you must be thinking on some level, I may have to use this gun. Otherwise, it isn't going to protect you very much in a tight spot. But there is all the difference in the world between planning to kill somebody, planning to kill a burglar, and preparing yourself to defend yourself. But from the outside, it looks exactly the same. You go and you buy a gun 2 days before the gun is used. Is it a plan? Is it preparation? It is a piece of circumstantial evidence, and it is subject to the rule that I read to you before about how to interpret circumstantial evidence. The other thing in analyzing, is this a plan or is this panic and preparation, is this. If it is what Mr. Kuriyama wants you to believe, a thought-out plan to kill, they didn't want any more, control. Like I said, they hated, they didn't want control, they wanted the money. Whatever the theory may be, what's the hurry? This is the part that they have never addressed. If this is a plan to kill, why can't they wait 2 weeks to get handguns, which are quieter and therefore less likely to be detected? And if you're going to plan, obviously, the whole point of a plan is to A, accomplish what you're planning, which is bring about the death of someone, if you're planning to kill, and B, get away with it. Okay, that's the whole point of a plan. As Dr. Burgess testified, that's the whole notion when the FBI does their analysis of crime scenes, and they're trying to figure out, is it planned, is it not planned? Planned to avoid detection is what that means. So if you're planning, and it's obvious you can either buy a nice, quiet handgun or a great, big, booming shotgun, why would you ever buy the shotgun? Well, the answer is when you cannot wait. And when can't you wait? When you think someone's trying to kill you now. But if all you're doing is deciding, well, it's been 18 years and I think we've had enough of this stuff now, so I think I'll just off the folks. There is no reason why you have to do it that weekend. There's always going to be 2 more weekends or 3 more weekends. And I suspect Mr. Kuriyama will come back with some notion, oh, but Lyle was going back to college. Oh, but Lyle lived on airplanes. I mean, everybody in that family was in Princeton or in Los Angeles every other week. So that does this, and moreover, we don't know when Lyle was going back to college, when Lyle was due to be there. We've heard something about his mother having to be there to help him furnish his condo, the one that they bought from, that the parents bought for him, somewhere in mid-September, that the condo was closing escrow somewhere around September 9th. But it's not like they weren't coming back. It's not like if this was really something that the two of them needed to accomplish or wanted to accomplish, that they couldn't have waited 2 weeks to arm themselves with something that would not have woken half the neighborhood. So the very fact that that there is haste involved tells you it isn't a plan. Mr. Kuriyama says, oh, they're trying to conceal it because they don't use the credit card. They're trying to defend themselves against the people who get the statements on the credit card. I mean, do we understand this? And they're not sure. I mean, if they really were planning to kill their parents, they would have used the credit card because the parents would have been dead when the statement came and they wouldn't have known. They wouldn't have figured it out, right? But the fact is, they're not really planning to kill their parents. They're planning to defend themselves and hope it doesn't come to that. Either way, it doesn't make sense to use you can use the family credit card if you're really planning to kill them, but if you're not planning to kill them, you might have to explain that to Pop. What's these 2 shotguns in San Diego, son? You don't want to have to do that, not with Jose Menendez. Now, the other thing when we focus on the gun purchase, which is their strongest piece of evidence, I mean, this is as strong as it gets about planning, is the purchase in San Diego. But if they're really planning to kill these people, and this is thought out, and this is weighed and deliberated, and I will get to show you the definition of first-degree murder, it requires real thought and choice. It requires deliberation, just like what you're going to go in there and do, deliberating, weighing, evaluating, all of that. If that's really what's going on, how come they can't figure out to buy the right ammunition right off the bat? Now, Miss Geyer, and I have a flip chart that features her as well, testifies that in August, it's the beginning of the game hunting season. And so the Big Five has got stacked up in the center of the store all these boxes of ammunition for hunting, which is game load ammunition. I bet you didn't remember that. I remember that. And I showed Detective Van Horn. He took a part for you. He was the sheriff's detective who had the shotgun and was showing you how shotguns worked, and patterns and that stuff. A game load of the same brand of ammunition that Detective Van Horn said was used here, and he could tell the brand because of what was left over, the waddings that came out of the shell casings that were still at the scene. He knew it was this Italian brand, which is Fiocchi or Fiucci, I'm not sure how it's pronounced. And it's game load, and that's what Mrs. Geyer said was at the store, and that's what Lyle testifies he picks up on the way out. Don't even have a discussion about what's the proper ammunition if you're really determined to kill somebody. You just pick up what's on the floor. And I think there are other pictures of the store that show that there's ammunition behind the counter that they could have inquired about if they were really thinking at that point that absolutely they're going to have to use these guns to defend themselves. But what ultimately happens is they go back home Friday night, and then the mother tells them the time of the boat trip has been changed, and because they are paranoid, having been raised in fear, and they are fearful because of these things that have happened that week and the confrontations with the father, then they get scared even more. So Saturday morning, they go off to buy, well, Erik, first of all, and when you talk about a witness, by the way, who's lying, Erik tells more bad things about himself that you wouldn't have known about if he didn't get on the witness stand and tell them than any witness I've ever seen. But he testifies that Saturday morning, they go to a gun store here in Van Nuys that Detective Zoller confirms exists, that he describes accurately, okay? And it's called Gun World, what's it called? The Target Range in Gun World, that's what it's called. And this is a place that has a firing range, and he picks it so that he can go there and fire the gun because he doesn't know how to use it, and he's worried now, seriously concerned that he's going to have to use it, and he wants to practice, and he admits all that. Now that's, you could take that and make something out of it as a prosecutor. Aha, he wants to make sure he gets his aim right when he kills his parents. You could argue that, but this is information that Erik is giving you that they didn't know about and could never have proven. But he goes, they go that morning, and they buy the bigger ammunition. And you hear this from Erik Menendez and from Lyle Menendez. And you hear Erik's purpose is to practice, and Lyle's purpose is to make sure they've got the right ammunition because they are more frightened now. But the point of all this is if they really were planning, they would have planned to find out about ammunition at the 3 previous gun stores they went to. Whether it was the Big Five in Santa Monica or somewhere else, no one's disputed that wherever they went didn't sell shotguns. Because shotguns, it's just handguns that they supposedly didn't sell. And so they could have bought it there, I suppose. They could have asked about ammunition and options. They testified that when they went down to San Diego, they went to a smaller place first and talked about shotguns for protection, but they didn't buy there because they were being so uncertain. They were afraid they were attracting the suspicion of the owner. And then they wind up in the Big Five in Santa Monica, and then they wind up at the Target Range and Gun World here in Van Nuys. 4 gun stores. Now, prosecutor could argue, my goodness, isn't that evidence of planning? They're absolutely determined to get this ammunition and these guns and off their parents. But all of that information came from Erik and Lyle Menendez. All the prosecution knew about was that they bought at Big Five. So why would they lie to make themselves look bad? Why would they say I went to the Big Five in Santa Monica or a similar gun store if it wasn't true? Why would he say we tried to buy handguns? Because what does that tell you? I mean, handguns aren't even as good for self-defense, frankly. You know, a shotgun stops people. But that's what he testified to because that's what was going through their little heads that day. They had very little experience in the world, these two. And they are now running around together in this panic. And they are giving up this very negative stuff about what they're doing. And there was no reason to tell it, let alone lie about it. Okay. Now, apart from this one piece of activity before the actual shootings. The other evidence, physical evidence in the case, all of which is circumstantial evidence, definitely demonstrates that there was no advance plan. We called Dr. Burgess to testify about this, but you really don't need an expert per se to tell you what's pretty obvious, okay? And it's got to be pretty obvious that you would never, ever plan, if you had a choice, to fire multiple rounds from a shotgun inside a residence in a densely populated area. Now you saw, we did the videotape that we did of Elm Drive was for the purpose of showing you one thing. Not how pretty the houses are, how big they are, that's true, but how close they are. How close this house is that this family had lived in for nearly a year. And we showed you that to show if someone is calculating and planning in this premeditated way, they're going to realize you're going to shoot off these guns right in the in a house, in a room that has almost a solid wall of French doors, right? And they shoot the guns in such a direction they blow out the glass from the doors. That just enhances the transmittal of noise. And that's your big plan to avoid concealment, to shoot the guns off in this house. And I think there's been another one of these adversarial distortions here. The point is not that by firing the guns off, the point is not only that the neighbors will hear it and pick up the phone and call the police who are only a mile away. I mean, that's a large point as to why you would not plan that. But the point is also that somebody might go to their window and look out and see you leaving. You don't make noise because you don't want to attract attention. It's not just that you don't want to inspire people to call the cops. You don't want them to look. You don't want to attract attention in any way. So just the very fact that the whole purpose of a plan to avoid detection seems to be completely undermined when you buy these shotguns should tell you, therefore, that using the shotguns that Sunday night was not part of a plan to kill the parents and avoid detection. Now, also the fact, and Dr. Burgess testified about this too, the fact that if for whatever crazy reason, and I think through questioning, one of the prosecutors actually suggested in a question that you use a shotgun because you want everybody to hear you, because then you can set up an alibi. Yeah, if you get out the front door without being seen by everybody in the world, maybe you could set up an alibi, but that's another one of those Alice in Wonderland moments in the trial. Okay, but the point is, if you really are going to plan for whatever reason to use a shotgun, and this is something you're thinking about, then you're not going to use it in such a way that you then have to worry about hanging around later to pick up shells. I mean, the purpose of picking up shells from a shotgun, when you intend to dump the gun anyway, is to not leave fingerprints on the base of the shell casing. And you're going to have in evidence that shell that Detective Van Horn emptied here, so you can see what one of those looked like. I've taken the gunpowder out so it's not dangerous. So it's got the birdshot, and it's got the metal base on the bottom of the shotgun shell. And yes, as you saw when I was loading the gun, you generally push the shell in with your thumb, and you can therefore leave a thumbprint. But if you're thinking things through, as the prosecution would have you believe, you wear a glove, and then you don't have to hang around while the neighbors look or call the police or both to pick up the shells. And the fact that they picked up the shells, that there were potential prints on the shells, is evidence of no planning. Now, the other thing that, to me, and I don't believe that Dr. Burgess addressed this, is evidence that there is not this plan. Let me say one thing about this notion about why this was done, to be free of the parent control. This sounds very nice, but what does it mean? It means you got to hate these people bad enough. Don't tell me you're going to kill parents you love to be free of their control. You have to hate them a lot to kill them to be free of their control, rather than free yourself some other way. Okay? And if that's how you feel, and if you are planning this thing, one would think that you would load these guns to the hilt. Now, the prosecution they argue that the guns are fully loaded, and that's why there had to be a reload. But the physical evidence is completely contrary to that. Detective Van Horn testified to the number of waddings that were given to him by the Beverly Hills Police Department. And we will assume, since no one wanted to prove otherwise, that the Beverly Hills Police Department wasn't holding out on Detective Van Horn. They gave him everything. And the coroner's office had some waddings in their possession because they were included inside the wounds. So he had all the waddings, and what he testified to is there is only physical evidence of 8 rounds being fired. And 6 of them are buckshot, and 2 of them were birdshot, and the 2 birdshot wounds was the left cheek of Mrs. Menendez. We know this from the coroner, not from Detective Van Horn, and the left shoulder, neck, and ear of Mrs. Menendez. So that's all they can prove by way of evidence of how many rounds were fired, unless they now want to assert that these defendants, the great planners of the Western world, hung around long enough to now start picking up these little teeny bits of buckshot wadding, which is no more than a, you'll see it, it's just a little plastic disc, which is called an over-powder wad. For the buckshot, there's just a little teeny plastic disc, and now they're going to go hunting around in that room, these people who supposedly plan not to be detected and not caught, looking for these little waddings. So there's no evidence that they did, and it was never mentioned. I mean, Erik did talk about, to Oziel, the fact that they picked up the shell casings, but there's no mention of these waddings being picked up, and so there's really no evidence that more than 8 rounds were fired. Erik said he loaded his gun with 5, he thinks, and maybe he did. Lyle didn't remember how many he loaded his gun with. But the point of all this is that they did not load what they could have, which is 6 rounds per gun. There is no evidence that 12 and 1, 13 rounds were fired. Because if they had loaded fully 6 each gun, then there was the reload where 1 more round was loaded by Lyle, and Lyle shot his mother with it. And there just isn't any evidence of those 13 rounds. So in a way, the fact that they didn't fully load the guns tells you that this isn't really a plan. These are people acting in a panic who are grabbing shells and loading quickly and running in the house because of the fear that they have that they're about to be attacked. The other thing that indicates that there's, and this is again just circumstantial evidence liable for 2 inferences. If they're both reasonable, the law requires you to find the inference that points towards innocence. And it's just a chain. No one thing here tells you innocent or guilty. The other thing, though, that tells you that there was no real plan here of any kind is that there was no disposal plan that made any sense that was worked out in advance. For one thing, contrary to what Mr. Kuriyama tells you, testimony in this case, both the statement of Dr. Oziel and the statement of Erik, is not that he buried these guns. What he did was he slid them under some bushes down the side of a hill. And he testified he did not go down as far as Dr. Oziel claims. He just went down the hillside, put the guns down, brushed a little dirt and bushes, he said some kind of branches over it, and ran back up the hill. And Mr. Kuriyama has tried to suggest over and over again, as if this was a strangulation case, that Erik was a strong, aggressive athlete. I don't know what his strength has to do with anything. It doesn't take any to load a shotgun, and it takes very little to pull the trigger. I think it's just to make him seem like a big, nasty, aggressive person as compared to his little teeny-weeny parents. But the one place where the fact that Erik is a talented athlete makes some sense is his ability to get up and down a hill rather quickly. I mean, I think I've seen the place where the guns were dropped. I don't know. I'm going on the same testimony that Detective Zoller heard and the same thing that Detective Zoller told me. And as I questioned Detective Zoller about it, this location, it's a location from which the guns could very easily have disappeared afterwards because of this drainage culvert that runs down the side of the hill. But it also is because there's a drainage culvert running down the side of the hill. It isn't like you're working your way through a thicket in the jungle. You can get up and get down that hill rather quickly. But the point is, there's no plan here for what they're going to do with the guns. I mean, how do you know somebody's not going to come by when you're up on Mulholland doing this stuff and seeing you? If you're really thinking in advance, you're going to work something better than that out. Moreover, there's the fact that having not realized that you're going to get fingerprints on the casings because they're not thinking in terms of avoiding detection when they're actually doing the shooting. They're thinking in terms of saving their lives. Nevertheless, had this been planned, you would think that they wouldn't be leaving some of the shells in the back of the car. And had they been the kind of people who could have cold-bloodedly killed their parents, they would not have been so disorganized, disoriented, and discombobulated after this as to have called the police with the car parked in front with shells and other evidence of their purchase of ammunition and shotguns still in it. I know that it's the prosecution's theory that at least Lyle Menendez wasn't truly upset afterwards and wasn't really distraught afterwards, but the very fact that that evidence was left there tells you that neither one of them was thinking rationally afterwards, because neither one of them was the kind of person who could do a thing like this based on some coldly formed plan. The other reason why there's no evidence here of a plan is because they had no alibi. They didn't even have the appearance of an alibi. If they really had planned in advance rather than grabbed for some idea afterward, that they would say they were at the movie theater, they would have movie tickets to prove it. They're easy to get. They give them to you. You give them the money, you get the ticket. You keep the stub, you show it to the police. You've had established some kind of alibi. Now, a movie is a very lame alibi anyway, because you can always leave. They don't lock you into theaters. And so it's not a very good alibi anyhow. But at least you've got a ticket, and this is supposed to be planned. Now, I know what Mr. Kuriyama's argument is going to be on this, and it's again, they don't want to deal with the evidence. They don't want to deal with all that defense evidence we put on. They don't want to deal with their own evidence. They would rather invite you to speculate because the evidence doesn't get them where they want to go. And I know what he's going to say. He's going to say, Erik put the ticket in the pocket of his pants, and when he threw the pants away at the gas station, he forgot he had the ticket in the pocket of the pants. Now, if he doesn't say that, he'll only not say that because I've ridiculed him for it right now, because he definitely asked that question of Erik Menendez in his cross-examination. And it's ridiculous. These are your cold, calculating planners. This is their alibi ticket. This is so important. You're going to forget them in the pocket of your pants? It's just guesswork. It's just guesswork. Guesswork to convict somebody of first-degree murder. Well, we can laugh about it, but it's sort of sickening. So there are no tickets in this well-worked-out plan. Just speculation about tickets. Moreover, the whole business with Perry Berman, the idea of having an alibi is so there is a human being who can say to the authorities why he couldn't have been there doing that because he was here with me doing this. That's the purpose of an alibi witness. Now, how in the world are you creating Perry Berman as an alibi witness when you tell him you're going to meet him at 9:30, you shoot your parents at 10, and you don't meet him? You tell him you're going to, and you don't meet him at 9:30. You don't even get there at 10:15. You don't get to where you're supposed to meet your alibi witness till 11:07. And what you have therefore done is exactly what happened in this case. You have created a witness for the prosecution who can definitely say you were not with him at the time of the crime. You have created an anti-witness, an anti-alibi witness, the opposite of what you would do if you were planning to create an alibi. So it is perfectly clear, I would think, that the Perry Berman arrangements that Lyle made was not an effort to create an alibi, but purely a social plan. Now, after the shooting, when Erik and Lyle are running around in the car trying to figure out what to do, that's when they decide, we'll say we were at the movies, and we'll say that we then went to the Taste of L.A. to meet Perry Berman, and we'll claim we got there much earlier than we got there, but we didn't see Perry. That's when the first idea occurs to them to try to use the fact that they had had a social plan with Perry Berman as an alibi. But they're not thinking very clearly, because obviously the police are going to go to Perry Berman, and he's going to say they didn't meet me when they were supposed to meet me, and that's about as big a red flag as the police should need. And they had that red flag, and they didn't do anything with it, which is the ultimate amazement. Your Honor, this is a good place for me.
Okay.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I carried this pen with the notion that I will check off my argument points, and when I went back over my little sheets yesterday, I realized I had checked off very few. So I hope you will bear with me. This has been a 5-month-long trial, and there's been a tremendous amount of evidence, and this is the type of case where so much of what the prosecution is relying on is circumstantial evidence that you can make points about thousands of different facts. Now, I don't intend to comment on every piece of evidence, and I will confess to you I have not even had time in the last week, when you were off and I was off part of the time, to reread all the evidence. That would be impossible. But what I'm expecting will happen is that when you're deliberating on this case and you're going through your notebooks, you will see things that you wrote down from witnesses that I may not talk very much about. And that may stimulate the conversation between all of you. And if you need to hear that testimony read back, it will be. It's been my experience in jury trials that no matter what the lawyers comment on, the 12 minds of the jurors think of more things and think of points of view on the evidence that has never occurred to us, and ultimately decide the case based on their own rational faculties and not on ours. So what I'm trying to do here is point out how so much of this evidence is subject to two interpretations, but also to make sure that you understand what it is the defense in this case was attempting to do. So let me put it in the negative and tell you what we are not attempting to do, what we do not believe is the proper way to approach this case. We were not attempting to show you that Jose and Mary Louise Menendez were such bad people that they should have been shot. That's not the point. That's not what the law would allow, and it isn't what happened here. And when I start talking a little later on about what Erik Menendez was like, what kind of person he was, what kind of personality and character he had, I hope to convince you that he simply was not the kind of person or in the kind of situation on August 20th, 1989, when he could have acted out of revenge, even if it had been appropriate. Now, what's so important that you understand this, what's so important about your understanding this, is that as I go through some of the evidence we presented in order to paint a picture of what the family was like for the children, I want you to keep in mind that I'm not just trying to blacken these people. And the reason for that is if what you come away with is the notion of, oh, they were bad people, now let me see if they deserve to die, you will never understand, never, why Kitty Menendez was killed. If you think of this in terms of payback, that will never make any sense to you. Because although she was a highly abusive mother, there is no way to evaluate what happened to her in terms of paying her back. Our point, and we have tried to make it both through the testimony of Erik Menendez, the testimony of Lyle Menendez, the testimony of expert witnesses, and the testimony of the family members, is that this was a family environment that was run by fear. This was a home run by power. And this was a home in which the children of the family became so fearful, and where fear became the only emotion they were entitled to have, that when a crisis occurred in this family, fear is what guided them. And what we attempted to do, and what I'm hoping to tell you today we succeeded in doing, was to show why Mary Louise Menendez was such an object of fear to her children. Because there has been no evidence, and there could be no evidence, that Erik hated his mother, or that Erik was vengeful towards his mother, or wanted to pay her back. But there is a wealth of evidence that he was afraid of her, and that he had good reason to be afraid of her, that it was reasonable in the context of this family to be afraid of her. I think it's easy for anyone who's heard the evidence in this case to understand why Jose Menendez was a scary person. He wanted to be a scary person. He liked having power, and he liked controlling people through power. He enjoyed it. But it is harder to understand how Mary Louise Menendez was a scary person. She was scary to a number of people, but most scary to her children. Before I start an analysis of the evidence which paints the picture of this family, I want to finish up with a few things that I talked about yesterday. It is very hard to talk about this case in neat little compartments because all of the evidence spills into all of the other evidence. So I think I was sort of scattered yesterday, and I'd like to finish a few things up if I can. One of the things I talked to you about yesterday that's a matter of great concern to me is that you not judge Erik as by comparing him to Lyle or by using things about Lyle against him. Clearly, that would not be fair. And it certainly wouldn't be fair in the context of this family where he was always held up unfavorably in comparison with his brother. But I wanted to simply relate to you certain things that have happened here where Erik is basically taking the rap for Lyle. I talked about the childhood and in the incidents of that childhood where that occurred. And then there was testimony in this case that in Kalamazoo in August of 1989, actually in Downers Grove, where Brian Andersen lived, Mrs. Menendez got angry at Erik because Lyle had bought a camcorder and went off on him and was in that posture that we know about. This is her own brother who came here theoretically to balance the picture of Mary Louise Menendez. And if you remember his testimony, he really didn't say a single positive thing about his sister. He loves her, and that's admirable. But he didn't say a single thing about her personality or her character or her parenting style that was inconsistent with what everybody else said. And in fact, this particular story, I thought, was extremely significant because it revealed the repetition of a pattern of behavior from Erik's childhood. And that is, his mother would blame him for things that other people did. And most specifically, she would blame him and make him take punishment for things she had done wrong. Forgetting his tennis rackets, getting him late to a match. She knew Jose would be extremely angry, and she didn't want that anger on her. If he's going to take out his sadistic anger on someone, let it be the kids. And that was pretty much her ruling attitude throughout the children's childhood. And here it is, her own brother coming in and testifying to the same kind of episode where she goes off. Remember, this is a point when Erik is already determined. He's left this camcorder that Lyle bought in New York with Mark Heffernan that summer. He left it by mistake in the overhead compartment of the airplane when he came back from tennis camp in Florida. But he's already called about it. He was very responsible, in fact, about trying to find it. He had all these phone calls, and he determined that baggage claim had the camcorder. And he's arranged to go back to the airport and pick it up. And he's willing to go by himself in the rented car. But she won't let him go alone. These kids can't do anything without the parent controlling and guiding and directing it. So she insists on going back with him. Fine. But first she has to chew him out about it when the only thing he did wrong was forget it. But he tracked it down, and he's going to get it. And yet he is yelled at. She is upset with him because Lyle bought a camcorder. Now, there's also been this painting with this broad brush that Erik was rude to his mother or had a bad relationship with his mother, but there's no evidence of that. In fact, the only testimony you've heard where people characterize his relationship with his mother was that he was nice to her, he felt sorry for her, he was worried about her, he was considerate about her. He was not the one who was having these rude confrontations with her that someone like, for example, Ed Fenno or Carlos Baralt talked about were typical with Lyle. But Lyle had a different history with his mother than Erik did. Carlos Baralt testifies that in the summer of 1989, he has these conversations with Jose Menendez. And he testifies that Jose is disgusted with his children. And then when he is pressed by Mr. Kuriyama to explain exactly what it was Jose Menendez said the boys had been doing, all that was said were things about Lyle. Lyle was having problems at Princeton. Lyle was on disciplinary probation. Lyle had wound up with some flags from an eating club. And when pressed, well, what was it he complained about Erik? Oh, well, Erik had the bad taste to have been attacked by a gang at Calabasas High School. This is the year before, mind you. And they were worried that these gang members had wanted revenge. I mean, that's how Erik was criticized, for being a victim. And yet when pressed again, well, what was he saying was his reason for wanting, in 1989, to disinherit Erik? What was the answer? Well, he was going to disinherit Lyle, so of course he had to disinherit Erik. I mean, Erik's got to take the rap if Lyle's in trouble. And that's what Carlos Baralt testified to. Now, with respect to analyzing the shooting in this case, I don't want Erik to be taking the rap for Lyle. The evidence in this case does not prove that Erik killed anybody. And the evidence in this case does not prove circumstantially, because there's no direct evidence in this case whatsoever of intent to kill. That is all circumstantial evidence. And it's based on the obvious circumstance, if you will, that you go into a room with loaded shotguns and you shoot at people. And that was the testimony that Erik gave, that he walked in the room, he shot straight ahead, but obviously he admits, he in fact offers the evidence, he's shooting at his parents. And that is circumstantial evidence that you can analyze with respect to intent to kill. But when I get down to here, and I'm talking about the law, I will explain to you why, based on what we now know about fear and the biology of fear, that does not necessarily mean there was, in fact, an intent to kill. And if there is another reasonable interpretation that points away from intent to kill, you will be instructed that when you're analyzing circumstantial evidence with respect to mental state, which is intent to kill, you have to do the same balancing and weighing process as with all the other circumstantial evidence. If there are two reasonable interpretations, you have to accept the one that favors the defense because of the burden of proof. Now, Lyle testified that he is the person who administered the fatal wound to Jose Menendez, and Jose Menendez only had one fatal wound, and that was to the back of his head. The rest of the wounds on him were non-fatal, and he would have survived them. He also testifies that he administered the contact wound to the head of Mary Louise Menendez, and that was an instantly fatal wound. Now, she had received other wounds that were potentially fatal, but they could not be said to have been as rapidly fatal as the one that was administered to her face. And there's no evidence as to who administered the other potentially fatal wounds to her. She had a lot of wounds and a lot of injuries, and the prosecution has tried to mislead you into believing that every wound means a round of shotgun shell fired. And the coroner was very clear that that's not the case, that you can have a number of wounds all from one round of a shotgun shell, particularly when you're talking about buckshot of the size involved here that has 27 pellets to a shell. And there isn't a single wound on either one of them that has 27 pellets. The one wound we don't know about is the wound to Jose Menendez's head. There wasn't even testimony that all 27 pellets were recovered from that wound, and it was described as a contact wound. But my point is, if you go back to the testimony of the coroner, you will understand that if you shoot one shell in the direction of two people from a distance, and everything was a distance shot except the two head wounds I've just described, if you shoot that, they spread. And so you can hit two people at once, or you can hit one person and that deflects part of the round of 27 pellets, and they go off and hit another person. There is, in fact, in this case, in analyzing this crime scene, absolutely no way anybody or any expert could have told you exactly how many rounds were fired. Had there been such a way, one side or the other, believe me, would have called an expert to explain it. But it is such a disorganized and confused crime scene, and there is so much evidence pointing in different directions, if you will, that it cannot be reconstructed for you that way. Now, later on, when I'm talking about the actual events of those last few days, I'm going to talk more about where some of the wounds are and what their significance is with respect to confirming the testimony that Erik gave about what he and his brother were doing. But for now, I just want to make it clear that there is no evidence in this case that Erik killed anybody. And just the last piece, and this is the post-shooting activity, is this emphasis that the prosecution has had throughout the case on the purchase of the Rolex watches. Yes, it's bad taste to spend money when you've killed your parents. But again, it's one of those situations that are so typical in the life of the Menendez brothers. Erik goes off to buy a jacket so that he can attend the memorial service. His brother goes into the jewelry store and starts this mad spending spree with Rolexes and money clips. The woman who sold the jewelry said only one of them did the talking, and that was the one who made the phone call to their Uncle Carlos, and that was Lyle. But Erik admits, and he didn't have to, I suppose, that he received one of those watches, one of the stainless steel ones, and he proceeded to lose it. Now, if you want to believe that he killed his parents so that he could get a stainless steel Rolex watch, I cannot stop you. And now just turning once again briefly to the testimony and the tape with regard to Dr. Oziel. With regard to Dr. Oziel, there are probably 150 things that could be said about his testimony, and I'll let you all say them to each other. But with respect to the tape, and I do think you have to thrash it out. You cannot just ignore whole bunches of the evidence. You do have to work it through and make a decision about whether it's worthy of belief before you simply dismiss it. And that's just a matter of respect for all the work we've done, frankly. And the prosecution's worked hard, and we've worked hard, and Dr. Oziel took up over a month of this trial, if you look at the whole everything that had to do with him. So I think you've got to pay some attention to him, but not be fooled. What I put on this particular board is the proof that Dr. Oziel lied to you about what was said to him on October 31st and November 2nd. And lied to you about the bad stuff. And what I've done on the left is what he testified occurred in those sessions. And then on the right, whether the tape confirms or does not confirm that testimony. And on October 31st, he started out, and I can do this with my little copy so I don't block you. He started out saying that Erik came to him tearful and remorseful and sad and suicidal and all the rest of it. And apparently he was telling the truth about how Erik was feeling, because Erik sounds exactly the same and is saying the same things on the tape. On October 31st and November 2nd, he claims Erik expressed hatred for his father. On the tape, you can hear Erik talking only about how he loves his parents and regrets what he's done and wishes he could undo it. On October 31st and November 2nd, Dr. Oziel claims that Erik said his father was controlling and domineering and blah, blah, blah. On the tape, although Oziel keeps suggesting that 13 times in one speech, but not just in that one speech, neither Erik nor Lyle even ever say, yes, my father was controlling and we hated him and we had to stop it. On October 31st and November 2nd, Dr. Oziel says there was a discussion about the mother was such a pitiful mess that she was killed because she didn't want to live anyway. And both Erik and Lyle testified that, yes, that was a suggestion of Dr. Oziel's, and they signed on to it because they felt so guilty that it made them feel slightly better to think that their mother wouldn't have wanted to live anyway. And on the tape, Dr. Oziel discusses that, and Erik agrees with him. He also testified that on October 31st and November 2nd, there was, or it may have been just November 2nd, that there was discussion about killing their mother because she would have been a witness. I find that the most offensive of all of Dr. Oziel's lies. And obviously there's absolutely nothing about that on the tape. Then he talks about the fact that both Erik and Lyle at different times on either the 31st or the 2nd, it's not real clear, talk about how this murder was the perfect plan and the perfect murder, and there's nothing like that on the tape. And the next line is facts of killing. Now, one thing I will say about Julon Smith's testimony, she says that now she understands, because she's gotten better and she's out from under Oziel's clutches, that he told her stories about what the Menendez brothers had told him. And some of the things he told her were some of the actual things that the Menendez brothers had told him, and others were gruesome and gory and elaborate things that he made up, I believe, to terrorize and control her, and also because he has a very sick interest in the goriness of all of this. You don't usually go to a therapist to have him grill you on all the gruesome details of something like this. You go to him to help you. And in this case, for example, Erik went to Dr. Oziel because he wanted to kill himself. He had been his patient for a year, and at no time during any of these sessions do you know about did Dr. Oziel even approach trying to treat Erik for his suicide thoughts, for his depression. He obviously didn't care if the kid killed himself. He just wanted to make sure he knew all the gory details so he could then be in a position of power to do what we know he did with many other people: manipulate, control, and dominate. So when he sits there at these sessions talking about Jose Menendez as a manipulator and a controller and a dominator, you wonder if he's looking in a mirror, because he is precisely the same type of person that Jose Menendez has been characterized to you at. And we know that not just because he uses those words, but because Julon Smith told you how he deals with people. And with respect to what she heard and what she didn't heard, one of the things that she testified to is that he told her that all the fact, when he was bragging about how he'd gotten them on tape and now he had what he wanted, and she believed that that meant his protection, and we believe that meant his blackmail device. But he told her that all the facts of the killing were on this tape, that he had gotten them to incriminate themselves. And of course, none of them are. This is not a discussion at all about the facts of the killing. This is a discussion about what he wants, which is to have the core of November 2nd, when Lyle was talking, repeated. Remember, Lyle would never talk to Dr. Oziel about the details. So if he wants to get Lyle on tape, the only thing he's going to be able to get him on tape about is talking about the family. And we know that the brothers were not prepared to talk about the real secrets of this family, and so they talked about Dr. Oziel's preconceived notion of what had gone on here. Now keep in mind, when we talk about this, you might say to yourself, oh, yeah, right. Why would Oziel have a preconceived notion? How could Oziel have a preconceived notion? But remember, Dr. Oziel was seeing this family for a year, and he testified that he had formed opinions of Jose Menendez and Mary Louise Menendez. He had met with these people. You have the appointment records that have been condensed for you to protect, as he never does, the confidentiality of his other patients. You're going to get these calendars rather than his actual appointment books, which show you how many patients he saw on a given day and when he was seeing the Menendez family. And you will have the billing records that will show how many times he met with the parents. So he met these people, and in his usual self-important way, he formed opinions about them. And so we are perfectly within our rights and within reason to argue that he could start out any conversation with the Menendez brothers, whether on October 31st or November 2nd, with his own set idea of what the parents were like and what the family dynamic was like, and therefore what the reasons for this were, without them ever saying a word, because he is just so smart-faced a person as to come up with his little pat theories up front. One other thing I will say about Dr. Oziel, and then I shall leave him, hopefully for all time, and that is this. One of the things we tell jurors to evaluate when they're evaluating the credibility of a witness is their demeanor on the witness stand. And to some extent you can look at demeanor and learn something about someone, but to a large extent that's very, very difficult to do in a case like this. And I say that because I don't know if you felt it or not, but this case was tense. I mean, from day one, it was hard fought. It's a small courtroom. It's been very cold in here. It's been tense, and it's been nerve-wracking. And it was that way for virtually every witness. And to try to evaluate a witness on the witness stand in a case like this, when they're not just nervous, I mean, people on the witness stand in this case were frightened to death. The family members were, and Erik clearly was. But there was one cool cucumber, one unflappable person, so sure of his own rectitude, and that was Dr. Oziel, the only unnervous witness in the whole trial. Now, ordinarily, when you're analyzing someone, you say to yourself, well, if they're nervous, maybe they're truthful. I think the fact that that man sat here in a death penalty trial of two people who came to him. Erik was 17 years old when he was referred to Dr. Oziel. Still a kid, even by Mr. Kuriyama's definition of adulthood. He came to him then. He sits in this courtroom. Here is his former patient, a person he has described as tearful and depressed and suicidal. Therapists are supposed to care about their patients. They don't have to love them, but they are supposed to care. That's their commitment. They're healers. They're supposed to be in the health-providing profession. And he sits here absolutely unremorseful about the hideous thing that he did in betraying their confidentiality. Not hideous because they got arrested, because frankly, Erik had to be arrested. He was going to kill himself if he wasn't. There's no way he could have survived without having this brought to a halt, without having these issues finally dealt with, without having to finally reveal the secret so that he could stop lying and being false in his life. Because there was testimony, and I think it's well known, that when a child is keeping a secret, it encourages them to be false and to lie because they can't be their real self. And the lying stops once you reveal the secret. Once it's out and you see that people don't shun you and don't run from you, then you can be truthful about yourself and you can be truthful about your life. But until he was arrested, that wasn't going to happen. And he had to be arrested. And if you recall the testimony of Dr. Vickery, jail was a vacation compared to what his home life had been. Jail felt like freedom compared to what his home life. Jail in a one-man cell in the scariest part of the jail, the high-power unit, where all the truly dangerous people are, was a better environment for this young man than what his home life had been. But back to Dr. Oziel. He sits here having nevertheless brought his patient into a situation where he's facing death and he doesn't have the slightest pang of conscience. And we know that he lied about why he told Julian Smith. He did it to titillate and to manipulate. He's got these weird relationships with women, his wife included. I mean, he brings the mistresses into the home. It's very bizarre. But he didn't miss a beat. Nothing flapped him. Well, Mrs. Abramson, you know full well. Arrogant, conscienceless man. And the last thing that the tape demonstrates, the last two things, is he testifies that Erik had told him that he knew he was out of the will, he knew he was disinherited on November 2nd, October 31st, and the same thing is true on the tape. And he also testifies that they talked with some elaboration about a plan that Erik did, but Erik never talks about a plan on the tape. He talks about having no choice. Okay, the other thing I wanted to go back to yesterday about briefly, I think I'll save that for later. Excuse me. Okay, is with talking about the circumstantial evidence of whether or not there was a plan by analyzing the crime scene. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Dr. Burgess used a term that I was not familiar with when she testified, and that term was staging. If someone has a pre-existing plan to get away with something, which is what plan is for, they would try to make it look like what happened for different reasons than their reasons, to shift blame. And the obvious thing that would have been done here if the Menendez brothers had planned to kill their parents was that they would have tried to make it look like a stranger did it. Here is a shooting in a home, in a wealthy neighborhood, and at a home where the burglar alarm system is never put on, and lots of people know that. And it's at a home where doors are ordinarily left unlocked until very late in the evening. I don't know if you recall the testimony, but the brothers never had their own keys to this house. It was their parents' house and not theirs, like everything else in that family. And Ed Fenno, who lived there, testified that they didn't have keys and that doors were left unlocked almost all the time. So it would have been particularly easy for this home to stage a burglary. You don't have to break windows or use pry marks, because this is a home where people who visit it know that doors are left open. So how do you stage a burglary? Take a few things. In fact, if you really were planning to kill your parents and you know they're in the den, as the prosecution argues, watching television, and you're lying in wait and you're watching and waiting for your opportune moment, you got plenty of time to go up to mom's room and steal the jewels or the mink coat or some of the electronic equipment and take it out to the back, so that when you're driving away later, ready to dump the guns, which are also supposedly part of your plan, you dump the stuff. But you certainly do not go to the police department that morning and tell them absolutely nothing's missing. It couldn't have been a burglary. Now, I realize, perhaps more even than you do, how limited the experiences of the Menendez brothers were growing up. How little experience they had of other people and other people's lives. But even they, exposed as we all are to popular culture, know that the mafia does not use shotguns, thus bringing down all the attention of the neighborhood. Anybody, right, who's ever seen a mafia movie knows that it's the bullet in the back of the head, it's the silencer. Professional killers are the greatest planners of all. They want to get away with it. They do not use shotguns. So you're not going to suggest, and in fact Lyle did not suggest on August 21st, that the mafia did it. The obvious staging, the obvious shifting of blame was to simply say something's missing. This is the house with the boxes everywhere. This is not the Calabasas house where boxes take up the living room, but this is in the dressing rooms of Jose and Kitty Menendez. There are unpacked boxes. The house is a mess. Yes, Erik's room is a mess. He's guilty because he's a teenager and his room is a mess. But the fact of the matter is, there's a mess in this house. And although the police claim now there was no evidence of ransacking, the brothers could have created evidence of ransacking if, as the prosecution contends, this was all calculated and they had time afterwards to do whatever they wanted to do. But the fact is that that is the single most obvious lack of plan in the entire crime scene analysis. Not only did Lyle, by the way, say, oh no, this wasn't a burglary, he also said, oh no, well, my brother had some problem with a gang a year ago, but no, I don't think it was that either. He also says, I don't really think it was his business, my dad was too clean, on and on. Now, that doesn't show much planning at all. With respect to the little story they came up with for the police, that doesn't show planning or a well-thought-out story either. I mean, the fact of the matter is, this was, as Dr. Burgess said, a typical family violence, panic, fear, disorganized shooting where the shooters got lucky. And you can never plan your luck in life. They got lucky because the Beverly Hills Police Department dropped the ball that night, and they knew it soon after. Soon after, they're watching the brothers. But that night, they blew it. And they blew it because I don't think they could understand, and it's clear the prosecution refuses to this day to understand how kids could kill their parents and love them and feel horrible about it and cry and be traumatized right after the event. I don't think they want to believe it, and they certainly didn't understand it that night, because all it took for Erik to be in jail that night was for someone to put a little piece of wax on his hands and the gunshot residue would have been there, or to search their car before 8:30 the next morning when it's sitting there in police custody, and they didn't do that, or to follow up with questions. How could you have smelled smoke, young man, if you're not there till 11:45? And then the person who starts crying in the middle of the interview, who Sergeant Edmonds says lost it, was incoherent, we couldn't go on, he would have told you when he smelled smoke. Now, that doesn't make them responsible for the killing, obviously not. But we're talking about, is this planned? And I'm telling you, the whole thing, it's an accident that they didn't get arrested. And Erik said to Dr. Oziel that he was amazed that he wasn't arrested. Well, I'll share with you, so was I. Because I read about this case 2 days afterwards, like everybody else did in the LA Times, and I looked at it, and knowing what I know and what I'm willing to understand, I said the boys did it. And so don't tell me the Beverly Hills Police Department, if they wanted to open their eyes and understand a little bit about family violence and child abuse, couldn't have figured it out themselves. But they claim they still don't. I've already told you about the fact that Erik continually drops clues. I don't tell you that in order to say, well, they should have arrested him sooner. I tell you that in order to show what kind of person he was. This is not your cool, calculated planner. This is not your cold, vicious killer. This is not your arrogant, Mr. Kuriyama's word, rich boy. Tell me who came in here and said Erik was arrogant. The only arrogant person you've heard about in this family was Jose Menendez. Now, when you finish analyzing all of this lack of plan evidence, you come back to the essential question that the prosecution does not have an answer for. Mr. Kuriyama tried to suggest some vague notion in his opening, and that question is, why did this happen when it happened? What, if we're telling the truth, if our case is true, if all this abuse happened even, why did this happen when it happened? Even if they're prepared to concede these are bad parents. Bad's not the right word. But even if they say these are bad parents, right, the defense didn't have the greatest life, that's no excuse to kill them. That's not the point. Based on their theory, they can't give you a reason why. All of a sudden, after 18 years, Erik would just say, guess what? Dad's not a nice guy. And I don't like my life, so I shall kill him and walk away from this family and take Mom along for the ride. Now, that's what they say now under theory number 3, the control theory, is what happened. But what precipitated that? And I suggest to you what precipitated when this happened was precisely what we told you, a crisis of monumental importance and significance that Erik had done the thing he had been threatened with death to do since the time he was a little kid. He told his brother, and the brother confronted his father about the molestation. And only the revelation of the molestation secret makes sense with respect to why this happened then. And there is nothing the prosecution can come up with which would make any rational person think, oh, that's it. That's what knocked this little planet, Erik Menendez, who his whole life was circling these twin stars of his parents, locked in their gravitational field of total control and total intrusion and total indoctrination. What knocks that kid who is tied by every notion of gravity, psychological and physical and dependency to these people, so out of course that he can look back and say, my life hasn't been great, I think I'll fix it. That absolutely is impossible. For kids in these families, it is absolutely impossible to think that he wakes up a different person one morning, no longer under the total influence of these people. These people are his world, and he expected them to go on that way. And that was just fine with him if his father would just free him from this thing he could not tolerate. You talk about him being an adult at 18. He is incredibly immature. He should have had that crisis, frankly, a couple of years before. He is a case of arrested development because they didn't let him develop as an independent person. He's just starting to hit these issues of independence, of having a right to his own body. At 18, that I figured out at 12. I've got a right to my body, Mom, don't hit me. Well, he can't figure that out at 12. When his father rapes him at 12, he can't pick up a hanger and hit him and have a father who will say, you're right, I'm wrong, you're not a baby anymore, I can't treat you like I own you. Not in this family. Not in this family. At 18, he's still a baby. Not an itsy-bitsy baby, but mentally and emotionally. When was he allowed to grow up, to be an independent thinker, to think that he was strong enough to confront these people, to think that he even had a right to make his own decisions? Abused children do not think, I'm living in an abusive household. They think, I'm sad. What did I do wrong? Why are they treating me this way? I must have done something wrong. They don't know any other life. They don't know other parents don't do this to kids. They don't know they're in an abusive family. They don't know their father's controlling. All they know is, this is life, and I have to cope with it. But at certain developmental ages, the human organism simply needs to be recognized as a separate human being. And for most of us, that happens a whole lot younger than 18. But for Erik, locked in this family, it happens at 18. He can't handle it anymore. And he has been dreaming of rescue for 3 years. He has coped with his incredibly sadistic and violent father. Not all child molesters are sadistic and violent. Some of them are quite meek and mild. Some of them love children. Now, it's very damaging for a child to be molested by anybody, even somebody who is nice. But Jose Menendez stopped being nice when Erik was 11. And he then started to display the same kind of sadism that other people saw in other aspects of his child rearing. The jumping and this sort of thing. He starts to display that within the context of the sex. Now that is extreme sexual molestation, extreme abuse. And Erik has managed to cope and has managed to hold on with one hope. I will go to college, and, I don't have to confront him because I can't. I'm a coward. He is all in this family. I can't run away because where would I go and who would believe me? And they've made him such a cripple. Mr. Kuriyama says he'd get off his butt and work. Was Mr. Kuriyama on a tennis court at 5 o'clock in the morning when he was 10 years old, drilled and grilled for 3 hours, and then went to school, and then taken around for more tennis courts for more hours of drilling and grilling, and then went back home to have dinner, which was like Jeopardy, and more drilling and grilling, and then had to satisfy his father's perversion, and then had to do his homework till 10 o'clock at night? And he wants to talk about this kid not working? This kid worked every day of his life to please these people. Every single day of his life. This is the hardest working kid I've ever heard of. He should have been paid. They violated the child labor laws, and he has the nerve to sit there. He should get off his butt and work? So they cannot answer for you the question of why this happened when it happened. But we can. And we can answer for you the question of why Mom. And it's hard, and I know it, and I've known it since the day I got this case. It's hard to convince people that mommies can be cruel, and that mommies cannot love their children, and that mommies can be frightful to their kids. And we always knew it would be difficult because there's a tendency to be sympathetic to a woman who is married to a bad guy who cheats on her. And there is a tendency to be sympathetic towards a woman who suffered. And I don't doubt Kitty Menendez suffered for herself. I don't doubt for a minute that she was self-absorbed her whole life. And that Jose Menendez and money and big houses and the right zip code were extremely important to her. And I suspect, though we were not able to prove it to you, in spite of trying, that she had a very miserable childhood. And I'm sorry for her for that. But she didn't have a right to take her grief out on her kids, and she did. She was an adult when she walked into Jose Menendez. And she had family that she was supposedly, according to her brother Brian, close to, and her sister Joan, close to. Family. And she had friends. And yet, she didn't seek to get out of this abusive situation for herself, and she never, ever protected her kids. Now, that would be not nice if that was all she had done. But no, she heaped her own version of torture and torment on her boys, and she admitted it. To her own therapist, she said, I took out my frustration over Jose having to be away and working and traveling on my boys, and I flew into rages. And indeed she did. And even if she felt badly about it in confessional moments, she never told the kids she felt badly about it. She never apologized to her children for putting them through what she put them through all those years. She took it out on them, and all they knew was, Mom doesn't like us. Mom hates us, in fact, as she was so frequent to tell them. Mom will hurt us. And she indeed did. And that's all they know. But she is an adult. And in her misery and her self-pity and her unhappiness, she leaves suicide letters around for her children to find on purpose. She feels so sorry for herself. But she doesn't feel sorry for her children. And she doesn't think, what will this do? Here is Erik. They've just moved here from New Jersey. He is all alone. He has no friends. He has no family that he's close to except them. If you hear the testimony, for example, of Terry and Carlos, they hardly knew this person. They didn't even get to know Lyle very well until after the parents were dead. They never spent a minute alone with Erik Menendez. Marta Cano told you the same thing. Yes, she saw him at these happy family gatherings in Muncie, and she never spent any time alone with him until after the parents were killed. They had so successfully isolated these kids from relatives who lived 10 minutes away. They had never had any independent relationship with any other grown-up except their parents, because the coaches came and went on Dad's whim. So there was no opportunity for them to have anybody. But she has potential support for her grief and her misery. Okay. I have another one of these. Now, Mr. Kuriyama tried to give you the notion yesterday that this was just a slightly distorted version of Ozzie and Harriet, and these were their disgracefully ungrateful kids. What I have done is I have read every witness who knew Jose Menendez and testified. And I have written on this flip chart every description, so long as two people made it, it hit the chart. If it was only his office wife, it didn't hit the chart. And I will explain why Marzi Eisenberg's opinion of him, though no doubt genuinely felt, has nothing whatsoever to do with how he was around his kids. These are the words that the people who knew him, and this is his sisters, who loved him. He was, you know, to give the devil his due, brilliant, charming, some would think, good-looking, clever, funny, yes, at other people's expense, good company so long as he's on your side. Mr. Kuriyama misquoted Carlos Baralt yesterday. He said Carlos Baralt said that Jose Menendez was a good guy to be with. Yes, said Carlos, so long as he's on your side. You wouldn't want to be on the other side of Jose Menendez, said his brother-in-law, who clearly liked him. You know, you can like people in your family without judgment. But even the family uses these adjectives to describe him. And I went back to the earliest testimony, starting with people like Perry Berman. And here is what they say, bear with me, about Jose Menendez. Very strict, sarcastic, ultimate control freak, belittling, ridiculing, humiliating, successful, reserved, private, image conscious. It's not just Mrs. Menendez who's concerned about what the neighbors will think. It is Jose as well. Intimidating, by far the most frequently used word. Intimidating to adults, intimidating to people at work, intimidating to teachers, intimidating to coaches, intimidating to his friends. What do you think he's like to a 2-year-old, or a 5-year-old, or a 9-year-old, or an 18-year-old who has always been under his thumb? He is terrifying to that person. Cruel, clearly cruel. Controlling, intelligent, apparently very intelligent. Angry, strong-willed, very competitive, the understatement of the century. Arrogant, intense. And I want you to see something here. I want to stop at intense for a minute. You remember there was testimony from Dr. Ann Tyler, a witness that Mrs. Bozanich went out of her way to ridicule and humiliate. Sometimes some of these adjectives apply to the way that the prosecution dealt with witnesses. But I don't believe that Mr. Kuriyama or Mrs. Bozanich is half as bad as Mr. and Mrs. Menendez. However, when Dr. Tyler was testifying, she was not even 1/10 as bad. When Dr. Tyler was testifying, she was asked if she had looked over some early family photographs of when the boys were babies. And she said she had. And she was asked if she saw an interesting difference between the photographs of Mrs. Menendez and Erik and the photographs of Mr. Menendez and the boys. And she said she did. The photographs of Mrs. Menendez with Erik has Kitty holding him like a package, just an object, no interaction. She's never looking at him. But the photographs of Mr. Menendez and the children show this intensity. He is locked into these children. Mr. Kuriyama would have you believe it's because he loves them that he's so involved with his kids. Now, I think this guy approaches his children the way a scientist looks at a petri dish, or a guinea pig, or a little laboratory rat. Oh, what fun! A little clay thing that I can shape and mold and bend to my will. And he is fascinated with the prospect of the ultimate power trip. Because as intimidating and as power-mongering and as manipulative as this man is with grown-ups, think of the possibilities when it's just a little kid who will worship you from birth because they do love you without being taught how, and who will do what you say and do because you are so much bigger and stronger and smarter than they are. And the prospect of this little human experiment to create, first with the firstborn, a little Jose, and then with the secondborn, Jose's perfect toy, is just irresistible for this sort of person. And here, unlike any of the pictures that Dr. Tyler saw of Mrs. Menendez, here is Jose Menendez with his little child, this hand slipping off the bar, staring intently to see if the experiment's going to work. Now, is he going to fall and crack his skull so I can say, don't trust Daddy? Or is he going to make it and be a Menendez, fearless and strong at 18 months? And what is so amazing about this picture is where are Papa's arms? So, because if that baby falls, that baby hits the deck. And he knows it. And it's like Marta Cano told you, he had this little experiment with this bar where he used to lift Erik up. And if the kid wasn't strong enough, he was going to have a boo-boo. And Mrs. Cano tried to stop him from doing that because her own child had fallen off a jungle gym and was seriously hurt. And he knew it. He didn't care if his children suffered. He only cared if they turned out to be the little creatures that he wanted to make them, irrespective of who they were or what they wanted or how much it hurt them or how much they suffered or how frightened they were or what the night was like in their life, because he could care less. So yes, he is very intense, and he is very intensely focused on his little laboratory animals. And he is driven, and he is mocking, and he is aggressive and berating and very powerful, and he is oppressive. And that is a word I think that was, I can't remember who used it. And he put people down routinely, and he was very proud of himself and manipulative and very possessive. And all serious abusers are very possessive of the object. And one of the reasons is not just the pleasure of being able to be the only scientist who experiments with this particular little animal, but the fact that the animal has got a devastating secret. And if the animal talks, the scientist goes to jail. And so he is very possessive, as relatives testified, of his children because he doesn't want anybody getting close to them, or Dad could be in big trouble. He also believes he is the smartest person on earth, superior to everyone else, knows all the answers, and doesn't want anybody messing with his kids' minds. Mr. Kuriyama suggested Jose Menendez was interested in the education of his children. Oh, no, he wasn't. He only wanted them to know his indoctrinations, his brainwashing. They should only believe about the world his cynical view of things. He did not care one whit if Erik learned anything, so long as he got the grade and the credential to get into the school to make the right contacts so he can be the kind of success his father was in business, i.e., bully people and make a lot of money. And that was all he wanted his kids to know. He could care less if Erik knew anything. Why do you do a kid's homework? Because you want him to learn? Why do you drive him and pressure him? Because you want him to learn? Why don't you treat his learning disabilities, which is in his way, and the fact that your wife sits there with a stopwatch with an anxious kid who cannot read well and times him on reading comprehension tests, and when he doesn't get it right, smacks him in the back of the head? Why don't you do something about that if you are really interested in a child who can learn? He is demanding. He is a fun person if he's on your side. He is bright, unquestionably, made fun of people. He is stern. He is obnoxious. He is verbally abusive. He is unfair. He is confrontational, attractive, some say, belligerent, rude, nasty, frightening, charismatic, and I think that is very important. I think it is difficult enough for a child in an abusive home to get any sense of their own identity, to have any hope of ever being able to separate themselves from a parent. But when the parent is, as from a child's perspective, as positive a figure, if you will, as Jose Menendez was, it's 10 times harder. This is not some ugly, stupid, broken down drunk who comes home on Saturday night and beats the wife and the kids and then rolls off to wherever such guys roll, or gals roll off to. This is a charm boy. This is an intense, exciting person. This is a person, you heard, who when he walks into a room, all eyes are riveted on him. He can hold any crowd. He and his wife move through parties like movie stars. That's how they're thought of in this family. This is somebody whose love is extremely important. Imagine if this son loved you, you would bask in the glory of that sunlight your whole life. And when Jose Menendez sets the family up in such a way that his love is all important, and if you want it, you better do A, B, C, and D. The kids are hooked because he is. The idea of love from this man has got to be, after all, he tells the kids, I'm the greatest, I'm the best, we're the Menendezes, we could rule the world. You know, all you have to do, kid, is fit this pattern, and then you're my boy, you're my son. Now, he doesn't hold that out for as sure a thing for number 2 as he does for number 1, but that is this humongous golden carrot that drives this kid, that strives this little day laborer and night laborer, this hard little worker, to try to please Dad, because Dad is something else. He's a piece of work. People admire him, so long as they don't get too close, so that that mouth of his and those hands of his don't come down on them. He's an attractive type. He is also relentless. He has a sense of humor, usually at someone else's expense. He is very articulate. He is dominating. He's a strong personality. He control with a look or a word. I don't know if, I think it's on this chart. I want to show you something about looks and words. We talked a lot, and our experts talked a lot about cues. Cues is some fancy way of saying you watch the expression on somebody's face to figure out what they're going to do to you. Cues. And in this family, you heard testimony that Jose Menendez would silence us, Kitty, or turn to the boy, stop. Lyle, Erik, and everybody freezes. Now, if everybody doesn't freeze right away, he goes to the Tupperware cabinet and throws everything on the floor to get attention. This is a man who behaves in very extreme ways, and so does his wife, and that becomes important later. But he was known for having a look or a word or a gesture that could control the people around him. And that's why when Lyle and Erik are scanning the environment around them, as hyper-vigilant children do, they're looking for the tiniest things. A little word here, a little word there, as Lyle says on the tape to Dr. Oziel. Because these are not people who talk to their children in any way that you and I understand conversation. There is no up and back. There is no give and take. There is no, Erik, what do you think? Erik, what's your opinion of? Erik, what do you want to do? Erik, how do you feel about? None of that ever goes on. Dad announces and the kids obey. And Dad gets displeased and doesn't tell you about it. You have to find out about it through your therapist, who's called by your mother and is told in May of 1989, Jose is really upset. There's this giant rift forming between him and Erik, because Erik, this is Kitty telling Oziel, because Erik has not been reporting all of the details of his tennis practice schedule to Jose. This, in this family, is rebellion most severe, and therefore he's about to be disowned. Now, disowned is not disinherit. Disinherit already happened. Disowned is you cease to exist. Because he certainly, as Erik said, he's not going to put him out on the street. Go out there, kid, you with the $1 million secret, you with the thing that could put me in prison for the rest of my life. Disowned is die. Disowned is you cease to exist. Disowned is we get rid of you. That's what disowned means to Erik. And from a man who has said, I can get rid of this family and get another one, and never makes it clear that he doesn't mean kill. So, this is the person who can control in these teeny little ways, and this is what his sons look for. And this is what may appear to you to be unreasonable that they seize on these tiny things, such as you don't have to go to that camp. What does it matter anymore? And that's Jose talking to Lyle that Sunday. What does it matter? Tennis has been our whole life, Dad. You've been telling me you want me to do this camp. You know, that's a continuation of our relationship. Now you're telling me it doesn't matter anymore? May sound like nothing to you, but with Lyle's special knowledge, it's a big deal. And Roger Smith, who is not related to the Menendez brothers, has no bias in this case. He did not like Jose Menendez, and he told you that. And why would you, after all, like him? All right. This is Roger Smith's testimony, and he's talking about what is, I don't think I can, well, do I have it here? No. I'm going to go on this side so I don't block. keep turning my back to. Okay, and he's asked, did he, meaning Jose Menendez, behave in an intimidating way? And his answer was absolutely. And what kind of behavior would you characterize as intimidating? Well, he had a very clear way of letting you know through a word, a gesture, a look, exactly how you were displeasing, that you were displeasing him, and would you learn to be fearful of getting one of those looks or gestures. And then he talks about the atmosphere of fearfulness at the company. And then he talks about the fact that Jose Menendez creates this total front of power. He is totally invulnerable. That's why he is such a really scary guy. That he will show no vulnerability, he will show no weakness. So his children get this picture of him as akin to God. I mean, he is strong, powerful, smart, fearless, absolutely fearless. He will never back down from anything. That's the person they're supposed to just up and walk out the door on. Okay, and Mr. Smith says, I formed an opinion based on direct statements by him that the worst thing you could ever do, and this was an occasional criticism of me, in other words, Jose is criticizing Roger to be this because Roger is this way, was to show vulnerability, concern for the other person's point of view. And I asked, did he ever make a statement to you about his unwillingness to ever show his own weakness to anyone else? He never made a verbal statement, but I observed it constantly. And now he talked about how if Jose Menendez had not been killed, he was going to resign at the end of his contract, which was August 31st. And he talked about, to Roger Smith, his philosophy of management. And I submit to you, this is his philosophy of managing all subordinates, not just at work, but at home as well. And here is the point that I put this page down for. And he turned to me, said Mr. Smith, with a sort of smile and said, I've always thought, Roger, it was far better to be feared than be loved. And that does not surprise anyone who had to live with that man. Now I have another page here of descriptors of Mr. Menendez that people used. The ones we just went through are things that people saw him demonstrate when dealing with his children. But there also were people who described specifically what Mr. Menendez, what his parenting style, if you will, was like. And it doesn't sound a whole lot different than his work style, but of course, he's free to be completely over the top at home. And these are the descriptions of Jose Menendez as a parent. Dictatorial, sadistic, unrealistic, micromanager, harshly critical, emotionally harsh, a sick, obsessive dedication. Now, Mr. Kuriyama wants to reward him or call it a positive quality that he has absolutely no other interests in life besides his work and his boys. And I think that's really creepy. I mean, he has no friends, he has no hobbies, he has no interests except this incredibly intense and driven and over-involved enmeshment in the lives of his children. And one of his relatives described that as a sick, it was his sister, Martha, obsessive dedication. This is not just a healthy interest in seeing that his children get the best. Every single witness, the prosecutors got up and said, well, didn't he want what was best for his children? And nobody agreed with that statement. No, he wanted to live through his children. He wanted what was best for him from his children. He didn't care if it was best for them. Did he ever ask them what do they want? Did he ever try to figure out what's best for them? He already knew the answer. Be me. Or do what I do. He was described by some of the coaches as the worst parent, a problem parent, controlling every aspect of their lives. His sons could never do enough for him. He was businesslike, overbearing, not praising, supportive, or kind, and called them names. Now, Mr. Kuriyama said it's hard to be a parent. No, it's hard to be a perfect parent. In fact, nobody can be a perfect parent. And I don't even know what that means, having tried and probably failed miserably long ago. You can't be a perfect parent. But you can be, as Bruno Bettelheim said, a reasonably decent parent and raise healthy enough, a good enough parent to raise healthy enough children and to discharge your duties and obligations to God, who gave you these kids. And you don't have to be brilliant and you don't have to be perfect, but you have to do a couple of things, just one or two, to be an okay parent. You have to respect that your children are not you. They are them. They are people. They are individuals. They hurt if you hurt them. They fear if you scare them. They suffer if you deny them love. And it wouldn't hurt in trying to be a parent if you were kind, nice to them once in a while. And none of that, not even nice, happened in this family. So you can say, as Mr. Kuriyama may in his remaining argument, oh, there are much worse cases of child abuse. There are children burned with cigarettes and their hair on fire and locked in closets, and they don't kill their parents. And my answer to that is some of them do. And yes, there are worse cases, individual cases of physical torture. And that's a terrible thing, but physical torture is not the only form of devastating, crippling, arresting developmental child abuse. And you show me a worse case of sexual molestation than the sadistic version that Jose Menendez imposed on Erik. It wasn't even pleasure. By the time Erik was a teenager, Jose only did it as punishment and control. Because, abused kids, as they get older, they're a little harder to hold on to than when they're little guys and you can terrify them. When they get older, they go to school. There are maybe they can learn something out there about you and that you're wrong, okay? So typically, when abused kids hit teenage, the parents rein them in even more. And here what happens is the time when the sex becomes really painful and violent is when Erik is in puberty, when he's starting to doubt that this is normal. And this persists through his teenage years so that by the time he's 18, these acts are pure punishment to continue to show Erik what sadly was true. I'm still in control, and I don't care how big you are, you can't defy me. I own you. You're just the little planet, and I am still the sun, and you can't break free of my gravitational field, and that is absolutely emotionally true. But Jose was very clever at how to manipulate and control people. Next up, Your Honor, this would be a good time for a break.
All right, we'll take a recess and we'll resume at 1:45, ladies and gentlemen. Don't discuss the matter with anyone. Don't form any final opinions about it. We'll resume at 1:45.
I have flipped the chart now so that it lists the descriptions of Mary Louise Menendez. Again, these are only things that I put up there were things that at least two or more people said. Mr. Kuriyama told you that Perry Berman described her as a sweet, caring lady, and that Perry Berman was a very good friend of Erik Menendez, but of course he wasn't. He was just another one of the tennis coaches who had been jumped on by Jose Menendez, who described Jose Menendez as the worst parent, as doing things that no other tennis parent ever did, running onto the court and yelling at him because he wasn't working Erik hard enough. And Perry Berman talked about having visited the family in Beverly Hills, and he made his comment that Mary Louise Menendez was sweet and caring. I'm not sure what she cared about, but unquestionably she could be sweet. She was also described as charming and fun to be with and a great conversationalist in the middle of these Monopoly games and bridge games and other games when she was cheating all the time. And I want to say something before I go through these lists of Mrs. Menendez's personality, or character, if you will, about the people who came here to testify. Now, a large number of family members came here to testify, cousins and sisters and brothers. And it wasn't easy for them to do that for a number of reasons. And I can think of several. First of all, as you know, even though you've been forbidden to participate in it, this is a televised trial, and it's televised nationally. And that makes people very tense and frightened when they have to come to testify. But beyond that, think about in your own lives getting on national television and saying negative things about your own family and speaking ill of the dead. And these were people who the witnesses that we brought loved. Now, they didn't all love both of them equally, but they did care about these people. And it is not inconceivable that even though they saw, and they clearly saw, a very abusive family environment with which they did not interfere, they nevertheless felt a great deal for both Jose and Mary Louise Menendez. And so it was not easy for them to come here and testify. And with respect to the children of the family who came, although they are adults now, and told you the stories of their interaction with this family during their childhoods, I think you could see it was a very emotionally difficult experience. We're talking about Alan Andersen, Brian's son, and Kathy Simonton, Joan's daughter, and Diane Vandermolen, Joan's other daughter, and Marianne Cano, Martha's daughter. And these were the children who spent time in the home of Jose and Mary Louise Menendez, and virtually every one of them was damaged by the experience. Kathy talked about how she had to leave early, how the atmosphere was so oppressive, how she learned to try to make herself invisible because that was the only way to survive in this family, how her own sense of herself, and she was 15 years old and she only spent a couple of months there, was damaged and reduced in the period of time she lived around these people. They made her feel so badly about herself. And she was 15. And Diane Vandermolen, who first had a good experience at that home when the children were very small, and then when she went back there had been this dramatic change. And she too felt that she was treated badly and her sense of herself was destroyed. And ultimately, of course, she was thrown out of the family circle because she had the effrontery to become pregnant out of wedlock. And Mrs. Menendez, of course, would never tolerate such a scandal. What would the neighbors, after all, think of such a thing? And when these members of Erik's family, who are his first cousins and his peers, came to testify, I think you saw that even for them, this was a frightening and emotional experience. But they came, and I think they came and they gave you the most insightful information because they could relate better than the grown-ups to what it was like to be a child of that family. But it was not an easy thing, and it was not an expected thing. I mean, to just say flat out, oh, these two children killed their parents, therefore all their relatives will rally around them. No. They rallied around them because they know that what we're proving here is true. They are the source of the facts. They rallied around them because they know what Erik is like, and he was not arrogant, and he was not vicious, and he was not cold-blooded. And we'll get to the chart that has the descriptions of Erik on it soon. And they love him. And they don't love him blindly. They love him because they know what happened to him. And they came, I think, because they felt responsible. And it wasn't their fault. And I can't imagine anyone who could have stopped the rolling freight train of Kitty and Jose Menendez and derailed them from their course of child rearing. And the few people who tried, when Martha, who had been a nursery school teacher, a preschool teacher for 14 years, when she is at this family gathering in Muncie, and she tried, and here she is, and here's Kitty smiling at the camera, as she always does, and here is Erik, and here is Lyle, sad and morose, as he always was, and here's Jose, the proud head of the family. And when she is there, and she tries to tell them, do not grab and terrify Erik, Do not be physical with him that way and he starts to cry. Do not banish him to his room because he's crying because you frightened him, and have a 2-year-old alone in his room for the rest of the day. That isn't appropriate child rearing. She is first humiliated and mocked by Jose Menendez. Oh, what books have you read, Martha? This is the man who's the expert at everything. What books have you read that tell you this is wrong, what we're doing? And he completely dismisses her, and Kitty Menendez laughs. So they do try as best they can, these relatives who are really kept away from these children, even when they live close by. And of course, at that time, Martha, who's clearly the second strongest member of that family, is living in Puerto Rico, and she has 5 children. At that time, she has 4. And what is she supposed to do in order to stop what's happening in the family? And she testifies she doesn't even get to know Erik very well until after the parents are killed, and they can no longer keep her away, because she talks about how when Erik is around 12, she's told she can't come to his sports competitions anymore. And this is just more evidence, and there's a tremendous amount of it here, of them isolating the children and keeping away other adults who could give them a different view of the world, who could help these children question what's going on in their family, which they're otherwise unable to do. And then we have Terry and Carlos Baralt, who are extremely sweet people and nice people, and I think it must be quite pleasant to be one of their 4 daughters. But they were not the parents of Erik and Lyle Menendez, and they had no independent relationship with Erik at any time, not before nor after even the parents died, although they had a relationship with Lyle. And particularly Terry was very, very nervous as a witness. And these are the people who lived closest. And I think in looking at their testimony, I think they must feel very, very badly that they couldn't have done more. And yet even they tried. And they're quite meek and mild people. They couldn't hold a candle to Jose and Kitty when it comes to personal strength. And they tried to tell them, wait a minute, when, for example, Kitty is leaving Erik alone all the time, or losing the children at the mall. Terry says to her, this isn't right, let's go get the kids, they're lost at the mall. Oh no, now I know where they are, I can continue shopping, without any thought of what a child who's lost feels like, how anxious and frightened they are, or what a child feels like who's sitting in the security office at the mall for 2 hours, knowing their mother's been paged, and knowing she doesn't care. She isn't going to come. And what kind of kids are they? They sit there like little soldiers for 2 hours. You don't ever hear that they were so disruptive that the security guards had to go and find mother. They just sit there obediently with an abandoning mother and wait, because eventually she'll be done buying shoes and will come get them. And Terry sees this, and it bothers her, and she says something about it, and it gets her nowhere. And Carlos sees this philosophy of this family. Winning is all that matters. You do not value your kids if they do anything less than bring home the trophy. Winning is all that counts. They will never measure up unless they're number 1. And Carlos knew how sick that is, how destructive that is of any notion the child might ever have of being a worthy human being. And he says he tries over the years to tell Jose, don't do that. And of course he's mocked and ignored like everyone else. But I think in spite of their efforts, I think they feel now, if they had only known everything. And they saw a lot, but sometimes you don't see what's right under your nose. And let me give you the biggest example. This photograph. This photograph was featured in the Los Angeles Times right, I think it was in July no, it wasn't July, it was October of 1989. They did this whole story about the homicides, and some of you, when we were talking to you in jury selection, had even seen that. It's right there. It's reprinted. His hand is in his child's crotch. Now, that doesn't prove he's molesting, but it proves he owns them. He can put his hands anywhere. And the family's all around. This is a family gathering. This is when Erik has this thing on his face that nobody can remember. And here they are. And here's Terry. And here's Carlos. And here are their 4 daughters. And here's Mary Louise Menendez. And this is little Peter Cano. And here's Lyle. And here's Erik. And everybody's there. And they don't see it, because they can't conceive that their family is sick. And nobody wants to believe that. And it's a weird picture. And he's so happy with himself, Mr. Menendez. And here is Erik smiling at his big brother, who he idolizes. And here's Erik with this mark on his face, and here's Erik with Terry and Carlos's 4 daughters, and now the smile seems a little forced. Erik of the million smiles. And no one even asks, what's on his face? How does it get there? They don't even remember it. And why should they remember it? If you remember the testimony of Faith Goldsmith, these kids were hurt all the time, and hardly a surprise since their mother will not protect them. Faith testifies about, I didn't put that particular picture here. She testifies about in the Muncie house there's a railing, and you will see it. They had an outdoor deck, and the deck is on the 2nd story, and it has a railing up above it. And Lyle is 5 years old, and he's walking along this deck, and Mary Louise could care less if a kid falls and breaks his head. Oh, he won't fall. She's very brave for her children's health. And so they're hurt a lot because no one is taking care of them, and nobody notices. It's, oh, they're boys. And that's a theme that runs through this trial from the prosecution side, and a theme that I'm happy to say both Faith Goldsmith and Terry Baralt refused to buy into, and they were very firm about it. Little boys suffer as much as little girls. Little boys need love and support and comforting and nurturing as much as girls. And when little boys are sexually molested, it is just as horrific, if not more so, than girls. Miss Lansing asked something in her final argument, and I'll ask you the same question. Would you feel any differently about what happened to my client if my client's name was Erik Menendez? Would it make any difference to you if he was a girl who was sadistically, sexually molested by her father? Because if it would, it shouldn't. Because men are human, and boys are human, and men and women suffer, and boys and girls suffer, and it is no different. And the only difference is something that every single one of you, all of you, including the alternate jurors, understood and acknowledged in the juror questionnaire. We asked you 2 questions. One of them was, do you think there's, and I haven't looked at it recently. I mean, I've had your answers given to me by Miss Morrissey, who did the legwork, but the question was, do you think that boys have a greater reluctance to report sexual abuse? And you all said, yes, you do. And you were asked, why do you think that? And you all understood there is this sexist sexual stigma in our society, a cultural stigma that men are supposed to be brave and they're not supposed to be victims. And that makes it hard, as Dr. Briere testified, as Dr. Burgess testified, as Dr. Tyler testified. It makes it twice as hard for little boys not only to report what's happening, but to feel that what's happening to them is wrong. Boys are not supposed to be victims. Girls can be victims. And certainly in this family, boys are supposed to be braver than brave and tougher than tough and more fearless than fearless. So that was one question you answered. And the other question you answered was whether you should blame the victim. Whether if a boy, even a teenage boy, is being sexually molested, is it his fault? And every one of you answered, no, you can never blame the victim. Now, I suggest to you that in his closing argument, Mr. Kuriyama is going to make a revolting suggestion. And I'm not going to tell you what it is, but stay awake during his argument and listen for it. And this revolting suggestion is akin to blaming the victim for what happened here. Okay. I have put on the board the descriptions of, I have explained to you, I hope, what some of the conflicts that this family felt and how extraordinary it is that they were willing to come here, and that the only reason they were willing to do that is they know their nephews and they know their cousins in a way that unfortunately you never can, because you can't really know someone through their testimony, and you can't sit down and talk to them. It's against the rules. These are the descriptions that people gave of Mary Louise Menendez. And it starts way, way back. It starts before she even has children. Faith and Peter Goldsmith are their friends, and Faith is the first person who describes her as extremely competitive. And then we have immense temper, which is a descriptor that Alan Andersen gave. Mesmerized, and going back even to when the family is living in Muncie. And remember, Erik is born in 1970. He's 2 years old when they leave Muncie. this little photograph is taken when they're living at Muncie. So are these. This is Hinsdale, but these are Muncie. This is Muncie. And even when they're living there, she has this tendency to space out, to suddenly be lost, to seem to be reacting to a set of emotions that have nothing to do with what's going on around her. Both her rages, and Alan described her throwing all this glassware in the sink, breaking all these things that would start for no reason and end for no reason, and her spacing out. She is not well. And the significance of that is not that she's not well, but that her children cannot possibly know what to expect from her. She cannot be apart from her behavior towards them, she has got to be an unsettling figure in their life. You don't know what to expect from Mother because she behaves in ways that have nothing to do with what I do. And a person who feels that way, if you live with a person like that, you feel really helpless. And you feel unable to affect that person, unable to influence what they do to you. Non-interfering refers to the fact that she never would stop Jose from doing the things he did to the kids. Enraged, angry, sarcastic, hostile. You may remember the testimony of the coach, Charles Wadlington, who saw much more of her than he saw of Jose Menendez, because she would sit there. And this, on the surface, looks like great dedication, but when you analyze it, is great obsessiveness. She would sit there through these long, 6-hour tennis practices while Charles Wadlington is working with the kids, and he says he saw Mr. Menendez was only there occasionally. She was there every time, and he saw her unremittingly hostile and sarcastic to the kids. Never positive, never nice. He is the person who said he personally never saw her smile. Private and secretive is a critical word in this case. It is not just that the children had to be secretive, it's that the entire family was masked in this veil of secrecy. They projected a certain public image which fit their need for status and to be viewed a certain way, and what was going on inside that family never left the doors of their houses, whichever house it was. And she was the most secretive of the secret. They called her brother, Brian Andersen, to testify, and Mr. Andersen told you he was the closest person in the world to his sister, and she confided in him. And then we went through the litany of all the things he didn't know. And it was obvious that she didn't tell him any more than she told anyone else. She told no one what was going on in this family. She said to him, "I have an infidelity problem. Period. Not, I'm suicidal, I'm depressed, I'm miserable, he's been cheating on me for 8 years, I went to New York, I tracked the woman down, I spoke to her, I took her photograph, I think about her day and night, I have panic attacks about it, I've been in therapy 3 years, I can't get past this, it's the be-all and end-all of my life." None of it. No medication. No suicide thoughts. No sitting in the bathtub with a razor. No taking too many pills and winding up at the hospital. No constant thoughts of suicide for 2 years. None of it. And to no one was there ever said, "The boys are not doing well. Erik has learning disabilities. Lyle wets his bed." None of the negative things ever came out, because this was the perfect American success story. This was the perfect family, and they are the perfect parents, and they are creating the perfect products. And no one is allowed to know that these are normal children at birth with normal children limitations that they are distorting beyond recognition. And that Erik grows up with tremendous disabilities to overcome, and not only are those disabilities not treated, they're not acknowledged. And he does overcome most of them. The fact that he gets into college, the fact that he does well at the SAT is being held against him. Can you imagine the work it took for him to be able to perform that way in order to meet his parents' expectations? But of course he wasn't good enough for them because he wasn't perfect. I wanted to bring the crime scene picture, the foyer. Thank you. And so secretiveness is important because secretiveness is reinforced with the children. They know their parents don't talk. They are instructed. One of the cousins testified, I think it was Diane, that when they went over to other relatives' house, be sure not to talk about anything going on in here. Be sure not to talk about your grades or your schoolwork or any problems. Now, the prosecution may argue there couldn't have been sexual molestation going on here because, after all, they had all these different cousins living in their house. Yes, and these are the cousins who tell you that when Jose Menendez walks into the bedroom with either of his sons, no one else is allowed to even go down the hallway. No one listens at the door. No one goes in. No one sees what he does. Diane Vandermolen testified that when she was living in the house, there would be occasions when Jose Menendez would be alone with Erik in his room. And the only place he ever was alone with Erik was in Erik's bedroom. And even Ed Fenno, fast forward years later, Beverly Hills house. Where is Jose Menendez ever alone with Erik? In Erik's bedroom. This is not number one son who gets 3-hour knee-to-knee, head-to-head lectures in the basement or in the family room or in the green room at Pennington or in the paneled study at the Beverly Hills house. No, there are no conversations ever between Jose Menendez and Erik Menendez that are witnessed by other people. They are only in his bedroom. And Diane Vandermolen testifies there would be occasions when, after one of these little private things in Erik's bedroom, Jose Menendez would come down to dinner, and these are before dinner, and Erik testified he was molested usually before dinner. He would come down to dinner and say, Erik's not feeling well, or Erik's upset. He won't be coming to dinner tonight. And where else did we hear that? Fast forward to Kalamazoo, and we have Pat Andersen, who the prosecution quote from, even though her version of what she saw is completely different than the witness they called, Brian Andersen. We fast forward to Kalamazoo, and Pat Andersen says, this is not the last game he lost, by the way. You may not remember this from Erik's testimony, but Brian makes it clear he's not there. They're not there at the end of the Kalamazoo tournament. This is the penultimate loss. This is the day before when he loses and he's frustrated and he's been harangued by his father and he says the aggressive words, shut up. And what happens is after he loses here, Jose goes off with him into his room. And the rest of the family is waiting to go to dinner. And nobody goes to the room and knocks on the door. And Jose has a key to this room, we find out later. But they wait and they wait and they wait and they wait. And eventually Jose comes out and says, Erik's upset. He won't be coming to dinner. And they walk back to the room and Jose uses his key and opens the hotel room door and does not allow Pat to go in there, who wants to hug Erik because she feels so sorry for this arrogant boy who is punishing himself and feeling horrible about himself because he has lost a tennis match. And she's not allowed to go in there, and they go off to dinner, and then Kitty disappears and goes back to her room for a while, and she rejoins them at dinner and is totally spaced out. So the fact that there were periodically these other kids who were completely controlled and humiliated and ridiculed, just like the boys were, living in their home was no threat to Jose Menendez and his secret. And now we're talking about these descriptions of Mary Louise Menendez, that she was status conscious and image conscious. You remember the testimony of her sister Joan saying how excited she was when the closing on the Beverly Hills house happened because she got her zip code. Remember the testimony of Dr. Cox. She's talking about her alcoholism, her dependency on alcohol, which she won't treat and she won't deal with and she won't go to programs because there's nothing wrong with her that her husband paying more attention to her won't fix in her mind. And she's talking to Dr. Cox about this problem that she won't deal with, and she brags to him that she's a cognac alcoholic. And as Dr. Cox testified, she seemed to think that gave her better status. She was described as dominant, as strong-willed, as physically strong. Now, the significance of that is you heard some allusions to this notion of the battered wife. And I think we've all been exposed in the popular press, even over the last few years, to notions of what is a battered wife. And we all picture this poor, pathetic, helpless woman who has been trained through her ineffectuality in trying to stop abuse. She has been trained to feel helpless, that there is nothing she can do. And that is the classic picture. And the prosecution has tried to make Mary Louise Menendez look like such a battered wife and such a victim. But you don't hear people who know her describe her that way. She is tough. She is strong. She beats up on Jose Menendez in front of Terry and Carlos Baralt. She hits him. She fights back in private in ways she doesn't fight back in public. But more important, instead, the classic battered wife, let's take the typical battering family which happens to be more common, though not exclusively so. The batterer is the husband, father. And we have the poor victimized wife, and we usually also have the poor victimized kids. And there is in these families, however ineffectual these poor, weak women may be, there is a union and a joinder between them and the other victims, which are the kids. And even if she's ineffectual in really protecting the kids or stopping the battering, at least she acknowledges, children, we're all in this together. Children, you're right. Daddy got drunk and Daddy beat up on us, and I'm sorry and I wish I could stop it, but I'm scared too. And you never, ever, ever heard that was how Mary Louise Menendez dealt with her children. Oh no. When Lyle goes to her, she is threatening to commit suicide. She leaves the letter on purpose for Erik to find, okay? And when he finds it, and he calls his brother, and he's hysterical, and he's upset, Lyle reaches out for his mother and says, Mother, come live with us. You and me and Erik will go live back east, get away from him. This is awful what he's done to you. And he has also humiliated her publicly for years, mocked her, made fun of her, put her down in front of the children, in front of the relatives. This is his sense of humor at work. And so Lyle offers her, be our mother, we'll be your sons, let's go off and get away from this guy. Oh no, there's nothing wrong with your father, you're the problem in this family. So far from the typical battered wife who sees that her children are being victimized as well, who offers them any kind of acknowledgement. You know, sometimes that's all it takes for an abused kid to survive. Just tell them, I know what you're going through, I'm sorry. No one ever said that to these kids. No one ever said that to Erik. Look at all the teachers who came here. Poor Erik, sad Erik. Anxious Erik, pathetic Erik. You hear it over and over again because that's clearly what he was like. Did any of them ever say, Erik, I know what you're going through, and I'm sorry? No. Not only did they never stop it, they never acknowledge it. So what does the kid think? He thinks that what's happening is what should be happening. He thinks it's his fault. He thinks this is normal because no one ever says, your parents are wrong and you're a victim. No one ever says it. And the last person in the world who's going to say it is Mary Louise Menendez, who spends far more time with her children than Jose does, and has far more opportunity to be nice to them and isn't, and therefore has far more opportunity to be unremittingly critical, hostile, nasty, unsupportive of both of them, but especially in ways that never applied to Lyle of Erik, because she decided that her learning disabled child was going to be fixed by her. She was going to teach him. And every single session over homework and every single session over teaching was just another excuse for her to go in a rage, to call him stupid and dummy and idiot and all the other words that she used. And that's what kind of battered wife she was. She was also disorganized. She was also reckless. And we talked a lot about, and you might have thought we're just nitpicking, about the dirt and the filth and the disorganization and her reckless driving and all the rest of it. And the point of that was not to make her look bad. The point of that was to show what utter chaos. There was order and structure and pressure and forced work on the one hand, and then there's chaos, always running late, never having clean clothes to put on the other. Where in this world does a child find a place of repose? Where is there a minute's peace? Where is there any source of feeling secure? None. Now, is that mean, oh, they're bad people then? No. But what do you turn into when you're a person where there's no peace, there's no comfort, there's no security, there's no support? You turn into a scared, anxious, nervous, fearful wreck. She was intimidating, in your face, frustrated, unhappy, clearly, and unwilling to do anything about it either. Critical, intelligent, capable, scary, aggressive, stubborn. Remember, there was, it was Terry Baralt who said you could not say no to her. If she wanted you to do something, you could not say no to her. And this came up in the context of when Jose and Mary Louise Menendez are buying Lyle a condominium to live in. The condominium that had 2 master suites so that when they went back east, they could live in one of them. And Mary Louise Menendez is very concerned. This is in the summer of 1989. He's long since broken off with Jamie Pisarcik, but she definitely does not want Lyle near Jamie Pisarcik. This is the girl who isn't high enough in social status for Mrs. Menendez to marry number 1 son. And so she's telling Terry that she wants her to have a key to she wants Terry to have a key to the condominium so she can run over there behind Lyle's back. This is the respect she shows her child. And check and make sure that that gold digger, Jamie Pisarcik, is not hanging around him anymore. Now, Miss Pisarcik comes in here and testifies to a few truly remarkable things. But one of the things she claims is that same summer, she and Mrs. Menendez are just thick as thieves. They're just the best of all friends. And Mrs. Menendez even allows her to use the telephone credit card for the specific purpose of Jamie and Lyle getting together at a tennis tournament. I just put that in your head because when I get to Jamie Pisarcik and her credibility, I think that's a very important point, that we know what Mrs. Menendez thought of Jamie. And it is inconceivable that she's trying to put Jamie back together with Lyle when she's telling Terry, go spy, make sure that gold digger isn't around my son anymore. But the point of this is Terry was very uncomfortable doing this, to spy on the kid, to sneak into his condominium. And she tried to refuse. And she said it was very hard to say no to Mary Louise Menendez. She would get her way no matter what. Now, she was also described as pathetic. And she cried for weeks and weeks and weeks after they first got to California when she first learned of the affair. And that is pathetic. It is pathetic that as an adult woman with a family and with a support system, she could not pull herself up and put her life together. That she wanted to see herself as a victim, and she certainly wanted her children to see her as a victim, and she blamed her children for her victimization, including Thursday night before she was shot. And we will talk about the significance of that in the next section. In any event, she was pathetic, right, and spaced out and tense and always late and in a hurry and intense and frightened of Jose sometimes, and incoherent and very nervous and depressed, clearly, and suicidal, yes, and very violent and screaming and very fearless and tough and self-confident and powerful, and ascribed to the theory that you cheat to win. And she cheated all over the place. She lied about her age. She helped Erik get a false driver's license. She did their schoolwork for them. She cheated at games. She lied about her family. She was bright. She was a fun person. She was a good friend. She was confrontational and fierce and rigid and suspicious and confused and indecisive and bizarre and strange and, some would say, attractive. And I ask you, would you ever leave your child with this woman? Is this a mommy? And you heard Faith Goldsmith testify that she would frequently take care of Erik and Lyle when they were little, but never, ever, ever would she leave her children, her daughters, alone at Kitty Menendez's house. Now, I've also put together descriptions of Mary Louise Menendez as a parent. Hostile, cold, and they said more about what she didn't do than what she did do, because to a large extent her direct sins against her children were sins of omission. She didn't mother them. She wasn't a mother to them. She was not loving, not nurturing, not protective. She did have a total dedication, as did Jose, to their sports. She spoke abusively. She was not affectionate. She was not demonstrative. She was not praising, comforting, supportive, tender, or kind. She was overbearing. She was very defensive, because she's so defensive at the schools because they're not really separate people. It's not their failures. They're not the ones who cheat on a test or copy from the World Book or do any of that. It's hers, because they are an extension of her, just as they are for Jose. They are not independent people. And therefore, that is why she is so hooked into their performance. They're her objects. They belong to her. If they do well, she's done well. If they do badly, people would criticize her. That's why she never acknowledges them as people. She is overbearing, very defensive, and possessive. And let me show you this. I'll put it in the middle so you can all see it. This is a crime scene photograph. This is a photograph taken in the foyer through the double doors into the family room. And Mrs. Menendez's body is still on the floor in this picture. And I submit to you that to the only extent that her children ever meant anything to Mrs. Menendez, in the only way they were ever valuable to her, they are pictured in this photograph. Because along the top of the bookcase are their trophies. And all they ever meant to her were potential trophies. And all she ever valued them for were the trophies that they brought home. And how pathetically true that is proved by the prosecution calling Brian Andersen as a witness. Her brother, who came here to do Erik harm, whatever his agenda may be, to do Erik harm, to do the prosecution some good. And he came here and he was asked, "Did you ever see your sister?" And the word was ever. Show any affection for Erik. "Oh, yes," he said. When Erik was 18 years old at Louisville and he had just won in tennis, she hugged him. And that, folks, was it. And this man claims to have been around the family for years, although he doesn't even remember Erik existing when they lived in Hinsdale. He doesn't know the ages of his nephews. He was off by over 3 years. But he claims to be intimately connected to this family, and so he is asked, what signs of affection did she ever show? He's not asked, did she hug? What sign of affection did she ever show? Well, the little trophy won something. She was elated, he said. Yay, Erik, now you can exist. Lose and die. Win and we are happy. And here he is. There's Erik and there's Lyle, and that's all that mattered to them about Erik and Lyle. Win and bring us glory and bring us fame and be our perfect little laboratory rats. Well, the problem is children don't always, and particularly children who are pressured the way these are and twisted the way these are, they don't always turn out to be little perfect products. I remember when I was in college, this whole notion of what it is to be a parent and what it is to be a child was brought home to me by a Spanish author named Miguel de Unamuno, who I unfortunately had to read in Spanish, which was quite a suffering project. But he wrote a story that was called The Walnut Tree. In the Spanish, I don't remember what walnut tree is. And it was a story about two brilliant, competitive, success-oriented young parents. A perfectly wonderful male and a perfectly beautiful female, and they were both professors of something or another, and they were great geniuses. And they, in a very rational and scientific way, decided to have a child, and this would be the perfect child, because they were the perfect parents. And so they gave birth to a child who was physically deformed and who was not mentally bright in the way they wanted. His IQ was not 150. And they rejected him entirely. And so the only person that he could befriend, they were also very wealthy. They lived, it's weird how some things prefigure other things, but they were also very wealthy and they lived on this vast estate. And the only person who would befriend this child was the gardener who harvested the walnuts from the walnut tree. And what the gardener discovered, which the parents wouldn't even look for, was that this child was a poetic genius, a person of tremendous sensitivity and feeling, who could write beautiful stories, and who by the end of the story, because he was unloved by his parents, hung himself from the walnut tree. And there they are, the boys, up on the wall, where they are valued by these people. What's most significant, however, about these parents, for your purposes, because moral judgments aside, you're here to solve this crime, is how they made their children feel about their lethality. This is a family where there's a lot of death on the table, Both of these parents behave in very extreme ways. Kitty Menendez has great rages and great despair. And she does things that are very extreme in her driving, for example, in her discipline, in getting attention. And Jose Menendez, of course, has extremely extreme behavior. And this is a family, therefore, where children are raised where the emotional meter, if you will, swings from one end of the scale all the way to another. And so when you're trying to judge what Erik Menendez did, you should keep in mind that his only examples were very extreme ones. But here are the things that his mother did all of his life to make him fearful as a person, afraid of her and afraid in general, constantly exposing him to danger. Now these people, let's assume they were sincere for the moment. They have this really what we call cockamamie idea that if you have a basically frightened and timid child, which is what Erik was as a little kid, the way you make him brave and strong is you scare the hell out of him. Well, the problem is it doesn't work. As we know, as I'm sure you all knew, and you didn't need Dr. Burgess to tell you, when you frighten people over and over again, they do not get over fear. They become more and more fearful because you keep telling them bad things are going to happen by doing this. And so she exposes her kids to danger, and they feel, therefore, Erik feels endangered. She calls him stupid and dummy and baby and sissy when he's frightened. He isn't entitled to that feeling, and yet he gets no comfort for it. And if you don't get comfort for being afraid, if you're not made secure, if you're not told, they're there, honey, it's okay. There's no monster under the bed. And if there were, Mommy wouldn't let him eat you. Oh no, he's not told that. They create monsters to frighten him. They put witch masks in the closet. So the child who's having these 2 and 3 month long daily horrible nightmares can then be encouraged, oh, Erik, go to the closet. And he does, and the mask drops, and his mother laughs, and his father bursts out laughing, and all he knows is these people like me to be afraid. These people will never deal with my fear. They just scare him all the time. And she sends him to his room without food and without the ability to go to the bathroom, so he knows he can never go to her for his needs. And she abandons him at airports, at malls, at the swimming pool all day long. And he is left home alone, and once he's left home alone in a storm and the lights go out and he is frightened of the dark, and he calls his Aunt Terry and he speaks to his cousin Sylvia, who is the oldest of Terry's daughters here. And Sylvia drives over there and keeps her little cousin company. And when Kitty Menendez finds out that a child of hers has shown weakness, she gets very upset. And Erik never calls Terry's house again. And yet Terry knows he's left home alone a lot. He's left home alone when he's 5 in Muncie. And he hits the road looking for his mother, who's gone off with Lyle. And she constantly engages in this reckless and dangerous driving that scares her kids. She doesn't put them in a belt. She doesn't bother with infant seats. After all, they got to be tough. And she has these constant rages that frighten them into never knowing what is she going to do at any given moment. And she is hard on them, and she enforces Jose's program down the line. She is no different than he is when it comes to this abusive pressure. And she certainly is no different when it comes to physical punishment and allowing them to be frightened, because she does it herself as well as go along with Jose's. And then she does something even worse. It's not just that she reports their behavior to Jose for punishment. Lots of us have done that. Wait till I tell your father. It's not approved of these days in child rearing that you should use one parent as the ogre so that you can be the good guy, like mothers used to do a lot. But this is different, because what she does is she reports lies. If she has screwed up, if the boys haven't listened to her in the way that she wants them to, she lies to Jose and says they did something wrong. And they get punished with the belt or worse. And she doesn't. And that's the way she avoids getting yelled at, or she avoids getting punished. She refuses to intervene when she's asked to protect them. And specifically, I'm thinking here of what Diane Vandermolen testified to, that Lyle comes to her and tells her something is happening between him and Jose and he wants it to stop. And she goes to Kitty, and now the typical incest mother takes over, and she goes into major league denial. And she tells her children, I wish you were never born. Now, a lot of parents say a lot of things to their kids all the time. You know, I remember hearing, I hope you have 10 just like you. I wouldn't have minded having 10. I don't think I would have won. I think my mom was right on that one. But we all hear that. Or, God, you drive me crazy. Or, I'll kill you if you do that. We all hear that. And a lot of that is fine. I mean, it's not the best way to talk to kids, but you don't have to be perfect. You have to be human. But it's different what happens in this family because she really means it, and they know it because she says it to other people too. I wish you were, because she doesn't just say, oh, I wish you were never born, you drive me crazy. Oh, no. I wish you were never born because you've ruined my life. I could have had a life but for you, and you've taken your father or my husband away from me, and I have no life because of you, and you're the cause of all of my problems. And she says it over and over again, and he believes it. So he has no value to Mother. He's the cause of all of her problems. She's going to protect his life. She's going to want him to stay in his life when he is threatening to expose her to the least status-conscious charge in the entire world. The Beverly Hills social climber is going to be revealed as an incest wife? Sure. She's going to let that happen. I've talked about the mask in the closet. This is part of her and Jose's fear training. These people have all kinds of interesting theories of child rearing. And along with the mask in the closet, of course, she locks Erik in the basement so his father can play ghost and truly terrify him. She slaps him in the face. She slaps him in the face when he bites his nails. Some parents do that, but she does it over and over and over again. She kicks him. There's an episode I think he testified to when she's upset with the dog and he tries to stop it, so he gets kicked. She pulls his hair. Her idea of educational training and getting the best education possible for her child is to put him in a closet to do his homework and let him take a plastic container in there to take care of his biological needs. She puts him in cold water to deal with his nightmares. She knows this is a kid terrorized by nightmares, so of course add another level of terror to it. She blames him when she's at fault. We've talked about that a little. He told you the story about when she forgets his rackets and he's going to lose and he's going to get a beating because he's lost the tennis match, and she knows it, and she tells him, too bad. You don't think I'm going to tell Dad that I made a mistake. She screams, I hate you all the time. She means it. They know she means it. She leaves the suicide letter for him as an act of utter disdain for the feelings of her child, and what that also tells her child is, as I said before, death is on the table in this family. These people talk about killing. She talks about killing herself. If you know that you're dealing with a person who is seriously contemplating killing themselves and who has been hostile and aggressive towards you all your life, are you really so unreasonable in thinking maybe they wouldn't mind if you died too? And of course, she threatens to poison the family. And we know this is true not because Erik testified to it or Lyle testified to it, because of what Tracy Baker saw, where they left the dinner table. And then, of course, the very scariest thing of all happens on Thursday night before she is killed, when she tells her son what he never, ever, ever, ever wanted to believe, that she knew all along what was being done to him, and she didn't care. Now, that is the single most terrifying thing she ever did. And why is it scary? Because in spite of everything else that she ever did, the children find a way somehow to live with her. Well, watch out for this and watch out for that and watch all the time and be hyper-vigilant and do the best you can to please her and bake her cakes and vacuum the floor and go out of your way not to make her crazy. Fine. But this is the one thing that completely destroys Erik's notion of his mother, who he has felt sorry for. She, after all, is the official sanctioned family victim. And he has gone along with that myth by feeling sorry for her. And now he finds out about betrayal of the worst kind. Now, if she could let that happen to you, why wouldn't she kill you? If she could let that happen when she is supposedly the victim and you've tried your best to be nice to her, why wouldn't she kill you? And maybe you or I would say, oh no, but she wouldn't, because we want to believe she wouldn't. But he had no reason whatsoever, no reason to believe that she wouldn't. Now, obviously, and I'm not going to go through this, because Jose is a more obvious case. Everything Jose Menendez ever did with respect to his children was with the purpose of inducing fear. That's how he rules, by fear. So here is the list. Lyle testified that he would smack Erik aside. This is number 2. He doesn't count. Moreover, he doesn't look like him, does he? Lyle looks like Jose Menendez. He has his coloring. He has his look. Erik is blonde, and he's blue-eyed, and he's smiley, and he's emotional. He's a little more like Mom. Moms are second-rate, women are second best, and second sons don't count. So he smacks him aside. He goes through a very similar episode of being nearly drowned in the swimming pool, which scares you, you know. He's beaten. He witnesses the beating of his mother. So does cousin Alan, who, although he doesn't see it, he hears it, and he sees the bruises later. He's banished, removed from father, this glowing son whose love he wants if he cries. And then we have the wonderful story of how he is taught to ride a bicycle. And I have a picture here of the cul-de-sac in which he is taught to ride this bicycle. In one of the corny ways of saying to you what I don't know if I can get this up any higher, though, because it's on this styrofoam stuff. See, it's easier to load a shotgun than to mount a picture in this case. Okay. No, it's not going to work. I'm going to hold it in front of you so you can see it. One of the cornier ways to say what it is we really would ask you to do, we'd ask you to indulge, I'd ask you to indulge me and to indulge Erik as you're deliberating in this case, and to just try to conceive. Because I can tell that some of you are very resistant to what I'm saying. I mean, I'm not blind, I'm not stupid. But you owe us as jurors one thing only, that you must entertain the possibility that we're telling the truth. And you must also do one other thing. You must try, however foreign to you it may be, to put yourself in Erik Menendez's shoes. Not just physically, but emotionally and psychologically as well, in order to understand if he did what he did for the reasons we say he did. Now, Jill Lansing and I have been representing Erik and Lyle, respectively, for well over 3 years. And in order to understand this family and to understand them, we tried to put ourselves in their shoes physically. And we went everywhere. And we went to all the houses they ever lived in, with the exception of Cedar Grove. And we walked the streets, therefore, where these things that we had heard about happened. It was a very eerie experience. But here I am in the cul-de-sac in Muncie, where Erik was tortured into riding a bicycle. And his cousin Alan Andersen was there and watched. And Dr. Carrie English testified to the scar that was untreated and that remains. And Erik testified to his recollection of this episode. And this was a demonstration not just of Jose Menendez's sadistic way of teaching things, but of Mary Louise Menendez's total and complete agreement. Because Erik is on this bike and he's being pushed down the hill, and this is the hill, from his house in Muncie into a cul-de-sac. And he has to make the turn without falling off if this 6-year-old kid gets to keep his birthday present bicycle. And if he doesn't make the turn without falling off, he is ridiculed and humiliated by an angry father who then throws the bicycle in the garage and doesn't let him go near it. And Alan sees this happen, and he sees he sees Erik being pushed, and Erik is clinging for dear life, and he's screaming, and he's crying, and he's hysterical, and he goes down into the cul-de-sac, and he falls off. And Erik tells you that he had 5 turns to make it, and so on the 5th turn, he didn't jump off onto the grass. He stayed on the bike, and he fell, and he tore open his elbow. And Alan leaps to his feet, because Alan is a normal human being, and he wants to go down the hill and see how Erik is, because Jose is just ranting and raving in anger at this failure of a 6-year-old. And Mary Louise Menendez stops Alan. And she doesn't comfort Erik, and she doesn't get a medical treatment for this ripped open arm either. I guess if you take them for medical treatment for all the things that happen to these boys, some doctor might want to start wondering if this isn't a child abuse situation. So that was how Jose Menendez trained his child on the bicycle. He wouldn't catch him on purpose. That was his lesson in trust that I've talked about. He would leave him screaming in a cemetery. Now, you know, in the prosecution, we talk a lot about lying here because one of the appalling realities, and I will share my insider knowledge of this with you, one of the appalling truths of criminal trials is that a lot of people come in here, take the oath, get on the witness stand, and lie. And it's horrible because there's a lot at stake in every one of these cases. And it is truly disgusting how many people come to court and lie. And there are a lot of them that do it, and a lot of people did it here. And so we get into these long debates about who's lying and what are they lying about and blah, blah, blah. And, of course, Mr. Kuriyama is going to tell you and has told you Erik Menendez lies about everything. That's what he wants you to believe. And, therefore, why this happened and why it happened, when it happened, is just a mystery up there in the ether. But my point is always this. When someone is accusing a defendant who, in spite of all of the instructions, who, in spite of the presumption of innocence and all the rest of them, a defendant is always viewed as a witness with greater suspicion. In spite of everything that you know and understand and all of your answers on the juror questionnaire, in a very ugly way, defendants are presumed guilty. And they got to prove themselves and prove themselves and prove themselves. And so 10 days on the witness stand, he does his job, okay? And he's now accused of lying. If he was such a liar, and he's telling the stories of his childhood, how come he doesn't tell you all the really bad ones? He knows that Faith Goldsmith's going to testify that he was left in the cemetery to scream, and that's a pretty awful thing to do to a little kid. He doesn't remember it, so he doesn't tell you that. He knows that other witnesses are going to testify to. He knows about the jumping from the counter and falling smack on his face. He knows Uncle Carlos knows about it. He knows his brother knows about it. He knows other family members, as he said, know about it. But he doesn't remember it, so he doesn't testify to it.
Objection. This is improper argument, Your Honor.
And he testified he didn't remember.
Okay, objection is overruled, but again, ladies and gentlemen, just a reminder that the lawyers are commenting on the evidence. Your recollection might be different or might be the same, and you are the final judges of the evidence in this case. You may proceed.
Thank you. And that's what he said. He didn't remember that episode, although he knows that others know about it. And the same is true of the cemetery. And then we have the episode of scaring in the basement, which he does remember. And we have the episode of Jose pretending to be a burglar outside the door to scare his kids, Lyle testified to. And then we have the molestation, which I will get to separately. And we have this other game that Jose is a real practical joker. He has a really sadistic sense of humor. He thinks it's funny to lock his kids in the shower, to either hold the door closed or stand in front of it and then take the wrench that controls the hot and cold and turn it all the way to hot or all the way to cold. Fun with kids. And then there's his threats, which are the more obvious fear-inducing behaviors of Jose, how he will kill Erik if he tries to run away, how he will beat him to death in a chair if he ever tells, how he uses the mirror ritual of Erik in front of a mirror, having to smack himself in order to instill in the child the fact that this is a secret that must never be told. How he forces, he thinks it's also amusing to throw Erik into the lake after he's told him it's full of snapping turtles and to make him swim to the other shore. And even though the kid thinks he's going to drown and cries for help, he gets enraged when Lyle jumps in and rescues him. And on and on. Throws him through a window, throws him against a tennis court fence, his harshness, his cruelty about the sports, his actual overt threat with a knife. And that occurs when Erik is 17 years old. And he told you that was the time when he, out of a sense of self-respect and a need to do something for himself, had the effrontery to say no when his father came into his room, and his reward for that was a knife at his throat and a sex act. And then, of course, there's the fact that his father, right in front of him, and everybody else will hear it, threatens to kill Craig Cignarelli in a significant way, and in a way that the people who heard it, such as Ed Fenno, thought was for real. And then, of course, there's Jose sharing his basic philosophy that you lure and seduce people into a false sense of security, and then you strike. And his example of that was how to handle the Chinese Revolution in Tiananmen Square. Now, I want to go through some of the witnesses that were called in order to help you understand that when Erik says he was frightened and anxious over the course of the last week, he's not making something up. And why don't we start with the prosecution witness, Robert Andersen. Robert Andersen was the captain on the shark fishing boat. I'll talk about basically the shark fishing expedition and Grant Walker later on, but what's significant about Mr. Andersen's testimony is here he is, a perfect stranger, and yet when he describes the behavior of Erik and Lyle on this boat, it is very obvious from day one of this trial that Erik and Lyle are afraid of their parents, because what are they doing? When they first leave Marina del Rey, he says, we actually took a wave over the front of the boat that soaked them. And we were on top of the fly bridge, and we didn't get wet. He's meaning himself and the rest of the crew. And yet we were even cold, and we weren't soaked. And they're wearing shorts, and he can't understand why they're staying up there. And if you remember, he testifies they stay at the front of the boat, huddled together, freezing cold, getting wet for the entire trip. And their testimony was that they thought, in reading the signs of these particular parents, that when they changed the time of the boat trip, which they found out about Friday night, that the boat trip had been changed from 11 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon, they saw that as a very ominous sign. And it's proven, I think we actually found the records that show the boat trip Mr. Andersen himself knows. The time of the boat trip really was changed at the last minute, and therefore, when Erik tells you he finds this out Friday night and it frightens him, he's telling you the truth. So here they are on the boat trip where they're thinking something's going to happen, and he's describing the family. He said, what did you observe about the interaction of this family? Did they seem to be happy and getting along? How did they appear? He says they were actually apart during the trip. The sons were up front. Jose was either in the stern of the boat or down below with Kitty. There wasn't very much interaction going on, verbal interaction going on. Now that's their first witness to talk about this family. And then, of course, you heard the testimony, I'm going to skip that, of Perry Berman. And he talks about how Jose would behave when he was training Erik and how upset and embarrassed Erik was when Jose jumped in there and said, make him work harder, this kid who never worked. And it was his opinion, knowing this family, this is Mr. Berman, and this is asked on cross-examination, that if there were any problems or secrets in this family, they would keep it to themselves. And he also said that this was a home where there was tension, that Jose ran his home like a company, and he was chairman of the board, and that he wanted control in every aspect of his sons' lives. Now, maybe this is all a given to you now, but this is how the picture of these parents emerged, bit by bit, through every witness who knew them. I think it's noon.
It is.
See, I was right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll resume at 1:30.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's after lunchtime, which for some of us is usually sleepy time, so there's always a temptation in the afternoon to talk twice as fast so you can get all the same stuff done in half the time. But that makes Lynn's life misery. And the idea is that you're supposed to hear what I say whether you want to or not. So I will try to finish this afternoon. For my own personal reasons, as well as for your benefit, I would like to do nothing tonight for the first time in 5 months. Nothing at all. Okay, what I propose to do now is just to briefly point out some aspects of the testimony of some of the defense witnesses that I think are particularly significant, and it's going to be just small references to each one, but that I think are significant in getting the total picture of what was going on inside the family. And here is an excerpt, if you will, from Alan Andersen's testimony. He said when the boys were disciplined with a belt, he was told to stay in front of the TV set. Neither he nor Kitty would go down the hall to the room, and Kitty would turn up the volume of the TV. And in spite of that, Alan could still hear the sound of the belt. Now, I tell you this as I'm going to point to other places where Mrs. Menendez doesn't just not interfere, but she is an aider and abetter in the behaviors of Jose Menendez. And at the end of the trial, you're going to be given an instruction in aiding and abetting. The theory being that since Erik didn't kill anybody, he aided and abetted his brother Lyle in killing. And you will see what it takes to be an aider and abetter in crimes. So that apart from the specific things that Mrs. Menendez did to make herself individually fearsome, the fact that she was joined at the hip to Jose Menendez in his behavior towards the children was very apparent from an early age. And she, too, can be evaluated as an aider and abetter. And that was one of the earlier acts that a cousin saw. Alan also testified that when his personal reaction, and he was about 15 when he was with the family, when Mrs. Menendez would have one of her uncontrollable rages and would be in these rages saying that her problem was the children, including Alan, Alan found this extremely frightening. And he thought that Erik was particularly affected by it because Erik was as young as he was. Well, I'm going to skip that. Alan also described that one of the expectations in the family was that the boys have a high tolerance level for pain. Now, you may remember, but if you don't, I'm going to remind you soon, that Erik testified that there was a time that came in the progress of the molestation by his father, when his father told him he had to make him immune to pain. And what seemed to trigger that particular idea was that Erik had been with his father at a doctor's office, and he had received a shot, and he screamed. And his father was so humiliated that his son would scream that he wouldn't let Erik leave the doctor's office through the front waiting room, even though the screaming was already over. They had to sneak out the back because no son of Jose Menendez would scream in pain. And so what Jose then did was he instituted this pain training, which involved the tacks that I demonstrated for you yesterday. But of course he isn't pain training. That's just a sadist's excuse in order to blame the victim. Now, you brought this on yourself because you don't know how to deal with pain. You're a sissy, and I'm going to teach you how to deal with pain. And a very similar thing was said to Erik when he was screaming after he was raped by his father. It was his fault because, after all, Jose had warned him the time before, don't scream again or I'll go all the way. But Erik forgot that part and screamed, and he went all the way. And after that, Jose said to him, if you ever cry out again, I will tie you to a chair and beat you till you die. And remember, if I do that, whose fault will it be? And Erik had to answer, since he knew the drills, my fault. Right, said his father. The significant thing about Alan's testimony and Diane's testimony is that they saw a dramatic change in Erik's personality and behavior before 6 versus after 6. They both talked about Erik being outgoing and happier and cheerful before 1977. And then Alan says in 1977 he noticed that Erik was extremely introverted. And a major behavioral and personality change in a child, as we heard and as I think we all sort of knew, is a strong indication that a very severe form of abuse is going on, and particularly corroborative of sexual abuse. See how much I'm passing? And even at the very early times that Alan Andersen is with this family, he says, across the board, without hesitation, neither Kitty nor Jose showed any affection whatsoever towards their children. And that is a theme that you hear over and over and over again. Now, maybe, not everybody has to be demonstrative, but there are other ways to convey the message of love. Only that's never conveyed in this family. And when children don't feel loved, it makes them miserable and it makes them fearful. And when a parent doesn't love you, it is more likely that they will hurt you. And those are the messages that are being conveyed to Erik. Another theme of Jose Menendez is that Erik testified to, that's corroborated by his cousins, is that there would be all this competition between the boys that Jose would encourage. And Erik was always the loser. And he was always told by Jose, how come you can't be more like Lyle? And Erik testified that during the time that he cried during some of the sexual episodes, he was chided and derided for being a wimp and a sissy and a baby, and why couldn't he be more like Lyle? Lyle, if you recall, the testimony about him was a stoic little boy who wouldn't cry, because emotion in that family, according to everybody, was not rewarded. You were considered weak and inferior if you showed emotion, and Lyle got the message to simply go limp and to bow his head and to take whatever Jose had to give him without tears. And the last time anybody testified they ever saw Lyle cry was when he was 4 years old, and Jose said something to him so frightening the child was incontinent, as Peter Cano described it, and he was then dragged down the hallway for having made in his pants. And Peter Cano came into the room and thought that Jose was being particularly brutal. And at this point, Lyle was crying, and Jose punched Lyle in the stomach. And that was the last time anybody ever testified that they saw Lyle cry. But Erik was a different child. He could not stop crying. You recall that Erik testified that things between his mother became even worse when she decided to be his tutor and his trainer in schoolwork. And that change was witnessed by Diane Vandermolen, who testified to that effect. And I've already talked about how Diane knew about these meetings between Jose and Erik in his room, and how Erik would then not be coming to dinner. But the other thing she said was very interesting. You don't remember, but Dr. Burgess testified that what child molesters do is they try to make the behavior seem normal to the child. They tell them this is what goes on between fathers and sons. In this particular case, what Erik testified to is that his father would say, this is what goes on with the Romans and the Roman and Greek soldiers. And he was a big history buff, particularly about Rome. Would talk about their family as being descendants from the Romans. And Diane Vandermolen remembers that what would happen is after sports or after Jose would come home, Jose and his two sons would go off and take showers together. And after the showers, they would sit on the floor and Jose would teach them about history for hours. So he sort of made the molestation part of the history lesson to make it seem normal to the children. Because remember, this happened to Lyle also, and he was told the same thing. Now, Diane is also the person who testified that Lyle made a complaint to her about his molestation, and she was attacked by the prosecution for that because she hadn't revealed that the very first time she was interviewed by the defense. And the prosecution tried to make it seem that she only came up with that story because she visited Lyle in the county jail 3 times in 1991. The problem with that assertion, apart from everything you've now heard, you probably know more about visiting at the county jail without having been there than anybody else. But besides the fact that there's no privacy and everything is on a phone and you only get a very few minutes and there's other people around, is the fact that Diane did not, after these visits, get on the phone, call Jill Lansing up and tell her the story. It was 7 months after she had been in Los Angeles that she was re-interviewed and revealed that memory. So there doesn't seem to be any linkage there with these crowded visits to the county jail and her recollection of that episode. In fact, what she had said about it was Kitty was so rejecting and in such denial about it that for the longest time Diane thought she didn't remember it right. And it's only when she really thought about it that she said, wait a minute, I've put that aside for years, maybe it means something. Now we have the testimony of Mr. Wadlington, who was the coach who got a little emotional on the witness stand. He felt, and he was probably right, that he was the only person who ever loved these boys when they were little, and certainly the only person who ever communicated it to them. I think the family loved them too, but were kept farther away. But what did he say about this spoiled brat, if you will? The boys had no free time. They even practiced on Christmas every day. They had to play if they were sick. They had to play if it was raining. They had to play if they were hurt. And that was the kind of red training camp regimen that these boys were raised under. He said that he never saw either parent affectionate, praising, supportive, or kind. And he is the one who spent much more time with Mrs. Menendez than Mr. You also heard the testimony of a young woman, Meredith Krugman Geisler. She was the lifeguard at the country club. And she observed this very unusual behavior by the Menendez parents on behalf of Mrs. Menendez. She was the only mother she knew who didn't work full-time, who just dropped her kids off at the club, rain or shine, and abandoned them. And it would rain, and there would be storms, and she wouldn't come and get them for hours at a time. And she described Erik as an extremely lonely and shy and sad little boy. With respect to Jose Menendez, what she observed was the way he would humiliate Erik in front of his peers, in front of other competitors, and she also saw that the children never were critical of the parents, never talked back. Now remember, they're not 18 here, they're just little kids, and they're obedient little kids. And she said she never saw Kitty comfort or congratulate Erik. She never saw any support from her towards Erik at all. Their cousin Marianne Cano testified about the summer of 1986 when she stayed with them in the Princeton house. She too is seeing a family in which there's no kindness, in which there's no affection. But she saw something very interesting. She saw Erik at a tennis tournament where only Kitty was there, not Jose, and Erik was not playing well, and she says Kitty was getting very uptight and upset. She kept clenching her fists. She would say, "I can't believe he's losing this match. I can't believe he's losing. He should never be beat by this guy." And that Kitty was talking in a loud, upset tone of voice. That after the match, Erik was devastated. Kitty did not comfort him. They went right to the car, and the entire ride home there was total silence. And then when Jose got home that night, Kitty explained every wrong thing that Erik did. But Karen Farrell comes into this courtroom and wants you to believe that losing or winning didn't make any difference to Kitty. It was all the same. She loved her boys. Later on that evening, Jose Menendez is playing Jeopardy at Erik's expense, humiliating him and ridiculing him for having lost a 10. This isn't one of the big ones, you know. This is right there in New Jersey. This isn't Kalamazoo. But he's humiliating the kid endlessly at dinner. And later on, Marianne's prevented from going to Erik to console him because this is such an outrageous thing that she's seen at dinner. Later on, she gets to sneak down to the basement to see her cousin, to tell him that she commiserates. And what does he say to her? Does he complain about his father? Does he criticize him? He says, "Oh, don't worry, I'm used to it." Marianne's mother, Marta Cano, testified in front of the blue jury, the Erik jury, several times. And she told you that she saw these same patterns of behavior, where how badly Erik treated and how he took it over all the years. But one thing that she testified to that no one else was able to tell you except Erik was that Jose Menendez referred to Erik. He said this about him. He called Erik a sissy. He said, "It's about time he became a Menendez. He was not worth his last name. He should be ashamed of his average, mediocre performance." And Erik testified that his recollection was that the worst thing in the world to be called in that family was average or mediocre, and the greatest punishment was to be told you weren't going to be a Menendez. Jose Menendez also described Erik as too soft, too tender, and too mediocre. Mrs. Cano also observed after swim matches, Jose telling Erik, "Come on, Erik, I'm going to give you a massage so you can warm up." Now, I'm not suggesting that these are the sexual massages going on by the pool, but this was the normal behavior that preceded the sexual massages that made them seem like just a continuation of normal behavior that Erik testified to and that Dr. Burgess said was so typical of how child molesters gain access to their victims. You make it seem like it's just some normal behavior, and this is part of that. The other thing that Mrs. Cano testified to that was significant with respect to corroborating what Erik's testimony was is that the couple of times, remember, these are kids who are kept away from other adults, but the couple of times when Erik was permitted over all those years to stay over at her house because of his extremely close friendship with Andy, Erik would always lock Andy's door. Now, this is something Mrs. Cano didn't like, because Andy didn't do that. But not only did Erik always lock Andy's door, she heard Erik say to Andy how lucky Andy was to have a door that could lock. And you may recall that Erik testified that the door to his bedroom did not lock. And when Jose was inside his bedroom performing sexual activities with Erik, the way he would make sure that nobody would stumble into that bedroom is he would take a slat from underneath the bed and prop it up under the door handle. Now, what reason would a 12, 13-year-old boy have to want to have his bedroom door locked? I'm not going to get into any of Mrs. Cano's financial testimony. I think that issue is pretty much resolved. I just want to turn attention briefly to Faith Goldsmith's testimony. She was Kitty Menendez's best friend. I've already talked about her reaction to Kitty's plan to leave Lyle. But there's something about Jose and Mary Louise Menendez's attitudes about children that in some respects is so unusual that you have to think about it as a little bit crazy. I mean, I realize that I'm talking to you about a man who I believe is a sadistic sexual abuser of his children, and a woman who knows this and lets it happen. And maybe you think that's crazy, but there's something even crazier. And it has to do with their conviction that they are so perfect that they can only have perfect kids. Faith Goldsmith remembers in Jose and Kitty talking about their children, wanting them to be number one in sports, wanted them to be good in school so they could make the right contacts, wanted them to make the right contacts to be successful in business. And she remembers asking Jose, what would you do if they, the boys, were not the best? What would you do if one of them had a learning disability? And Jose's reaction was, that can't happen. Not to my kids. His child could never have a learning disability. He'd never have a child like that. That wasn't even a possibility. Now, that's a little bit of crazy thinking, but it persists because later on we hear the testimony of Sandra Sharp, who was a Spanish teacher at PDS, and she testifies that Jose Menendez says to her, things about, he's Cuban, Lyle's Cuban, Lyle should learn Spanish in 2 weeks because it's in the blood. Or it's in the genes. And he says a very similar thing to Mrs. Sharp about Erik. There's no reason why Erik can't speak Spanish. We're Cuban. I don't want to have the same problem we had with Lyle. Now, that's crazy thinking. There's something very nuts there in these strange ideas about the power of his gene pool. Mrs. Sharp also described Erik, as many teachers did, as very fragile, needy, vulnerable, sensitive, caring, and below average. But of course, no one in the family knew he was below average because Mrs. Menendez would brag that he was a straight A student right in front of him so that he knew, I don't measure up. My mother has to lie about me. She lies to everybody and tells them these false stories because the truth about me just isn't good enough. A couple of things that Mrs. Baralt testified to that I haven't touched on yet that I think are significant. She said very clearly these children as children never had any time to play. Every single minute of their day was accounted for and was always intensely scheduled and structured. I'm just trying to overcome this basic big lie about Erik, that somehow, as a rich kid, he had an easy life. You've never heard one bit of evidence about it, but that didn't stop Mr. Kuriyama from getting up here and proposing that to you. And every single person knows that his life was really toil. And then we have from Mrs. Baralt this remarkable story that is just unusual, and we tell it because every unusual glimpse into this family reinforces the notion that something's very wrong here. This photograph here is a picture of Lyle, about 4.5 or 5, standing in front of the steps of the Hinsdale house. And the house across the street, which is here, and across the lot, and over there, is Aunt Terry and Uncle Carlos's house in Chicago. And you heard the story about how Erik, as a baby, would go out and cross that street. And the significance of that story is threefold, I guess. Number one, it shows you how little Kitty Menendez cares about the health and welfare of her children. Number two, it tells you that that's really a cold environment if a baby will go out in the cold to get a cracker and to smile. And number three, it tells you about how duplicitous Mrs. Menendez is, because you may remember Terry Baralt, she calls her every morning and says, "Erik's here." "Oh, no, he's not. He's in his room." "Well, whose baby do I have here?" said Terry. And then Kitty would come across the street and be angry at Erik for having left the house. So he's 1.5 years old, 2 years old at this time. And you can't read too much into it. I mean, one person that I consulted with on this case early on said, "Why is the baby running away from home?" And I said, "Well, I don't know if the baby's running away from home. He's looking for some warm spot. And this is a house that is definitely not emotionally warm. Or he's looking for a cracker and the parents have the bedroom door locked, so he's not going to get fed there." But you'd think that a mom, knowing she's got a baby crossing a public street in the morning, you'd think she would make it a point to get up a little earlier because the baby needs something, and to give it to him so he doesn't have to keep leaving the house 15 to 20 times. If you were at all a caring mother, this kid wouldn't have gotten out after, say, the second time. We put on a number of teachers to talk to you about what Erik was like when they knew him and what kind of personality he displayed. And the obvious things that kept emerging were that they noticed the learning disabilities. They apparently were never adequately treated. You know that he went to the Lewis School for an evaluation, and Mrs. Menendez would not let the evaluation take place. That even the preliminary evaluation showed all these things: dysnomia, dysgraphia, all these disses, which meant that he had deficiencies in all these areas. And you have never heard, because it didn't happen, that he ever got any remedial help for any of this stuff. And that would be okay, I suppose, if they weren't putting pressure on him to be the best. When you know you've got a kid who's disabled, if you accept them, if you want what they are capable of doing from them, fine. There's nothing wrong with that. And even if you are don't want to advertise the fact, but to know that this is wrong with him and to continue with this insanity about perfection and superiority and that your kids have to be number one and the best is just to torture them. Okay. We also have called Ed Fenno to be a witness. He sort of is a jokey young man. But he lived in this household, and one of the things that I called him to testify to, which I think is significant, is this. He lived at that house for several months. He was there. He started out in the Calabasas house in September. He moved with them to Beverly Hills. He went home briefly for Christmas. He was back again until he went on the professional tennis circuit and went to Israel, which was exactly what Erik winds up doing the next year, and is in Israel, for example, when Lyle gets arrested. But in any event, he goes there, and then he comes back to the house again in March. So he's living with them, with the exception of the 3 weeks on the tour, and 2 weeks he goes home for Christmas, fairly continuously from September through March. And what does he say? Everybody locks their doors. Both the parents and Erik lock their bedroom doors in that house, which is contrary to a theory the prosecution has that based on Oziel, that only the parents were locking their doors and only the last week. He talks about all these arguments between Kitty and Lyle every morning right next to the maid's room, and the maid came in here and told you this was Ozzie and Harriet in Beverly Hills, and nobody ever made any noise, and nobody yelled at everybody, and everybody was happy. Okay, fine. But the fact is that there are lots of arguments and lots of screaming and yelling going on there, and the maid doesn't hear it, and if she does hear it, she isn't going to talk about it because she's a nice little lady who doesn't snoop into the affairs of the people she works for. In any event, he talks about these things happening, and he sees this behavior on the part of Mrs. Menendez where she goes after Lyle and is very angry every day. The other thing he talks about, though, is this. I asked him, did you know, he plays tennis with Lyle, he showers with Lyle, he hangs out with Lyle, he spends all this time with Lyle. Did you know Lyle was wearing a hairpiece? No. Was it ever discussed around the house? Never. Did Erik ever mention it? No. Now, he gets very close to Erik because after Lyle goes back to school in January, Erik asks permission of his parents to allow Ed Fenno to stay, and they become good friends. Now, the prosecution would have you believe that Erik, for no reason, out of the blue, in a conversation that was preceded by nothing and followed by nothing, would say to Jamie Pisarcik on that warm spring day in January, "Oh, I know my brother has a hairpiece." Sure. But not a word of it is ever mentioned around Ed Fenno, who's living in that house all that time. And I'll get back to Miss Pisarcik later. But that's what Ed Fenno knew, and he also knew that Jose spent time alone in Erik's bedroom and would shoo Ed out of the room when he was going in there, and moreover, that he never heard any sounds coming from any other part of the house. The house seemed very quiet to him. Barbara Howarth was a teacher of Erik's in the 9th grade, and I thought what was most significant about what she said about the kind of fearfulness and anxiety that Erik demonstrated was this. She said, Erik saw everything as potential danger. He was particularly anxious, very different than other 9th grade boys. He had very low self-confidence. Now, I want to talk to you about the molestation evidence in this case, the thing that the prosecution most wants to avoid. And all I'm going to talk to you about are the certain aspects of it that it was testified to by Dr. Burgess, told her, who has examined thousands of sexually abused children, that Erik was telling her the truth. And that was the point in calling Dr. Burgess, so that with her experience and her immersion in this field and her familiarity with all the research studies and her familiarity with all the literature, she could tell you that I'm pretty experienced. I know enough to know a fake story from a real story, and this one's real. And that was the point of calling her. Because Mr. Kuriyama will get up here and tell you, it didn't happen, didn't happen, didn't happen. Well, what, because he says so, it didn't happen? Where's his expert to come in here and say, I too am familiar with the literature and the research. He too could hire an expert who could go down to the county jail and spend 50 hours with Erik, and then let that person come in here and tell you this story doesn't fit the pattern, this story isn't believable, there are things in this story that sound like it's made up.
This is improper argument.
But they did not bring in an expert to do that. They did not refute any of the expert testimony in this case, but he's going to have the nerve. He is going to, trust me, he's going to have the nerve to get up here and say, ignore it. It didn't happen. He's a liar. Why should we call experts? Experts are worthless. They're hired guns. They were paid to testify. He's paid a fortune to be here every day. I'm paid. Everybody in this room is paid. We work. Those people work. And they try to make it look like they were just waiting around for this case to come along so they could make $100 an hour. $100 an hour is not a lot for a nationally recognized expert in any field. You can get a plumber for a little less, but that's about it. And yet they try to make it seem like these people are corrupt. These people have national reputations. They're on television. You think they're going to come here and say something ludicrous? Something that they can't support based on all of the research and all of the literature? Yeah, we spent a fortune to bring these people in front of you. Do you think I'm going to put on someone accused of first-degree murder in his own trial to talk about something so extreme if I can't back it up with expert opinion? No way. Because if there was an expert opinion, then they'd be getting up here and saying, oh, he just made it up. We're the experts to tell us this is real. Well, you saw them to tell you it was real. And all three of them, Dr. Burgess, Dr. Tyler, Dr. Vickery, told you it was real. And some of the ways that they analyze it's real, because I mean, Dr. Vickery, for example, talks to killers. He's a forensic psychiatrist. He's not a touchy-feely, doctor for little abused kids. He's not a bleeding heart. He deals with the court system, and the people that he interviews are people who are on trial for their lives. They're people who have killed other people. He's been involved in lots of sex abuse cases, so he's talked to a lot of sex offenders. He's not some bleeding heart. And he is skeptical, and he knows how to interview, and he knows how to look for lying. Prosecution calls it malingering. It's not malingering. Malingering is when you report like a false set of symptoms. But he knows how to look for lying. He's testified in court over and over again. I mean, you must, under every single case that he's ever testified in, I can assure you the prosecution has asked, and how do you know you're not being lied to? Well, that's what I'm trained to figure out. That's why I'm skeptical. That's why I won't give an opinion unless I'm sure. So, we brought those people in because they validate what Erik said. And he talks about a history of abuse that it would not have occurred to you or I submit to you, anybody else, to have made up. Because it isn't obvious things. It's things that those people in the field recognize as common patterns of abuse. But no one outside of being a victim or a perpetrator would know about these things. And at one point in her testimony, Dr. Burgess said, in order for Erik Menendez to have faked this detailed and this consistent a history of sexual molestation, he would have needed a research library. Now, Erik is living at the Los Angeles County Jail. He doesn't own that place. That is not a private place. The prosecution had one shred of evidence that Erik had ever had in his cell, so much as a book on child abuse. You would have heard about it. Erik told you that this started out, as Dr. Burgess describes it, as a period of seduction and entrapment. Now, I think a person who's making up a story would have said, when I was 6, my father raped me, to get the dramatic impact, but that's not what he says. When I was 6, my father, who had been massaging me at the pool, starts to massage me in a different way at home. And he proceeds to tell you how he goes through these stages, how his father is, as Dr. Burgess described it, grooming him. Because what's ultimately in the mind of the pedophile is not what he's going to do to the child, but what he can teach the child to do to him. Because after all, he's in there for his sexual pleasure, certainly not for the pleasure of the child. And so, in typical fashion, he starts out doing things that to the mind of, remember, this is the throwaway son, the ignored one, the stupid, the weakling, the mediocre, the sissy. So what must it mean to this little boy at 6 that his father now has this special time with him? And the fact of the matter is, sadly enough for the children, sexual molestation, when it isn't violent, has a pleasurable side. It feels nice. And that's how you get the kids hooked. And you tell them, this is our time, and this is our secret. And that entire family was structured to worship Jose Menendez. And so the notion that now Erik would have his own special thing with this man was more than any child would resist, particularly the timid one. And it moves along to the point where Jose can finally get what he wants out of it. And around when Erik is 7 years old, he testifies they're living in the Mill Road house, and his father teaches him how to give a mouth massage. And Erik describes, though, that it wasn't too successful because he gagged because his father pushed his penis in and he hurt him. And here is a medical record from Dr. Katz and Atkin at the Princeton Pediatric Group that has one of these mysterious little unexplained entries, and it is dated December 13, 1977, and Erik is 7 years old, and it says, hurt posterior pharynx, uvula and soft palate, seen in emergency room, Princeton Medical Center, 12/12/77, 8 p.m., follow-up today, healing well, symptomatic treatment. Now, I can't prove that that is penile insertion, but they can't prove that it isn't, because it is consistent with that kind of injury in a small child's throat. And as you heard from our experts, we tried to get the records from the emergency room, and they no longer existed. Now, Erik says that his father stopped being nice when he was 11. And in the way that victims blame themselves, Erik thought it was because by that point he had stopped swimming. Well, I don't know why Jose Menendez's sadistic side took over at this point, but it did. And the sex became violent. This is when Erik starts to formulate these funny kid words, this special language for what's going on, and he calls this form of sex from then on knees, because he has to get down on his knees to do this. And then he gets the lecture when he cries after this that, why can't you be like your brother? I'm ashamed to have you as a son. You're not going to really measure up as a Menendez, because he's showing signs of weakness. Now, the significant thing about this is that Erik expresses attitudes that how he felt about this, and he expresses it to Dr. Vickery, and he expresses it to Dr. Burgess, and he tells it to you, that I don't think someone who had not been a victim of this would understand. And that is that he thought he was doing something wrong, that he thought it was his fault, that he thought he had brought this on himself. I've already gone over several times the incident of rape. I find what's interesting is that Erik tells you that the worst episode, the one that's most engraved in his head, is not the rape, which occurs when he's between 11 and 12, but the very first time his father was violent. And I think it's interesting that he says that if he were making it up, if he had not been a victim of this, and I think to our just common knowledge, you'd say, oh, when he sodomized me, when he raped me, that was the worst. That's not what he says. He says the worst one is the first violent one, the first time that knees happens and he's ordered to swallow. And why it's the worst one is because it's the first time his father isn't nice. It blows out the notion that this is somehow love. And what was important to Erik was that he thought, no matter how else his father treated him at other times in his life, that what was going on between them sexually was a form of special love. And when his father becomes violent with him, he knows it isn't love. It's just another thing I have to put up with. And now what his father is showing is the same kind of disdain and dislike and belittling of him that goes on in every other aspect of his relationship with his father. And I don't think a liar could have made that up, that's what's significant to him. One of the things Dr. Burgess talked about that she felt was significant, that isn't the kind of thing that somebody would make up, is the fact that in describing strategies to live with this thing, when he's a little older now, and as she said, when you reach early adolescence, then the children do know it isn't normal. I mean, they can't keep kidding themselves. I mean, it's really hitting, this isn't normal, this isn't right, I'm involved in this bad thing, how do I deal with it? So Erik described some of the strategies, and he said he would put cinnamon in his father's drinks to flavor the semen, because his young friends talked about the fact that you could flavor semen with various things. I mean, I have no idea if that's true. I don't think that's true. But I mean, I think a 13-year-old kid might think that's true. And that's the kind of fact that you wouldn't expect somebody who's making up the story to make up. Erik also talked about the fact that he drowned his food in lemon, and the prosecution thought they scored a major coup when they found out that Maria Menendez, who is Cuban, puts lemon on cooked food. Big shocker. Anybody ever eat Cuban food would realize, yes, you put lemon on Cuban food. Lemon and garlic and onions is the basic flavoring, but you don't drown the food in lemon. That's going a little far. And he testified that he did that to deaden taste in his mouth. Now, Erik also testified that, and this is something else you would not expect if someone were making up a story. He testified that well, let me back up for a minute. You may remember, I'm not sure how much of this, I've got to be careful here. Mr. Kuriyama may stop me because I'm not real clear on how clear this was made to you about what happened career-wise to Mr. Menendez. But at some point, the family's living in New Jersey, he announces to the family that they're moving to California, and we know he was an executive at RCA Records, and then the next thing we know, he's heading up this video company on the West Coast. And I believe there was testimony that he just wasn't around as much in the last few months that the family was living in Princeton, and I think there's been testimony that it's because he's looking for a job and he's on the West Coast. But in any event, what Erik testifies to is that there is a 6-month period that overlaps both the last few months in Princeton and the first 3.5 months in California where there is no sex with his father at all. Now that's very surprising, and if you're coming here and you're making up a story about how awful your life is and that you're being molested, why would there be this 6-month hiatus? And I don't really have an explanation for it, but again, it's a piece of circumstantial evidence about something else, and so here's what my theory is. This is the period, well, first of all, he's gone a fair amount, and that's clear. Well, it's clear to me. I hope it's clear in the record. But secondly, this is the time when Mrs. Menendez has caught him in the affair. Now, our theory is that Mrs. Menendez knew what was going on, knew right in front of her eyes, knew right behind the eyeballs, knew with very little denial, actually knew, I'm not sure how, but knew enough to be able to let Erik know on Thursday night before she died that she knew. And, you know, I find it hard to believe that with this going on in your own home for 12 years, and you're not even a working mother, you don't even have the excuse of not being there, that you would have no idea. And I have a list of things, apart from what Erik says, which is that she told him she knew. I have a list of things I'll get to soon that I think demonstrate that, yes, indeed, she knew what was going on all these years. But why no sex at this time of great crisis in the family? Remember, she's very depressed, she's very upset, she's crying all the time, she's threatening suicide, all because of Louise Maloney. This affair. And what a charmer Jose is. I mean, let's just take Kitty's part for a second. I can take her part about some of the terrible things that happened in her life, and if she hadn't had children, and if she had killed him, I'd be happy to defend her. But let's just take a look at this for a minute. Not only does he cheat on her for 8 years, but he picks a woman who has her mother's last name and her middle name to cheat with. Mary Louise Menendez. And her mother's name was Maloney. So he picks a Louise Maloney. And what I find truly amazing in Brian Anderson's representation of himself as so intimate and so close to his sister is that she won't even tell her brother, I have an infidelity problem. And can you imagine the SOB picked a woman named Louise, my middle name, Maloney, Mama's name. Doesn't even say that to her brother, who she's so close to. This is a dangerously secretive person. All right. Why is there no sex here? Well, my speculation is that this woman is very upset and threatening divorce. And most allegations of child abuse that come out from adults come out during divorces. This is the bargaining chip of all bargaining chips, particularly in community property states like California. And I submit to you that the sex didn't stop for no reason, that the fact that the sex stopped around this issue of whether this couple were going to divorce. I believe that for the last years of her life, Kitty Menendez had all the power in the world in that family. She had the power of the secret. Because what's never been understood to me is, I can understand her with her negative feelings about divorce and her desire for status and the fact that she's madly in love with this guy and she wants her comfortable life and not wanting to get a divorce. I can understand her. I can't understand him. He doesn't love her. Carlos testifies to that. He tells Carlos in 1980 he doesn't love her. He just wants her around to be wife thing. to run the family. Marzi Eisenberg, the other wife, tells you he doesn't love her. She knows he doesn't love her. He talks in front of other people saying the boys are more important. His little experiment is more important than his relationship with her. He doesn't love her. She's given him a lot of trouble. She can't be fun to be with. She drinks too much. She takes her pills. She cries. She tries to commit suicide. She's a major league drag, I suppose. Why is he still around? Mr. Charm. So desirable. Rich and handsome and brilliant and smart and apparently able to get other women. Well, I think the only answer, it's just inconceivable. The only answer is she's got something on him. Big. Big, big. And not just the right to half the money. And I think that Mrs. Menendez made her deal with the devil, having given him her sons to do with as he pleased from the time they were born. Her deal was they don't get divorced, and she gets to harangue him forever about how miserable he made her. And she keeps the secret. Now, I'm sure she wouldn't want to expose the secret of this family, but it would be one heck of a bargaining chip if he ever tried to divorce her. And you remember Marzi Eisenberg's testimony about, Jose was very concerned that she not go off the deep end. He was very worried about her. And how nice he's treating her all of a sudden. You heard from the family members, he who had always been so sarcastic, he had put her down in public, he had humiliated her, he'd done these weird practical jokes on her. All of a sudden, after the discovery of the affair, he's so nice. The honeymooners. They go back east and they're holding hands. He's listening to her opinion. Even the boys see this. Lyle tells the story about being at the airport, and she goes off on Jose and starts screaming about Louise, and he's nice to her. He would have gone crazy on her in years before that. Now, what's making him nice? He's such a good guy. He's really worried about whether she's going to commit suicide or not? Sure. No, she's got something on her. Now, that's a theory. That's not evidence, but you can infer it if it makes sense to you. And I think that goes until they have sorted out what's going to happen here with divorce or no divorce, blackmail or no blackmail, the sex stops. And then they sort it out, and the sex starts up again with Erik. And it continues in its various forms, Erik tells you, until several days before his parents are killed. And there's a time when his father puts a knife to his throat, and the threat of death is very blatant. And Dr. Burgess testified that Erik told her many, many, many more details about all the sexual things that were done to him than he testified to. And that's not because he was hiding or lying, but you get to a point with that kind of evidence when you figure, if they don't believe this, what's the point of telling them 3 times more just like it? And it's hard to do that. That's the hardest thing to talk about. And you may remember Dr. Vickery's testimony that Erik was not even willing to talk about it when he started to tell Dr. Vickery about the abuse in August, September 1990. It was not a subject he went to freely and willingly. It was something that he had to constantly get him back to during their interviews. He didn't start out telling him a nice, neat, complete little picture. He started out slowly and gave up the information when he had to. And it was Dr. Vickery indicated that Erik had said that it was not something he ever wanted to have to talk about at his trial. It would have serious repercussions, not just because he was ashamed, because he still blamed himself, because he was embarrassed, but because of what the world would think and how he would be treated by the other inmates in the county jail, which is a matter of some concern. I'm just looking over for a moment Dr. Burgess's notes. And it's interesting that she said that the literature shows that children who aren't particularly special in the way they want to be with a parent will take anything in the terms of feeling special to that parent. And those children are the victim types who are particularly vulnerable. And in fact, Dr. Vickery described Erik as a type of personality that is particularly vulnerable to being the victim of child abuse. Needy and dependent, easily manipulated, sensitive, all of those things. Now, we tried to answer for you the questions that we think people would ask who are not all that familiar with how sexually abused children deal with their lives. We tried to answer for you, why don't they tell people? And boy, we beat that one a lot. And I would hope by now you understand all the reasons why they don't tell people and why they don't just leave. And we tried to make you understand those reasons too. I have a little more to say about that later. But I sense that you understand those issues. I sense that the battle here, if there is still a battle, is to have you believe that this really happened. And all I can say to you is, on a personal level, I don't care if you believe it or not. But as jurors, with the duty of jurors, you have to say, I don't believe it beyond a reasonable doubt in order to reject this evidence. Because if there is even a reasonable doubt in your mind that this happened, you know, logically, this is the only explanation for the chain of events that resulted in these parents' death. And unless you can reject it beyond a reasonable doubt, I would submit to you, you have to accept that this, just as Erik testified, is what precipitated the confrontation with his father and the rolling fear, because this is what he was never to say. This was the scariest thing he could do. This is 10 coat hangers all at once. This is violating the fundamental rule of Father, God, nature. And he did it. And it terrified him. And it blew up. And it backfired. And there is no explanation the prosecution can offer you that would provide a crisis such as was necessary to lead to the killing of these parents. So I'm still trying to convince you, or at least raise a reasonable doubt in your minds, that this actually happened. And we have tried to show you all the corroboration that we could gather that this sexual molestation by Jose Menendez of Erik indeed happened. We've shown you the photographs. And Kitty kept the photographs. The issue of did Kitty know? She has these photographs. Now, maybe she took them. Great. Talk about aiding and abetting. If she didn't take them and Jose took them, she knows Jose took them. The little light bulb should be going off in her head. There's the medical record. Who do you suppose took Erik to the doctor that day? Mom, maybe? That should have been a tip-off, if that is what I think it is. Diane tells her what Lyle is saying. The little bell should have gone off, the little light bulb. Are we still in denial, Mom? Now, I want you to know, though, apart from whether Mom knows this, why is Mom checking out Erik's genitals? Now, why would Erik make that up? We're not claiming. Maybe we should take a brief recess. No, it's okay. It's after lunch. I think people are getting a little sleepy. Maybe a sugar break. Thank you. Well, look at it this way. It's pouring rain outside, so aren't you glad to be in here nice and dry? Sure. I was talking to you about the evidence that we were able to present that corroborates the sexual molestation in this case. And I have a couple of other things to mention. And not insignificantly is the testimony of Erik's cousin, Andy Cano. Now, I believe the testimony of Andy Cano proves to you that this molestation history is not made up. And the reason I say that is because Andy Cano did not come in here and testify. Erik told me he was raped by his father, and his father was sticking pins in his thighs and tacks in his butt and all this very dramatic and awful stuff that Erik testified to. Andy testified that when he was approximately 10 years old, Erik started to ask him and suggested in asking him that there were massages that he was receiving from his father, and he was concerned about whether they were normal. Now, Dr. Burgess testified that at that age, and Erik would have been 13, that's when molested children are beginning to question whether what is happening to them really is as normal as the pedophile is telling them, or whether their emerging sense of right and wrong and morality is correct, that it is abnormal. Now, how could Erik have known? Erik in jail, prosecution theory, have known that that was a classic developmental pattern of sexually abused kids. Because that's what he says to his cousin Andy. And Andy comes in here and says he wanted to know if it was normal. And I told him, I don't know. Because he said to me, does your dad do this to you? Which is a normalizing question. And I said, I don't know, because my dad's not here. Because Andy's parents were divorced, and Peter Cano lives in Puerto Rico. And at that time, Andy was living in New Jersey. So he does not tell a flagrantly dramatic story. He does not tell a made-up story. And if the prosecution's theory is right, and all the members of the family are just dancing to Erik's tune, from these little 20-minute jail visits, they're figuring out what to say, one could assume that Andy would have told a much more detailed story. But all he could tell is what he remembers, and he only remembers two things: massages, and it hurt. And he couldn't figure out why, during the third conversation he had with Erik, Erik told him it hurt, because he couldn't picture a massage that hurt. And it's clear that Erik is very reluctant to talk about the real details of what's going on, so he's using the earliest language of his father, the massages, to explain what's going on. And he's not talking about how at 13 he is being sodomized and stuck with pins, and yes, indeed, that hurts. And I just want you to have some notion. Mr. Kuriyama says we're going to throw up baby pictures. Well, here's the baby. He's 11 and 12 in these two pictures. He's somewhere between 11 and 12. This is his age when the violence begins. This is what he looks like when he's sodomized by his father. He's not a baby, but he sure is a little boy. And this is what he's like at 9 years old when his father has now trained him in how to conduct anal sex, because he's beginning to groom Erik to be the recipient of same. Just a little schoolboy. And because he's a little boy, you can get him to do these things that you could never get a teenager to do. And here's the happy little children of Jose Menendez. And look how they're standing when you have these photographs. You're going to look at those gruesome ones, and you should. It's your duty. And I'd like you to look at the ones that have some bearing on who these children really were. And Terry Baralt testified, this is Erik and Lyle, the first Easter that they live in New Jersey, standing in front of the church that they're taken to Easter, like little soldiers, their little hands stiff by their side. These are the obedient, happy little faces. Look at the look on both of them. A miserable pair of children. Now, earlier I showed you a photograph from Muncie, and I told you it was the cul-de-sac, and I was mistaken. It was the driveway. It was the street that runs past the Menendez house. So if you would just make a note that Exhibit 156, if someone would write that down so you can tell the others, 156, which is a small photograph, is actually the cul-de-sac, and it's really a much more illuminating photo because you can see the entire circle, and you can understand the difficulty that a kid on a bike would have with centrifugal force in that cul-de-sac. Trying to clean this up here so we can move on. The other aspect of the sexual molestation that we believe has been only slightly corroborated, but it is corroboration, is Andy's testimony that there was a time when he was at Erik's house that he hurt himself, and he saw the jar of Vaseline that Erik told you was always kept in his room for when his father needed it. And Andy asked Erik if he could use the Vaseline for his cut, and Erik told him, don't use that, that's not what it's for, and didn't allow Andy to touch that jar of Vaseline. Now, this is a crime scene photograph of Erik's bedroom, and he marked it with a circle to indicate where he was sitting on the Saturday night before the killings, with a gun across his knees while his father was pounding on the door. That was the time he wouldn't let his father in. And we pointed out to you that just as Erik testified, there is a jar of Vaseline sitting next to his bed. Now you can say, well, Vaseline has lots of uses. Okay. Well, what was it used for here? No one has come forward to testify that Erik had a pattern of using Vaseline for anything. I don't know of anything. I mean, I only think of Vaseline and thermometers, frankly. Show you how healthy my life has been. But I don't know what else he used. But you don't use Vaseline for injuries. Unlike Andy, who was only 10 at the time, Vaseline is not really an ointment for sores. And Erik told you that the jar of Vaseline is there because there was always a jar of Vaseline by his bed. And that's a crime scene photograph taken by the Beverly Hills Police Department. Now, I pointed out to you that there are a few things that corroborate the abuse that also lend credence to the notion that Kitty Menendez always knew what was going on. But the other things that I think point that out, I've indicated to you she's checking out Erik's genitals, and it's hard to understand what she's looking for, except she's doing that during the period of time when these activities that he described by his father with implements, tying, he said he would tie him. It went by very quickly, and it was not the kind of question I was going to ask him about again, but he said he would tie him with a rope and then give him oral sex. And that's happening, and the needles along the penis is happening then. And Mom, at this point, is showing this tremendous interest in his genitals and checking him out. Now, that's a strange thing to make up if that didn't really happen. And we know she had a sort of weird thing in her life with Lyle as well, giving him baths. Forget about what Lyle says happens. Just think in terms of what Diane says. That Diane knows that Kitty Menendez is giving Lyle at 13 and 14 baths and shampoos. Now, it is some of you are mothers, and all of you were children, and it's very strange for a mother to be so invasive even of the privacy of a teenage son as to assist him in his bath taking at that age. So her invasion into their, if you will, genital privacy is very strange. She also, as you heard through our experts who had privy to Dr. Summerfield's notes, she also, without ever revealing anything of consequence in therapy, makes reference to sick secrets. Erik also testified that although his mother would come when he would be throwing up because he was sick, she never came when he was throwing up because of the activities with his father. She never knocked on the door. This is a very busy and successful businessman. He's like, some big mucky muck in RCA, and then he's president of the company with Live Entertainment, and he gets all these business calls, but never, ever during any of the time that he is alone with Erik in his room is there ever even a phone call. Well, obviously that's not true. There must have been phone calls, but she is a non-interferer. She isn't going to go in that room. And what is it that she doesn't want to walk in on? And then the other thing, which I think Mr. Kuriyama wants to put a slightly different twist on, is what is this pressure that she's putting on Erik to get a girlfriend when they're living in California? What is it she's worried about? Okay? Well, Erik says that he figures that she's worried that he's gay. Now, why would she worry that he's gay? Well, he tells you he was very sexually inhibited because he was afraid when he was a young teenager that if he got involved with girls, they would, or anybody, I suppose, they would find out that he was having sex with his father. He thought it was obvious. He thought he wouldn't be able to keep that secret. And yet, when he finally gets involved in a very intense relationship with a young girl named Kirsten, he realizes he can do that, and Kirsten won't figure it out. And Kirsten didn't figure it out. But there was a point when he broke off his relationship with Kirsten because the sex with his father was making it impossible to be with her, that it would interfere with his relationship with the girlfriend because of what was happening with his father. And there were 2 periods of his life when he was with this girl, Kirsten. And this is the girlfriend that he came up with when his mother was pressuring him. And I interpret Kitty's pressuring him that it's okay because of whatever her trade-offs were in her life for her husband to be having sex with her son, but God forbid the neighbors should think as a result that her son is homosexual, because God forbid they should figure out if he were that, what made him that. Now, these are not very sophisticated people, obviously, when it comes to matters of sexuality. These are not very sophisticated people when it comes to matters of child rearing. And I don't think that you can make a person homosexual, but I think you can definitely screw up the boundaries of a child if you are forcing same-sex sex on him when that isn't his natural predilection. And therefore, Erik was very concerned and very confused at a period of his life as to whether or not what was going on with his father meant something about himself. And I think his mother's only concern was not, what is this doing to Erik? Is the poor boy confused? Is this hurting him? But the splendid and perfect Menendezes can't have a child so imperfect as to be homosexual. And therefore, he better get a girlfriend. She knew darn well he wasn't homosexual. She knew darn well what he was molested. And so with all this having happened to him, who did he wind up being? Erik Menendez. I'm going to stand over. Well, no, I'll use the little one again, just to make it easier for all of you. When he was this baby, and we have baby pictures, I won't bother putting them up. You'll see them. He was real cute, like most babies. When he was a baby and a toddler, his Aunt Martha describes him as open and happy and friendly and outgoing, and his Aunt Terry calls him a child with a sunny disposition. And it all changes. And what changed it? Because as a child and a teenager, and I went through everything that everybody who testified in this trial said about him, and this is what they said about him. Nice kid. That was Marzi Eisenberg. Very good kid. Embarrassed. Insecure. Very shy. Very sad. Distressful. Very emotional. Lonely. Sensitive. Distrustful. Can't imagine why. Too soft. Too tender, too mediocre, and that's Jose Menendez speaking. Respectful, very disciplined, nice to mother, tearful, frightened, tried very hard, applied himself, quiet, introverted, not happy, very obedient, excitable, crier and whiner, that was Alan, polite, soft, tender, loved family, that's Aunt Terry, affectionate, well-behaved, kind of gentle, fragile, Sandy Sharp, needy, vulnerable, caring, anxious, fearful, fun-loving, naive, unsophisticated, immature, and this is a description of him at 18. Learning disabled, spaced out, robotic, and that's a description of how he acts around his father when he's being criticized. Afraid, seeking approval, gifted athlete. Now show me here arrogant, show me vicious, show me cruel, show me cold, show me heartless, show me conscienceless, show me pitiless, show me mean, show me any of the things that his parents were. Show me a killer. Because he isn't here, and he isn't there. And this is what he's like after this cold-blooded first-degree murderer. Lost and confused. This person who does not want to be controlled by his father. That's their theory. What does he do afterwards? Gives his money to his Aunt Martha and asks everybody in the world, what should I do with my life? What should I do with my life? And puts himself in an 8 to 10 hour a day, rigorous, vigorous training program. Back to work. With Mark Heffernan. This person who didn't want control. What does he do? Go to the beach? Yes, he goes to Cancun with Maravich because he wants to kill himself. And while down there, he tells Maravich how he doesn't trust Oziel. But what does he? Does he take off and become the playboy of the Western world? No, he keeps looking for structure. He keeps looking for control. That's why they go to Mark Slotkin, someone they didn't even know. And they're asking perfect strangers, what do we do with our life? What do we do now? Lost and confused and scared, somber and upset and crying. He spoke at the memorial service in Los Angeles and cried. Was he being hypocritical? No. The tragedy of this is that to this day he doesn't hate them. To this day he loves his parents and only remembers the good of them. Depressed, agitated, felt isolated, alienated, suicidal, despairing, overwhelmed with guilt, and overwrought. And that's before he's arrested. And you heard from Dr. Vickery what he was afterwards, a basket case on the brink of a psychotic break. Now, you don't become this after someone dies. This is what you always were. And you do not wake up one morning when you are this person and say, I shall kill my parents. That is inconceivable. There really is good and evil in this world. There really is. There really are good people and bad people. And sadly enough, given where we are, Erik Menendez is a good person who did a bad thing. And you cannot judge the sinner by the sin alone, because you will never understand what to call the sin unless you look at the person who did it. Now, before I get to going through the last days, I want to see if I can help you understand something that frankly was once hard for me to understand, because this is not the first parasite case involving an abused child that I've ever been involved in. And I recognize that the hardest thing for people to understand is why these children, why a child like Erik, because you can take a child in an abused family and put them completely over the edge. There can be children who are so abused that they are psychotic, they are insane, and they can kill in delusional states, and this happens, and that's very tragic. And moreover, I mean, if the abuse is really bad enough, and you cannot predict when that's going to happen, because every person is born with a different sensitivity to treatment, to maltreatment. Some people can handle a lot of it, and some people can handle very little of it. And you hear stories, for example, of multiple personalities. I don't know how many of you are familiar with that book, Sybil, which was one of the most devastating things that I've ever read, about an infant who is tortured. And in order to survive, the coping mechanism of an infant who can't cognate, who can't think, I'll be better off later, I can wait to go to college. An infant doesn't have that ability. So for the organism to survive, the infant splits and takes herself away. The conscious self leaves so that the conscious self does not have to experience the excruciating pain of the torture that's inflicted on that infant. And that's how you form multiple personalities. Very, very seriously mentally ill people. And they understand now in trying to, and it's very rare as well, but they understand in working with multiple personality people now that they're almost exclusively the creation of extreme physical abuse under the age of 3. Under the age when a person can come up with more cognitive coping mechanisms. But Erik's extreme abuse didn't begin till much later, and so he was able to cope with it in rational ways. Okay, but the point of this is how to make people understand. Oh, and then one other thing I wanted to say about parasite cases. There are also cases in which children are mentally ill, seriously mentally ill, and it is not caused by any maltreatment by their parents. Because one of the terrible tragedies of really serious mental illness, such as schizophrenia, is it doesn't have anything to do with how you treat someone. It is a disease, the origin of which is not very well understood. And there are many families, and I know some of them, where at a certain age, their children just become extremely mentally ill, and they've been wonderful parents. And there have been cases where extremely mentally ill psychotic children have killed their parents, and it had nothing to do with abuse. But those are also called parasite cases. But we do not have here an extremely mentally ill kid. We have here the person as described. And what's very hard for those of us who didn't live through this kind of experience to understand is how can their perception of the universe be so different than ours? In other words, why can't they just leave? Now, if Erik, and let me see if I can explain it because it's a hard concept and I'm not a psychiatrist, but If Erik had had other experiences in his life besides the intense one of his own family, he is, remember, very isolated into this 4-person unit that is this family. And everything he knows about people and everything he knows about relationships is what he is learning inside this family. And his parents are people of very extreme emotions. And they are people who never let him develop any sense of independence. What that means is he never has any idea that he is a competent person, that he can solve his own problems, that he has certain rights, in fact, to certain treatment. And they're so plugged in, these kinds of children in these families, to the family myths of the parents being perfect and the parents always being right, that it doesn't even occur to them that they're being abused, that this is an abnormal family. And if you don't have that notion, you don't have a right to be angry. And you don't have a right to stand up for yourself. You can't pick up the coat hanger if you don't think that you're ever right. And in this family, only the parents are right. If Erik had the insight of the prosecution theory is, all right, maybe he's being abused and he's being controlled, and so he figures out, I'm being controlled, this is unfair, I want to get out of here. If he had the insight of that theory to know that he was being controlled and abused and could say to himself, my father was no good, he's a sadist, my mother is no good, she's sadistic, it's not our fault that they don't love us. If he had that much insight into what was going on in the family, he would have been healthy, like we are. He would have been healthy enough to know, hey, I'm walking. But he didn't have that insight. Where was he going to get it from? What was the norm that he was supposed to compare these people to? And what were the resources that he had for support? We talk about the battered wife, and we talk about Kitty Menendez, and Dr. Briere talked about the difference between the battered wife and the abused child, and how much worse the lot of the abused child is, because they have no experience outside this family to know what's normal, to know what's good, to know who's to blame. The battered wife at least comes into that relationship with previous life experiences. She can tell. She has a sense of fair, unfair. Now, she can get ground down because, as he explains, if you're in a situation where you're hit and every time you get up you're hit again, sooner or later you stop getting up. And that's known as learned helplessness. But it's trained helplessness in a child. So neither Erik nor Lyle, I believe, had any understanding then about what was wrong with their family. And since they don't understand the right and wrong of it, they don't have the sense of anger. And this is clear also from Dr. Vickery's testimony. He was never angry at his parents. If he had been, he would have been healthier. He would have known, I'm me and they're them and they're wrong and I'm right and I can have my anger. And anger in that family by the children was certainly not encouraged. What was encouraged, what was generated, was fear. Fear was the permissible emotion. Look how much energy these parents spent in engendering fear. And Erik was raised to be a fearful child, and Erik was a fearful child, and fear was the one emotion that was allowed to him. And so here he is, experiencing a great deal of turmoil and unhappiness. He could not be otherwise, given this life, and it all translates into fear of these powerful people. Now, I don't know if that explains it, but there's a little more. Okay. You see, what happened in this family was that Jose particularly played upon every little kid's feeling that their parent is perfect and that their parent is a hero. And in this family, Jose's perfectionism and Jose's heroism is writ large by everybody. And then what a parent, this is our scientist in this experiment, what that parent can do is he can pound on that child and deprive that child of any kind of perspective. He's got so much power that he takes away from that child any ability to understand what's wrong with the parent. This is a real perversion of this parent-child bond, where The children naturally look up to the parent, and the parent uses that to twist it into a system where theirs is the only truth. Theirs is the only reality. And as I said to you before, in this particular home, the parents act in very extreme ways. So Erik never even learned any perspective on a normal range of feelings or a normal type of relationship. And that's why he could believe, growing up in this fearful atmosphere, that these parents who were so extreme for so many years truly could kill him. Now, he expresses on a conscious level during those last days why it is he can't run away. And I don't think he even understands all the reasons why he can't run away. But not having been a lazy child ever, what are the resources available to him, let us say, during that last week, if he had scanned it and thought about running away? He was worked very hard as a child, but obviously he was never trained to work. He has a semi-high school education, and I say that because it's impossible to know whose work got him his grades. I mean, he's got a diploma, but that's all he is a high school graduate with no skill and no training. And where is he going to go? If he goes to the only relatives he really knows, because he hardly knows Joan Vandermolen, and he doesn't know Pat Andersen that well, we can see the warm and cheerful reception he probably would have received from Uncle Brian. But where is he supposed to go? He's supposed to go to Terry and Carlos and say, I've run away from home. Now, as I say, Terry and Carlos are very nice people, but they were spies for Jose and Kitty Menendez. They testify. They reported everything that Lyle did wrong right back to the parents. Now, can Erik go to them and say, I've run away from home because Dad is molesting me? Now, when Erik testifies it was out of the question, you can see how out of the question it was. What are those people going to do? Are they going to believe him? And if they believe him, can they protect him? Are they going to stand up to Jose Menendez? I mean, I think the only reason they can believe it now is because they're dead. And something terrible had to be going on. And that's what Terry Baralt testified to. I know these boys. They wouldn't have killed their parents based on just what I saw. Something terrible had to have happened. And indeed, that's the only explanation for what happened here. But where was he supposed to run? And is Jose Menendez and Kitty Menendez, are they really going to let them out? I mean, these are the people they've controlled constantly. These are the people whose performance and whose perfection is so important to them. They're just going to let him walk away. I mean, Kitty tracked Jose's mistress to New York. I think that in his position, with his fear of these people and his understanding of their relentlessness, it is not hard to understand, or it should not be hard to understand, why there seemed to be no options and no choices when the crisis started. Now I want to talk about what happened during that last period of time. We talk about it as the last week, but it wasn't just a week. It started before that. This is the killer, according to the prosecution theory. This is a photograph taken in Louisville, Kentucky on July 27, 1989. This is less than a month away. And this is Erik working on his little playbook. This is the place where he played more matches than any other kid, this kid who has to get off his butt and go to work, and where he nearly collapsed from heat exhaustion in his efforts to please the folks. And this is a picture that was also taken on that same trip in Louisville of Kitty and Jose Menendez. And what happens during this tennis tour of the summer is very significant, because it is clear that what has happened in the Menendez family, particularly, well, with respect to both parents, but in different ways, is this. Having struggled all these years with their very strange ideas of how to create perfect little clones of Jose, it has finally been brought home to these people that their little experiment in human development has not worked. That you really cannot create perfect children through abuse and torture and molestation and pressure and belittling and degrading and dependency. which is what they have been doing with their kids. And the children, surprisingly enough, are not perfect. And they are not just disappointed. They are disgusted. This is not what they wanted. They wanted perfect little trophies. And if you're not a perfect little trophy, they don't have a great deal of use for you. And this is the message, I believe, that starts to get transmitted to both of the boys at least a year before the killings. Now, yes, Erik committed a crime, okay? And I talked to you yesterday about what you can do with that information. But the really interesting thing about that is how extraordinary it is for a kid from a well-off family to be committing a theft offense. This is a clear indication that something is wrong. Okay? So what is the parental reaction? Cover up and criticism, not for an immoral act, but for a stupid one. Because this is how they deal with their children. And this comes out over and over again. Jose Menendez's problem with these theft offense was not the $12,000 in restitution he had to make, but the fact that the kids were once again stupid. They were not nearly as clever as he would have been. They are not the perfect product. He would have done it better. And his disgust about those episodes have nothing, I submit to you, to do with being morally outraged or being critical of his children for having done such a thing. It's because they didn't get away with it. They weren't clever enough. They weren't being Menendez's. That's what bothered him about it. But that is bad enough in his rule book, because his children have to be clever like he is and brilliant like he is, no matter who they really are. And so what happens then, of course, is Erik winds up at Dr. Oziel's. Now, if you knew nothing else about Dr. Oziel but that he had this family in September of '88 and the children killed the parents in August of '89, that should be enough of a recommendation of the man, I should think. But what happens here is perhaps Erik's last chance. And as fate would have it, I've always wondered, you know, I never liked the word karma very much in the 70s when it was popular. Okay? But there is something to be said about a notion of miserable luck or a bad sign under which one can be born. And as Erik knows, because we have talked about this, he has had the worst karma of anyone I've ever known. It isn't bad enough that he was born to these two people who, if they had only married somebody else, their kids might have had a fighting chance. If either one of them had been a halfway decent parent, this dreadful thing wouldn't have happened. But when both extremely bad parents get together, this is why you have this crime. But apart from the dreadful karma of having been born to these two people, and the dreadful things that they did, and the fact that he was just talented enough that they could get away with all this pressure. What if he hadn't been a decent athlete at all? That would have been a whole area of pressure that he wouldn't have to have lived under. But it's this constant mixed blessing. He was a great athlete, so they could push him and pressure him and make his life miserable. Just an aside on that point, something I meant to say, and I may as well say it now. We talked before about children who can become seriously mentally ill when they're abused with the regularity, with the relentlessness as what went on in this family. One of the things that saves children, and one of our experts mentioned this, is physical exercise. Now, it is true that the sports training was torture, but I truly, truly, truly believe that it saved his life, that it saved his sanity for sure. Because through all that physical activity, so much of the tension and the stress is relieved. And beyond that, through the fact that God, with his sense of humor, made him a great athlete in spite of all the negative things in his life, there was something about which he could think well of himself. He could get some positive stuff, not so much from the parents, because it was always conditional. As everyone said, he never was praised for a good performance. He was simply told, right, now next time, Don't do this and don't do this and don't do this. So it certainly wasn't from the parents, but from the peer group, from the world, from the other relatives. He had some sense of being worthwhile and being accomplished from the sports. And I believe that is why he wasn't psychotic before. And luckily, Dr. Vickery caught him in time that he wasn't after either. Okay. See, but I knew by doing that I was gonna sidetrack myself, and so I did. All right. Karma. The worst. Karma and Oziel. They always go together in my mind. So here he is with his last clear chance, and who does blind fate send him to but the sex therapist in Beverly Hills? You know, if he had just wound up at that point in the hands of anybody decent, he would have been saved. This wouldn't have happened. But he gets this guy who has no notion of, you heard all about dual relationships? And here is a guy with an adolescent acting out. That's what this, I don't like that phrase, acting out. It makes it seem very minor. It's not minor. It was a real serious thing that he was involved in a theft offense, and it should have been treated real seriously from a psychological standpoint, not because of the amount of money involved. But here he is with Oziel, and there should have been bells going off all over the place that there's something very wrong in this family, and absolutely the worst thing you can do then is to do a therapy that isn't confidential for the kid, to not set up a situation where that kid could ever trust you enough, or it would ever be safe enough for him to tell you what's really going on. And Oziel testified. I showed him one, he told us, of the more than one waivers of confidentiality that wound up being part of the operational scheme of his therapy with Erik in 1988 and 1989. Now that is such a disaster. Here was possibly a chance for all this to stop, for things to get sorted, at least for the kids. I don't think you could do much with these parents. I mean, Kitty Menendez was in therapy for 3 years and had moved nowhere, and Jose was not the therapy type. But at least there could be some support there for the kid. If you can create an environment, as our experts said, where the kid is free to talk, even if he can't get out of the home, he can figure out, maybe for the first time, you know what, kid? It wasn't your fault. But no, he's got an Oziel who knows who pays the bills. And who pays the bills is Kitty and Jose. And Kitty and Jose are not about to let their kid be in therapy where he could talk. And the bottom line is this is no therapy at all. This is a smokescreen for the juvenile court. And by the way, Mr. Kuriyama, when he's talking about that last year, and he's talking about the theft offense and the crime, is talking about Erik as an adult. Erik was 17 in 1988 for most of the year, and that's why his case went to juvenile, not adult court. And in this case, I don't think it makes the slightest difference, frankly, if Erik was 17 when his parents were killed, 18 when his parents were killed, or any age, because in his life, those people never, ever let go. He was never free of their influence. And that's why Lyle's situation in that sense is not really any different than Erik's. Lyle could be in school 3,000 miles away, and his life is being run by these parents. Okay, so what happens over the course of that last summer? Well, it is clear that these people now, not having made the perfect product, as Carlos Baralt testifies, are now ready to throw them away. And I submit to you that what happens in the last weeks is, rather than the children rising up against the parents go to war against the children. They are disgusted. They didn't turn out the way they wanted. They don't have any tolerance for them. I mean, Erik is still a weakling who never performed properly, and now he's lost the biggest tournament of his life. So he is utterly worthless to Jose Menendez at this point. And all their mother wants is to get them out of her life, finally, so she can have a romantic fantasy totally to herself. She wants them away. She wants them out of her life. She's feeling sorry for herself that she sacrificed her career, her ambitions as a beauty queen, as whatever it was she wanted to be. And now is the time. She's looking to be an empty nester with a vengeance. She wants these boys gone. They have no value to these parents anymore. They didn't turn out the way they wanted, okay? And for Jose Menendez, the proof of that is that Erik has the effrontery, exhausted and in the middle of a heat wave, And given what he has done in Louisville, he has the effrontery to lose to a lower-ranked player who, in his parents' assessment, he should not have lost to. And, of course, he gets blamed for Lyle's camcorder. These are the last straws. And these parents go to war. Okay? And how is that demonstrated? Well, Kitty's father is up in Canada. He's got cancer. She wants to go see him. They're supposed to go up there after Kalamazoo like every year. So what does Jose do? He decides, we're not going. Now, who's he punishing with this? This is because he's angry at Erik for having lost, right? He's not punishing Erik, though. He decides to punish Kitty. See, all the way through, that's how he maintained power in this family, the old divide and conquer, okay? He made sure Kitty never allied with the kids. He made sure the kids didn't ally with Kitty. He tells Erik, your mother's not your friend, she's my friend. And nothing could have been truer in this family, because she never acts like the children's friend. She's always the ally of Jose. And now what he does is an interesting power play. He's going to punish Kitty because Erik lost. Now, how is that going to make Kitty feel? Angry at Erik, blaming the boys, which is what she does when she gets punished by Jose. So he cancels Canada. He cancels Erik going back to tennis camp in Florida. We're all going home to LA. And then he's going to read Erik the riot act. You're going to go to college, and you're going to take what I want, and that's how it's going to be. And he's just kicking him around because he's angry. And he knows he's got the power, and he knows he can do that. But what he doesn't know is that Erik has been clinging to life with one idea. When I go to college, this is going to end. And when Jose tells him, here's how it's going to be, and throws in the zinger that you're going to be home several nights a week. Now, this is just sadistic, okay? This is just typical Jose. Punish everybody because he's pissed off about something. Be really sadistic. You know the kid's been wanting to go to college. Tell him, I'm not sure you're going to play on the tennis team. This kid's been working so hard all summer long, working so hard year in and year out to be a tennis player in college, and now he says, I don't know if you're going to be on the tennis team in college. I'll decide that too. Just flexing his muscles, just throwing his weight around. The trouble is he miscalculated. He miscalculated how tenuous Erik's grasp on life was. He miscalculated that the kid was not 13 anymore. Now he's 18. And at 18, he's going through a 16-year-old struggle for independence, and he can't allow it to go on. He has only kept himself going by the belief that it's going to stop. And now, when he hears from his father it isn't going to stop, he cannot take it anymore. No matter how much his father threatens or how much his father bullies, he can't do it. He's at the end of his rope. And Kitty, of course, having been taken back home, I mean, why she doesn't go to Canada by herself is because she never will let Jose out of her sight. This is her jealousy and her obsessiveness about him. In any event, she goes to war on her favorite target, which is Lyle. And they have this fight over the hairpiece. Now remember, they come back on August 9th. There are tickets, I think we've indicated, that show when they return from Chicago. They come back on August 9th, and within a few days, Erik testifies he has the first of his meetings with his father, where his father tells him what his future is going to be. And that's not really news to him, and that doesn't really bother him in particular. It's the next conversation where his father tells him exactly what classes he's going to take and the fact that he's going to be coming back home. That tells him that his life of servitude to this man as his little sex object, and that his life of punishment with that kind of behavior isn't going to end. And he tells you, however, that when his father talks about, and maybe there's no tennis team, that is sort of a mixed message. Because on the one hand, yes, he's been training for the tennis team. That is a great source of his self-esteem, and it's what he did want. On the other hand, no tennis means no pressure. It means no criticism, at least in one area. It means no heat exhaustion in the middle of the summer. I mean, it has a glimmer of maybe some free time, which he's never had. So it's a kind of mixed message, but the real message is, I'm angry at you. I'm punishing you. That's the real message from all of this. So he feels at this point, as he's described, that all of his hope for rectifying his life is gone, and he's right. I mean, this is a real perception. This isn't an unreasonable person's perception. And he says he went off and cried and felt sorry for himself, and he wanted to leave the house for a few days, and his mother steps in there and tells him he's not going anywhere and he's not doing anything, and she's throwing her weight around because she's probably mad at him because he's cost her the trip to Canada where she wants to see her father who has cancer. In any event, after he has this angry words with his mother, his father comes in typical Jose style says, "Going somewhere? Are you going somewhere? You got a problem, pal?" And of course, Erik says, no, he's not going to get into an argument with his father, but his father says, "I will deal with you when I come back," because he's going on a business trip that week. And this is not his typical business trip, like the one that we believe was scheduled for the following week. This isn't one day to Minneapolis and back. As Roger Smith testified, this is like a 3-day trip. Excuse me. Okay. On Tuesday afternoon, Erik says he oversees and overhears this argument between his mother and his brother. And at the end of this argument, his mother rips off Lyle's hairpiece. Now, I think this is done. I'm going to take it down. I decided to stop here so I could walk around. I'm tired. And then I'll fold this up. And that'll make the blood circulate. Now, oh, look, a new view. Maybe that'll wake me up. Okay. I'm not really boring myself. It's just I haven't slept much in the last week or so. Maybe I'm boring you. But anyway, let's talk about this episode. Now, let me just say that if Erik knew that his brother wore a hairpiece, it would still have been shocking to see his mother tear it off. Because this is a kind of hairpiece that isn't just put on every morning. It's not, as Mr. Kuriyama would well, I don't know what his motive is on this one. Maybe he doesn't know the right word. But he keeps calling it a wig. Maybe it's just to humiliate and embarrass Lyle. I don't know. But it's not a wig, it's a toupee, and it's a toupee that's affixed in a certain way so that it hurts when you take it off. And whether he knew about it or didn't know about it, the point of the story is that she humiliates Lyle. She does a violent thing, and she embarrasses him, and she shows his baldness, which you've never seen in this courtroom. And that's what's so shocking to Erik. Now the prosecution's going to make a big deal over the notion Erik lied about knowing about his brother's hairpiece. Nuh-uh. Jamie Pisarcik lied. Erik didn't lie about this. Okay? Erik testified, "I knew that something had been done with Lyle's hair because it looked so different. What I didn't know is that it was that. It was a toupee that you could tear off." That's all he said. Now, Miss Pisarcik, who other people called the gold digger, came in and testified that for the first time in November 2nd, November 3rd, 1993, when the Magic Eye has been televising every single day relentlessly of this trial, in November, long after Erik and Lyle have testified, she tells Detective Zoller the following story. In the spring of 1989, I was at the Menendez home, and Erik overheard a conversation of his mother which informed him that Lyle wore a toupee. And Erik acknowledged to me, I'm not quoting her, this is the gist, and Erik said to me, "Oh yes, I didn't know about it in the beginning, but I know it now, and that explains, I was so surprised to find out he had a toupee, but that explains why his hair is always in place." Now that's the story that she tells Detective Zoller. Detective Zoller's gone fishing, by the way. It's not like she calls up to say this is the story. They're looking in their desperation for anything to try to overcome this enormous case that the defense has put on here. So Zoller says, what do you know about the hairpiece? Did you know anything about the hairpiece? Did Erik know about the hairpiece? I bet Erik knew about the hairpiece. I can just see this. This is not a tape-recorded conversation, by the way. This is not a tape-recorded interview between Zoller and Miss Pisarcik. So we don't exactly know how it evolved. But she tells him it's the spring of 1989. And she takes the witness stand. And she testifies on direct examination that it is the late spring, early summer. So is that May? Is that June, we wonder? Those of us who have a notion that the year is divided into 4 distinct seasons. So then on cross-examination, Miss Lansing starts to question her about when is this, and she then, I guess, remembering that she broke up with Lyle in April and therefore couldn't be back here in late spring, early summer makes it just spring. Okay, so what's just spring? Well, just spring is April. But she was working in April, so just spring is now March. And then, of course, out come her work records, which show that there is no way except for one weekend that she could have come out here in March in order to overhear this, or to have, out of the blue, this conversation that she says she had with Erik. Now, when I say out of the blue, I cross-examined her. And I asked her what preceded this conversation. What did you do before? What did you do after? Why did it come up? How did it come up? Where were you going? Why were you on the second floor of the house when you're hanging out in the guest house? And we all know Mrs. Menendez can't stand her. And she has no answers. I don't know, I don't remember. Nothing. Oh, but this little helpful conversation. This, she says, she remembers. Now, you cannot, I don't care how good a cross-examiner you are, you cannot very often get a witness to say, you're right, I lied. Doesn't happen. Once in a while, you'll get a witness who's trying to be honest to say, I made a mistake and I was wrong, like Erik did. But you can't get someone like this who says, you're right, I lied. The only thing you can do is try to show that they lied about any significant portion of what they're saying. Well, there's only 2 portions. There's only 2 parts to what she's saying. What was said and when. 2 facts. That's all there are. Okay? And in fact, she backs off of the what was said because she says, well, it wasn't, I didn't overhear. See, because what she originally says is she overhears Mrs. Menendez giving this information to Erik and then has a conversation with Erik about it. She backs off of that. Okay? Even Zoller tries to help her by backing off along with her. But this is what's in his report. That she says Erik overheard a conversation with his mother, and then she has a conversation with Erik. So she backs off of that. She changes that. But more important, we get her. I mean, we got her. I mean, you can tell these moments in a courtroom. Some of the stuff we do is pretty subtle. Valentine, you will admit, was not subtle, right? Pisarcik was not subtle either. She's sitting up here. She says it happens in the spring. Here comes Miss Lansing with envelope after envelope of her work records and blows her out of the water. She lied. And she shows she lied. And you get down to that one weekend in March, and it is the weekend when Erik isn't there. Because he's at the Doral in Florida on the tennis circuit, playing in the Easter Bowl. Here are the travel records that show it. Here are the credit card charges that show the family's in Florida, the only weekend in the springtime when Jamie Pisarcik could have been at the Beverly Hills house, and she's lying. So now where does it go? Oh, well, Miss Lansing says, well, now that we know it's not March, how about February? Oh, yeah, it was February, so take her through the February work records. And there's no time in February for her to have come. So then Miss Lansing says, so now you're going to say it was January? I mean, and the question really is, so now you're going to lie again? Well, it was when I was there seeing Hurley Burley. And Hurley Burley, as you will understand from the stipulation, ran between November and January. So now the spring is the winter. And yet you're supposed to believe this witness. And as I've indicated to you before, Ed Cano testified that he's around the Menendez brothers a lot and he didn't know about the hairpiece. And moreover, the whole family testified, virtually. And none of them indicated they knew about the hairpiece. There was one other area, of course, that Ms. Pisarcik testified about in front of you, and that had to do with the use of the credit card. And I won't take you through that whole elaborate thing, but it's clear she wasn't being honest. She was improperly, she and her entire family, according to her, were using the Menendez family phone card and running up these huge charges. She was, stealing, okay? And she's doing that long after she's broken up with Lyle, and she's claiming that she did it that first week, the week that we first showed her the billing records on, because she's trying to put herself and Lyle together at this tournament, and Mrs. Menendez gave her permission. And we know Mrs. Menendez did not want to encourage in any way Jamie and Lyle being together again. So she lied about the telephone credit card. And then when Miss Lansing shows her it wasn't just that week that it was being used, then she makes up the story, well, Lyle had given my whole family permission to use it, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Now, I don't know all of Miss Pisarcik's motives to make up stories, but here she is willing to testify against a young man that she was engaged to marry who has never done a bad thing to her. You didn't hear of any rotten thing that Lyle ever did to her, such as would make her want to pay him back. But nevertheless, she's willing to come into court in a death penalty case. That's the kind of person she is, you see, and testify against him. And I submit to you, somebody that heartless is also willing to make up a lie to help the prosecution to get Erik. But the bottom line is, what happens on Tuesday night, Tuesday afternoon in the Menendez home, the significant part of that episode is the shock of the mother tearing off Lyle's hairpiece and embarrassing Lyle, and the fact that now we know the next time in Erik's presence since 4 years old when Lyle cried. And it's when he's 29 and he's in this house. And so Erik decides to go and tell him what happened. Now, what's interesting about the Tuesday night discussion where Erik tells Lyle, because he's feeling suicidal and miserable and his life is not going to work out, and he goes and tells Lyle that what went on with his father that Lyle knew about earlier. I don't know if you remember this aspect of their history, but Lyle figured out when he was a young teenager that Jose was molesting Erik because he could hear things. He was in the next bedroom, and he could hear things. He didn't have to go down the hall to try to hear things. And he figured out what was going on, and he had a little confrontation then with his father, and although his father denied it, his father indicated not to worry, all right? And then Lyle says that he talked to Erik subsequently, asking Erik in some way if things were okay between Erik and Dad. And Erik, who had gotten a beating from Jose, because Jose thought Erik had told Lyle, and that's how Lyle knew, Erik tells Lyle, no, don't worry, everything's fine, it's all over, okay? Or words to that effect. So now Lyle is finding out that it wasn't all over, and that his brother hadn't told him the truth, and that this has been going on. And now if this was a made-up story, folks, what would you make up would be Lyle's reaction? Oh, Erik, how awful for you. Oh, Erik, how terrible. Oh, Erik, what a miserable thing for him to do. Oh, Erik, I'm so sorry. And is that Lyle's reaction? No. What you hear testified to here is Lyle's initial reaction is, I didn't believe him, and I was angry. And he doesn't believe him, and he's angry because he doesn't want to believe that his baby brother was being treated that badly, and he didn't do anything to stop it. And he wasn't the one his brother came to. And that state of mind on Lyle's part is all of a piece of how Lyle and Erik grew up and how they related to each other in this family. And it is not the story that liars would tell, I submit to you, because it isn't logical. It makes sense in the context of this family, but it isn't the kind of thing you'd make up. And so they then have a discussion, and by the end of the discussion, Lyle is no longer angry at Erik. I mean, he even accuses him of liking it. And that's not the kind of thing I think that would be said if the story was being made up. In any event, what's resolved that night is that Lyle who has had this very strange experience that's different than Erik's with his father. Lyle has sort of been built up on the one hand and torn down on the other. He has been given the notion, since he is the firstborn, since he is the heir apparent, that he really is a Menendez, that he too is one of the superior creatures such as Jose and Kitty. And because his father has had these long talks with him, I think the kid's been given the false impression that he actually has his father's respect, that his father will actually listen to him. But deluded creature that he is, Lyle believes that. Lyle actually believes, which shows you how distorted the perception of the children in this family is. Lyle actually believes that he's going to be able to sit down with his father and say, "You have to stop molesting Erik. Okay, Dad? And I'm going to take Erik back with me to Princeton, or I'm going to come here and go to UCLA and live with Erik. But really, Dad, it's not right for you to do that, so you're going to have to stop." And this is how distorted Lyle's perception is, that he thinks because he has been told all of his young life by his father that he was special and he was a Menendez, that he can have such a conversation with him. And it doesn't seem to occur to him how bizarre this is. That you can't go and tell your father, stop buggering my brother. You can't do that. Not with a Jose Menendez. But you see, that's my point about their lack of perception. He doesn't understand just how strange all this really is. This isn't like negotiating over your college roommate, but he has no perspective. So he decides he's going to be able to do this. And of course, Erik will like anything that would solve the problem that he has, which is to end the molestation. And for years, he has let his brother be his spokesperson because Lyle was the more respected and regarded one in the family. And so he is hoping, although he's very apprehensive about it because he has a much better picture of Jose as a pervert than Lyle does. He is the one it's being done to. For Lyle, it's an idea at this point that stopped in his life when he was about 8. For Erik, it is a way of life. In any event, what's resolved Tuesday is that Lyle is going to have this discussion with Dad on Thursday. And what happens on Wednesday is very unfortunate because Lyle unfortunately tells Mom, and Lyle testified about this because Erik didn't know this, but Lyle testifies that on Wednesday he tells Mom that he wants to talk to Dad when Dad gets home, and unfortunately he lets Mom know the general subject matter. Now, Erik and Lyle go to lunch on Wednesday, and during the course of that lunch, Lyle tells Erik that he had mentioned to their mother that he wanted to talk to Father when Father got home, but Lyle doesn't tell Erik that he told Mother the subject matter, and Erik doesn't know that, and Erik is concerned about that. Erik says he said to Lyle, "Hope you didn't tell Mother, why you want to talk to Dad." "Oh, no," says Lyle. All right, so Thursday. Now, Erik testifies about Thursday that his recollection is he had a partial tennis lesson with Mark Heffernan that morning. He says what he remembers about that lesson is that he didn't feel up to completing it, and he sort of cut it short. Now, Mr. Kuriyama makes a big deal over whether or not there was a tennis lesson with Mark Heffernan Friday morning, and I submit to you, I don't think it makes the slightest bit of difference whether the tennis lesson was Thursday morning or Friday morning. Erik believes it was Thursday. Mark says, he's never said, "I'm sure." He said, "I believe it's Friday." He really can't know because he doesn't have his calendar. He doesn't have his schedule. The reason he thinks it was Friday is because he believes when he asked about play on the weekend that he was told, "We can't play with you tomorrow because we're going on a boat trip." But it could have also been, "We can't play with you Saturday because we're going on a boat trip." But the fact of the matter is, he could have had this truncated tennis lesson with Mark Friday morning, because what he definitely remembers, and what Lyle definitely remembers, is that he is on the tennis court Friday morning when Lyle wakes up. Okay? Okay, but now we're back to Thursday, before the fat is in the fire, if you will. So Erik's recollection is he played with his coach, Mark Heffernan, Thursday morning. That his father is due home from the business trip sometime that evening. And his recollection is that his father was originally due home at 6 o'clock, but that the flight keeps getting delayed over and over and over again. He leaves the house at some point. Erik and he stays away. He calls in. See, he's very afraid of he knows his father. He knows his father's violence more than Lyle does. He knows his father's negativity more than Lyle does. He's been the butt of it for years. And he's afraid. And he's been a bit of a coward also, Erik. He hasn't told Lyle everything, including all the violent things, because he's afraid that if he tells Lyle really how bad it was with Dad, Lyle will get cold feet, and he won't help him, and he has no other resource, and he doesn't want Lyle to say, well, more than I can handle, buddy. He wants him to do something. He wants to believe that his big brother can get him out of this mess. All right. Anyway, he calls in periodically. He finds out that Dad's going to be home later and later and later and later. And so he gets home, and the first information he gets about how the talk went is when his father shows up at his room. Now, again, the prosecution makes a big deal over nothing, which is his father bangs on his bedroom door, and Flor didn't hear it. Well, this is about midnight. Maybe Flor's asleep. Maybe she's a heavy sleeper. Maybe she doesn't wake up every time someone on the other side of an 8,000 square foot house or an 11, it's huge, this place. When someone bangs on the door a couple of times, she doesn't spring to her feet and run upstairs to see what the masters are up to. I mean, it is ridiculous to keep saying these things couldn't have happened because Mrs. Surya didn't hear it. I mean, she's off in her room, and she's minding her own business, and it's the middle of the night. I mean, how many of the neighbors didn't even hear the shotguns going off in the middle of the night? I mean, much earlier at night. Okay. His father comes up there, bangs on the door. Erik opens the door. And that's how he learns from his father's accusations and his father's threats that Lyle has not only talked to him about stopping this behavior and allowing Erik to go, but that Lyle has clearly said something that now has convinced Jose that Lyle is going to tell. Now, that wasn't part of Erik's plan. I mean, Erik never wanted Lyle to go in there and threaten their father. He just wanted him to say, I want this to stop. This is what I would like to have happen. But it's very clear from Jose Menendez's reaction. And in fact, he says to Erik, Lyle's going to tell, and Erik says, no, he won't, no, he won't. And Jose says, yes, he will. And Jose gets physical with Erik, and he tries to grab him, and Erik runs out. Now, this is very dramatic sounding testimony. I know that. But these are very extreme people. They do very dramatic things. Both the parents and the children in this family. You have heard example after example of very extreme behavior by Jose and Kitty Menendez, and very extreme words. And so this is of a piece with who these people were. This is no different than letting a child jump off a counter and then going, told you so. This kind of confrontational behavior is no different than that. And Erik goes downstairs. And now remember, his mother has known that this crisis is coming. This isn't, he then accidentally runs into his mother, and he accidentally runs into his brother. The parents are in collusion here, because when Jose comes back from the business trip, Lyle says it's clear he knows that Lyle wants to have a talk with him, and he knows the topic, and he keeps Lyle waiting for 45 minutes. I'll be right down. I'm going upstairs to change my clothes, he says Thursday night. But he keeps Lyle waiting for 45 minutes, and then he comes down to listen to his son. And they're both in on this, and I mean, because Kitty was told what the subject would be, and she's up there for 45 minutes with Jose, figuring out what strategy are we going to use to keep these kids in our fist and to control them so that this thing doesn't get out. And the strategy is the same one as always: anger and fear and terrorizing. God forbid anybody in this family should ever talk. Okay, how should we deal with this? Oh no. Parents rule, children follow. That's the law. So after Jose does his part, Erik sees his mother, who's downstairs in the TV room, no doubt wanting to find out what's cooking, okay? And she knows what's been going on, because at this point, we don't really know how long after the talk between Lyle, Erik gets home, how much time has passed between that talk, where I'm sure Kitty and Jose have talked to each other about what it was Lyle said and what it was Jose said to keep Lyle under control. But they are clearly in communication with each other. And therefore, that's why when Erik comes through the family room on his way to the guest house, Kitty knows exactly what is going on, okay? And Erik is crying, and Erik is hysterical, and when she says, "What's wrong with you?" and he says to her, "You wouldn't understand," oh, she knows exactly what is on the agenda. She knows exactly what is going on in the family that night. And she says to him, "Of course I would. What do you think, I'm stupid?" "I know. I've always known." Because the kids have now, why is she willing to say this? Why is she that angry to throw it in his face? Because the kids have threatened her entire world. Because Lyle has threatened Jose that he may go public. And that is the thing that is nearest and dearest her heart, is her status, is the public perception. I'm not just talking about a person whose status conscious is a materialist. I'm talking about a very insecure person, if you want to know the truth, for who this false image of herself is her only image of herself, and it's critically important to her. And she has spent her whole life putting out this false picture, hiding the truth at all costs, and she's not about to let the kids go public. And she is so upset that this threat has now entered her life that she is willing to throw it in Erik's face. She's willing to say something truthful inside this family, which happens so rarely. And so she lets Erik know. Yeah, she's known. This is no big surprise to her, but it is the end of his conception of the universe for Erik. Because no matter what she ever did to him, because no matter what she ever denied him, he loved his mother. You had to love your mother in that family, because you couldn't possibly kid yourself into thinking that your father loved you. But you could kid yourself, if you tried real hard, and he did, into thinking that his mother loved him. After all, she didn't do as many affirmatively horrible things to him, and it was very important to him to think that his mother loved him. And he needed somebody to love, so he loved her, and he liked it when she smiled. That was what he looked for in life. And now he finds out. He's always known she couldn't help him. He thought it was because she's a victim herself. He's always known she didn't help him. And he used to tell himself, well, she doesn't know. If my mommy knew, she'd come. Wouldn't she? And now he knows she knew, and she didn't come, and she didn't care. And that is a devastating blow. And what that really does, that I think this is the one thing I really can feel. I can't be Erik. I've tried, but it's hard. I can't be Erik. But one thing I can feel is your mother turning into a Martian before your very eyes. Whatever she was, he thought he knew her. Imagine your mother turning into an alien creature. How frightening that has to be. I don't know this person. And if you don't, and if the one thing you know about this person is she's going to protect her life at all costs, and she is now a Martian, she isn't even my earthling mother, all bets are off. This is a terrifying person. Everything else, buying guns, saying somebody's going to get killed, threatening to poison the family, wanting to kill herself, being brutal to them, all those things, yes, build up and make her a scary person. But that is the single scariest. I don't even know her. And she can therefore do anything. And that's why they are as frightened, and particularly Erik, as frightened, if not more so, by his mother, because his entire idea of her is blown. As by the father, at least whose brutality is known, whose attitudes are known. They know what he's going to do. She's always been the unpredictable one. She's always been the unsettling one. And that only multiplies tenfold that Thursday night. And so he goes back and he has the conversations with his brother. What should we do? What should we do? And I've described to you, what some of those considerations were and why, in fact, when we talk about the involuntary manslaughter instruction and the imperfect self-defense, because of the way you're going to be instructed, we don't have to show more than unreasonableness. But so much of what their feelings were based on perfectly reasonable assumptions, given this family, okay? Given this history. And their entire discussion about why they can't get away and why they have no options is dead right. There is nothing unreasonable in thinking that with these parents and with their power and their money and their abilities and their smarts and their secretiveness all these years, that there is no way that you're going to be able to go to the police at 18 and convince them to do anything. And there's no way you're going to convince sweet Aunt Terry and dear Uncle Carlos and tough Aunt Martha or anybody. You're never going to convince anybody. These kids don't believe they're ever going to be believed anyway. And so often they're not when they should be. And then they come to trial like Erik has. And here I stand 2 days in the running, still trying to get you to believe him. I mean, and that's the hurdle they're really operating under. And they certainly knew that night. Who's going to believe worthless me when great dad is being accused? Nobody. Because I'm just a piece of garbage. Hasn't he told me that all my life? So what are their options? And their options runs the gamut of the extreme emotionalism that was created in this child, I submit to you, from the day he was born. They are terrified and they think survival. And that's what you're going to get with a child who's raised in this kind of environment. He is going to be that frightened, and he is going to think survival. And so they make a decision. And there is a decision in this case. And I think that's what the constant confusion with the Oziel information is, because indeed they do make a decision. They make the same decision I talked about the other day. They make the decision to buy the gun to stop the burglar. And it looks like a plan. But it is just a decision. It's not a plan to kill, it's a plan to defend yourself. There was no other way to do it unless they wanted to wait for an opportune moment to go into their mother's closet and steal her rifles and hope they didn't notice it. There was nothing else they could do at that point but go and buy something to protect themselves with. And that's the Thursday night discussion where they decide to do that. And then comes Friday morning, and hope springs eternal, and Erik looks out and it's a sunny day, and he doesn't want to deal with this. I mean, he's been an avoider anyway. That's one of his coping strategies. You don't think about the bad stuff if you don't have to. You dissociate. You try not to remember. You put it out of your mind. He talked about what happened during a very painful episode. He just tried to take his mind away. And now it's Friday morning, and it's Beverly Hills. It's California. You know, did you ever notice, by the way, as an aside, how difficult it is to stay melancholy in Southern California because it never rains enough? And you wake up and you're sort of feeling blue and the sun is out there and it's going to pull you out. And so here's Erik, who's been afraid the night before, and he's been up most of the night before, and he's been nightmaring since Tuesday, which is classic in his life. And he wants to think, no, there's no real problem. And Lyle, who to Erik is the voice of wisdom, even though we know he has terrible judgment, but there is Lyle saying, no, this is real, Erik. Remember, I have threatened our father with exposure, and there is no way they are going to let us live. And so he reignites, if you will, the fear, and they go and they buy the guns. Now, I'm not going to go back over the entire course of what they did because I'm tired and because you heard it and because it's been argued to you a lot. But the bottom line is he ultimately testifies to going to 3 different gun stores that day. And there is nothing particularly to his advantage in saying that. Clearly, he knew there was a 2-week waiting period for handguns, or they would have bought handguns, folks, because that makes the most sense. That's the planned crime. That's the prosecution's theory. And even to defend themselves, I mean, even more particularly to defend themselves, you would want handguns, wouldn't you? It's kind of hard to defend yourself if you're walking around with a shotgun in your pocket. If you're afraid that people are going to jump on you, it's sort of hard to tuck that shotgun in. Whereas it's real easy if you're afraid of other people to tuck in a handgun. And that's why it makes perfect sense that they would have wanted a handgun and couldn't get one because there is a 2-week waiting period, and did learn that somewhere along the line. And that's important because they clearly are in haste. And that's important because they'd have no reason to be in haste if this was a killing to end control. The only reason to be acting in haste is because they're afraid. And so, Your Honor, if you want me to finish today, I might be able to do it, but I'm going to need a break now, if that's what you want. I think I'm still going to be an hour. You're not going to do that to the jury. Good. Yesterday I was in the middle of a discussion about the events immediately preceding the shooting of Mr. and Mrs. Menendez. Now, I am not going to go through all of these facts for the simple reason that when it came to describing these events, Erik was cross-examined repeatedly and repeatedly and repeatedly. And so there was a great deal of testimony and going over these events when he testified, and I don't think I need to remind you of that by repeating it all now. But what I am going to focus on are what were the significant events that kept the level of fear that had started on Tuesday and reached its height prior to Friday, Thursday night. And what was it that the parents did or didn't do that maintained and escalated that level of fear in this child of theirs that they had created with fear? Now, we were talking yesterday about that point when Erik is in the den or the family room, and his mother, who clearly knew in advance that there was going to be a confrontation, first with Lyle and then with Erik, admits to him that she knows and has known all along what's going on. Now, the prosecution tries to use the fact that this family has a maid to impeach the credibility of Erik and Lyle on some of the issues in the case. And here, for example, Mr. Kuriyama has already argued, and I suspect will argue again, that the maid didn't testify that she heard any yelling from this den. Yeah, but Erik didn't testify that there was any yelling at that point. He exchanged a few words with his mother. The only time he raised his voice is when he said to her, "I hate you." He was so shocked by her betrayal, and he ran out the door. But Mr. Slotkin testified that that particular room in the house, that family room, was soundproofed on purpose when the house was built. And when the Menendezes moved in, they put in bookcases that you can see from the photograph that I showed you yesterday that has all the boys' trophies along the top. And this is, by now, like the middle of the night. This is after midnight, because Mr. Menendez has come home very, very late that night. So I don't see any value whatsoever in the notion that the maid didn't hear Erik say, "I hate you." And then he ran out. And Lyle testified he could hear his mother screaming at Erik as they were right below the stairs at the guest house. And that's when he heard sounds from outside that attracted his attention to the stairs. Now, I had mentioned to you yesterday that if you analyze what went on in this family over that last summer, from this perspective of what are the parents doing here, it appears that they had declared war. The laboratory experiment had not succeeded in the way they hoped, and their behavior during this last week appears to be a declaration of war against their children. And this is what Mrs. Menendez says to Erik in that family room, is as bold a declaration of war as you can imagine. I mean, to tell him, guess what, I know and I didn't care. It cannot get worse in a parent-child relationship than for a mother to tell that to her son. And the fact that she would do such a cruel thing is not out of context or out of character for her. Because Tuesday, that argument with Lyle, we don't know exactly what it was about, except that it was about his hairpiece. I mean, and is that an appropriate thing to do with your son, to tear off his hairpiece? Let's say she's angry with him over something, or she doesn't want him to have a hairpiece. I mean, it is a sadistic thing to do. There are many ways to punish a child for whatever the sin is that she's punishing Lyle for. And you've heard about all the things that they were doing for him. They're buying him a condominium. He's going back to Princeton. I mean, there hasn't been any testimony in this case, but you can imagine what it costs to put a kid in an Ivy League school. He has this humongous credit card that he can use. I don't mean the phone credit card. I mean the one he bought the Rolex watches with. So if you're trying to punish him, there are lots of things you could cut him off of. But to rip this thing off, to attack his sense of self-worth, to attack his soul again. And that is how these people attack their children, in their heart and in their soul and in their sense of self-worth. We're not talking about normal parenting here. We're not talking about taking away privileges. We're talking about destroying the person, attacking their ego and their sense of themselves. Now, Erik has testified that when his mother admits what she knew, and he has this overwhelming sense of betrayal, he said, "I thought I didn't know her. I didn't know who she was, and it was very scary." And I talked yesterday about how you would get the sense that your parent is not at all the person you thought they were. Whatever you thought of her, she is like an alien now. But there were other things happening in this family that made this mother a very unsettling figure to her children. And I'm not even talking about that whole long history of her emotional and mental problems. I'm simply talking about behaviors that had no explanation, because this is a family where nobody ever shares anything with anybody. Erik testified that after his parents were dead, he discovered a tape recording device. And in fact, we put it in evidence, that the hookup device, so that his parents were spying on all of his and Lyle's phone calls. They had this hookup for his phone. Now, that's a normal response of a parent of a teenager, is to spy on all of their phone calls. And he also testified that all of his diaries kept disappearing. That's a nice, appropriate parental tactic, steal your child's diaries. This shows respect for them as human beings. But beyond that, Erik said he had this sense that his mother had some kind of superhuman or magical power, because she knows everything. Well, she's reading his diaries, she's listening in on the phone, but he doesn't know that at the time. She knows when he doesn't want to tell her exactly who he's playing tennis with, or what girls he's met, or who he's going out with. She knows it anyway, and he can't figure out how. Now, you may say, oh, it's not reasonable for him not to have figured out how. But this is a child who was raised by a man, for example, who thinks that because he has his genes, he should be able to speak Spanish. There is a lot of very fantastical thinking that goes on in this family over the entire life of this child. So it is not out of context that his mother seems to have this uncanny ability to know what he's doing. And that makes her scary as well, besides all the specific things. And he said that he believed that his mother would kill them because she hated them, and she and Dad were a team. And he said she must have hated me for her to have known all those years. And I want to address briefly this notion, which is a completely accurate one, I think, that Erik had, a totally reasonable one, that his mother and father were a team. Excuse me. They had a joint style and a joint philosophy of child rearing. And that style and philosophy was that their children were not human beings to treasure and to love and to support and to appreciate for who they are, but they were objects to use for their own purposes. Their purposes of sexual pleasure, of sadistic pleasure, they loved to frighten them, together, to vent their frustration and anger on. And that was mainly Mrs. Menendez's use for these kids, to manipulate them and direct them and control them. For what purpose? Because they wanted the best for them, or for their own self-aggrandizement, for the trophies. And this is regardless of how the children feel, regardless of what the children want. And they are joint in this. And this is the pattern of his entire life. So during this last week, there is no reason for him to believe that they are now of two minds when they have always been of one. But more important, it is clear in the way that this family was organized that Mrs. Menendez was within the circle of the father's approval, from what the children could see, because she is totally loyal to him. My mother would never go against Dad, and there isn't a soul in the world who could come in here and testify that she would ever go against him on behalf of the children in any way. And he, as the kind of power-oriented person he was, certainly would not tolerate any force standing between him and his sense of ownership of these children. And I think, too, when you hear the stories about how she makes up ways for the children to get in trouble so that she won't, it's clear that her position was that Jose was going to vent, if he was going to vent his sadism, better on them than on her. And this is the pattern of their whole life. And it gets worse for the children's sake after they're in California. Because even though she's unhappy and she's miserable and he's done her wrong, this doesn't, there's those first few months, the months in which the sex stopped. There's those first few months, but after that, they are closer than ever. And everyone comments on how different their relationship is. Now, I have suggested to you that she has a threat that she's holding over him. But beyond that, how it appears to Erik is that his parents are one moon unit. There is no differentiation between them now at all. Because and her loyalty to Jose in view of the fact that he'd done her wrong, has got to convince Erik that she believes in everything he's doing. Because you would say, wait a minute, Dad was bad to her, therefore she should be mad at him, therefore she shouldn't be going along with everything. But the fact that she goes along with it even more would tell the child, well, she agrees with these things. She may have her personal differences with him, but when it comes to us, they are totally of one mind. And so all the threats that Jose ever made to Erik about killing him are equally ascribable to Kitty in this time of crisis, when she clearly takes no part other than Jose's part, which the children understand is her position as well. Okay, so this is the confrontation that Erik has with his mother Thursday, and then he goes up and he has this long talk with his brother, and the decision is made that they should do something to protect themselves, because they cannot conceive that these people would ever allow them to be free of them with this secret, would ever allow them to tell anybody. Now, you've heard a great deal about all the gun stores and buying the guns and the ID and all the rest of that. What's significant, though, in this course of the fear is the Friday night conversation when they come back. And this is where they have the conversation where their mother tells them that the time of the boat trip has changed. And so if you think about the fear over the course of that week, it has moments when it's very high, like Thursday night, and then Friday morning when the sun is shining, it comes down a little bit, but then it skyrockets right back up again. And never do the parents do anything that settles or resolves the issue or takes away the threat that this crisis poses for the children. The fear never, ever goes down to ground zero again. And Dr. Burgess talked about what happens over a course of days with someone like Erik, who has been raised on fear, who is extremely sensitive and hypervigilant to fear, and how he stays up at that elevated level all the time. Now, the thing about the boat trip is very interesting. The very fact that they went on it. The prosecution, I think, would argue that they're separated from their parents because they're up in the front of the boat, getting soaking wet, conspiring. But that's ridiculous. I mean, if they're really planning to kill their parents, why are they going on the boat trip at all? They could use their time better in creating real alibis rather than this patched-up job that they came up with after the shootings. So why are they there? They testify they go because they don't want to do anything that will precipitate action on the part of their parents. And I think the other reality is they go because they do what they're told. There's a family boat trip, they're supposed to go on it, they go. They do what they're told, just like they always have. Now, after the boat trip, when nothing happens, in a sense, the fear level drops a tiny bit at that point, and there are a series of conversations between Erik and Lyle, but what's most significant is they go back home after talking at UCLA about what they should do the next day to stay away from the parents and to protect themselves. And then they have this argument with their mother when they're trying to get back in the house. And during the course of this argument, she flat out accuses Erik that, in her typical fashion, I mean, this is not out of character for her, that if he had kept his mouth shut, obvious reference to talking about the molestation, things would have worked out in the family. And what that tells Erik is, Mom is definitely hostile to us, wants to kill us. Things have not worked out well. These kids know if things are not going to work out, it's for them that it's not going to work out, not for the parents, that the parents are going to protect themselves from the threat that the children pose with their secret. And so he tells you that made it clear to him that both parents were resolved, that they had made up their mind, and that they were going to kill them. Now, we talk about these things, and none of us were there, and none of us lived the life that he lived. And you say to yourself, oh, that doesn't make sense. Oh, that's not reasonable. And all I can remind you of is two things. Number one, I'll get back to the law in a minute, that they don't have to be reasonable in order for the law of manslaughter to apply. That's part one. But the other part is, when you look at the whole pattern of behavior of these parents over the lives of these children, how unreasonable is it really to think that people who were this brutal and cruel to their children are incapable of killing them to protect themselves? I mean, you really have to say, is it unreasonable? Well, okay, it doesn't have to be reasonable for the law to apply. But is it totally fantastic, given the history of this family? Now we get to, Erik is gone all day long on Sunday, and Lyle is supposed to assess the situation. And we put on a lot of expert testimony about how frightened people, and people who have been conditioned by fear, scan their environment. We did that from the very beginning with Dr. Briere, in the hopes that you would then have some kind of framework for the rest of the evidence as it came in. And Dr. Briere is not personally involved with Erik. He's never talked to him. He was just here to explain general patterns, consistent patterns that happen in situations where people in power are abusing and battering people who are not in power within a family context. And he told you that this classic pattern of hypervigilance and heightened fear is a symptom of abused kids, just like it is a symptom of battered wives. And so what these folks do is they scan their environment for cues and for clues. And you might remember, even on the tape of 1211, Lyle makes a reference to a word here and a word there. And these things have great meaning to a person who is watching to see if a threat is going to be actualized. Even though this word here and this word there wouldn't mean anything to us. And what's so strange about this family, what's so tragic about all this, this is, there are no winners and losers in this, ever. There are only all losers. But what's so tragic about this is here are two articulate, intelligent, well-educated people, Mr. and Mrs. Menendez, with talents and abilities. He is a genius when it comes to business. He is clever. He's got a great way with words. She is a well-educated person. She was a school teacher. She is articulate. She is bright. And they cannot and will not talk. They will not talk to their children. They will not negotiate with them in any way, shape, or form. They will never give an inch. It is always going to be ultimate confrontation. And this entire situation could have been avoided with a word or two. How about, I'm sorry? How about, I'll stop? How about, we'll work on it? Anything. But no. They are so totally locked into themselves and what they want out of life and what they want out of the family. And they are so locked into the notion that their children are not people, that they are only a part of them and they don't have to be dealt with that way, that this thing ratchets into this monumental tragedy. And Sunday night starts this exchange where the brothers decide they want to leave and they want to stay away. And they go in order not to alarm the parents and tell them we're going out now, and they're told they can't go out. And their mother is acting very peculiarly because she won't give them a reason. Because there is no good reason why they can't go out. There's no school. It's summertime. They don't have to be anywhere. There's no reason why they can't stay out late. And they haven't done anything over the course of the day to be punished about, so it makes no sense when they're told they can't go out and they have to be there. And then starts the argument where it is clear to Erik and Lyle that Jose is sending Erik to his room for a very ugly purpose, and that these parents are now at the verge of making good on their lifelong threats. Now, it might not seem that way to us, but it seemed that way to them. And what happens at this point, you can analyze this, you can try to analyze it logically, you can try to analyze it scientifically, but human emotions are not really measurable that way. And Mr. Kuriyama and Mrs. Bazanich, too, when she was cross-examining, have been very derisive about the research that Dr. Burgess talked about, where there was research done on a type of snail in order to see if you could actually see, under a microscope, in a testing situation, a change in a brain brought about by trauma. That's what that research was about. And we do not do research like that on people. We do not cut open their brains. We don't traumatize them first and then cut open their brains to see if we can see physiological changes. We do that kind of research in a scientific setting on lower organisms than human beings. And as you know, there's a lot of people who think we don't do them on organisms low enough. There's animal rights people who are very upset about experimenting on animals in laboratories. But all she's talking about is the fact that current neurobiological research is confirming with physical evidence that traumatized organisms have a rewiring in their brain. And whether that's a biological reality or the psychological reality that those who have studied traumatized people have known about for years, the fact of the matter is there is a point, if you have been traumatized most of your life, when you go over the edge, period. And that is what happened that Sunday night to Erik Menendez. He had been living with this fear. It kept getting higher. The cues and the clues that he saw based on his whole relationship with his parents told him, they're going to kill me now. And he was terrified. And he went over the edge. Now, we can talk about it in the terms that Dr. Burgess did about the fight and flight response, which is automatic, which does not involve the cerebral cortex, which is the part of the brain that does rational and logical and deliberative kind of thinking. And she described it in a sense as automatic pilot, which is not a scientific term, but it conveys the same meaning. But the point is, if you think about it, if you're driving down the street and a truck cuts you off, okay? You hit the brake, you hit the steering wheel long before you don't have to think about hit the brake. You don't think I intend to hit the steering wheel. You just do it. And it is only after the truck has passed and look, you didn't get hit and you're not dead, that you start to process what just happened. What just happened? The truck came from here and I did that. Gee, I don't even remember hitting the brake. And your heart starts to calm down a little bit. And that is the classic fear reaction, and that is the classic automatic movement. Well, it doesn't only take place over the space of a few seconds, as in a near accident. It takes place as well during any highly fearful, traumatic episode, which is what's going on in this house that Sunday night. And here's the other aspect of tragedy here, that this fear at this point is not rationally developed, is not thought about, it simply takes over, and it is uncontrollable. There is nothing when you are in that mode as a person that you can do or say to your body to say, stop reacting with fear. Don't react with fear. It's going to do it. You have no control over it. And the tragic part is, just to go back to my analogy of the scientific experiment, the laboratory way of raising these children. Control was the key to how Jose and Kitty Menendez raised their children. They probably thought they could do anything they wanted to them, and so long as they were perceived as the powerful ones, they could control the outcome. But the kids themselves couldn't control the fear. It got out of control, and this was something I don't think either Mr. or Mrs. Menendez ever anticipated, that if you terrorize a person so much, they're not going to be able to cope with it forever. And all their coping strategies and all their coping mechanisms that Erik developed over all these years simply left him when survival was on the line. And he couldn't control it, and the parents couldn't control it. And by maintaining this wall of silence and rejection that whole weekend, they lost control over Erik forever. They couldn't, if they had just reeled him in with any comforting or supporting talk of any kind, that fear would have disappeared. But they were going to play it power to the end. And in the end, they lost control over a situation that they created. It's as if in this laboratory, they had taken hydrogen and chloride and poured them in a dish and created hydrochloric acid and got burned. The acid didn't ask to be created. He did not ask to be born to these people. He did not ask them to treat him that way. He did not ask them to hypersensitize him to fear. They did that on their own, and the experiment got out of control by their doing. Now, am I blaming the victims? No. I am understanding what happened, and that's what I'm asking you to do. The interesting thing, too, that Erik testified to about when he rushes to get his gun and they've loaded the gun out by the car, is what it was, the only thing that was going on in his mind was hurry up, he's got to get to that room before they get to him first. And he says that based on his entire experience of confrontation with these parents, he knows that if he's actually confronted with them, and he believes, remember at that point, that they have to be arming themselves in some way, that he would have been frozen. He would never, and he never was able to have a direct confrontation with them. We have 2 words, shut up, over the entire course of his life. And he felt, rightly so, that he would never have been able to defend himself at that moment, that once they were in operation right in front of his eyes, he would have been frozen, like the bunny on the highway with the headlights on. And then he talked about what actually went on inside the den during the shooting. And he was cross-examined repeatedly, over and over. Well, what did you do and what did you see? And he says, and it isn't hard to understand, he doesn't remember doing anything but firing the gun right ahead, because he didn't do anything but that. He walked into a darkened room. He starts firing a gun that produces a great deal of smoke. All he remembers is running, and he remembers where he wound up, and he remembers firing right in front of him. And he doesn't remember any thinking at that time, because as we know, this is not a time when you do any thinking of any kind. And that's it. What else should he remember? What was on television? What was on the coffee table? No. That he blew 2 rounds through the back window? No. You wouldn't expect to remember that if you're doing this in that state. Suppose if you're a cold enough and calculating enough killer, you will watch to see where each of the 27 pellets from the buckshot round goes. Of course, you couldn't possibly see that anyway. You can't really see that happening, even if you are looking to see it, and I think it's clear he wasn't. Now, what he did testify to about what he remembers seeing when he first got in the room was that his father was standing up in front of that portion of the couch that was beyond the coffee table, and that his mother was standing between the couch and the coffee table. And I'm putting up a crime scene photograph of Mr. Menendez's legs. Now, I will deal a little bit later with Mr. Cignarelli's testimony and the facts that the prosecution are relying on. He's here for one tiny little purpose, and I will get to that. But Mr. Kuriyama reminded you that part of his testimony was that Erik supposedly told him on the 1st of September that when he entered the room, his father was seated on the couch. And I believe the prosecution wants to argue, indeed, that that was true, that Mr. Menendez was shot on the couch, and that he is in the position in these photographs that he was in throughout the course of the shooting. And I will tell you flat out that isn't true. Not only could they not prove that, but they proved the opposite of that. There is some physical evidence in this case that is not ambiguous. And the evidence from the coroner and the evidence of your own eyes here is not ambiguous. And here's the point. This is the left thigh injury. And this is an arrow that the coroner, I believe, drew on this photograph, which shows the direction of this shot. This is the entrance wound. This is the exit wound. It goes from inside the top of his left thigh to outside the top of his left thigh. And there's the direction of the shot. And he could not have been sitting when he received it, because you can't tell from this photograph. You can tell somewhat from this photograph, but it's a through and through wound. The pellets pass through completely. There is no blood splatter here. There is no blood splatter on this side of the couch at all. And if something goes through there, there would be. There has to be. The blood splatter and or the pellets, if they come out, on this side in this area, and there is absolutely nothing there. So the coroner testified, no, he could not have been in that position at the time that that wound was inflicted. But that wound is consistent with his standing up. And if you look at the other crime scene photographs, and you will have them all, what is most consistent, the explanation for what position he was in, is if you look at the couch behind him, there's a tremendous amount of blood there, and Detective Zoller testified they did not attempt to dig pellets out of the couch. So there is this very bloody area in the couch that potentially holds pellets. But if Mr. Menendez, see, this is the couch. If Mr. Menendez was standing in such a way as this and was shot in this direction, then the back of the couch, the seat of the couch where all the blood is, would have the spray from that wound and the pellets from that wound. And that is the only place, and you just look at the photographs, I mean, without the bodies on them, they're not as gruesome. Just look at the photograph on the couch, and you will see that it is impossible for him to be seated in order to receive that wound, to be seated in any way to receive that wound. Beyond that, he also has wounds to the back of his arm, okay, and I believe it's the right arm. And the coroner testified he could not possibly have received those wounds to the back of his arm if he was in the position that he's in, because you would have had to shoot right through the couch. And he would have seen evidence of that. First of all, you'd have to go completely around the couch and shoot behind the couch to get those wounds in his arm. And there was no evidence from the pellets. They didn't pick up any fibers or anything like that in those wounds. So clearly he was in a completely different position when he received both the leg wound and when he received the wound to his arm. And what's consistent with those wounds is that he was standing up and he was moving. And you may recall Lyle testified that he saw his father moving towards him, which is consistent with what I have shown you, where the evidence of that wound would be on the seat of the couch or on the back of the couch. Now, much has been made by the prosecution about this route that was taken after the shootings, what Erik testified. Well, no. Much has been made about what Lyle testified to. And one of the things that was done here, and I talked about this earlier, is the prosecution simply selects those bits and pieces from the defense case that they like and ignore the rest. And they didn't just select. They did an entire elaborate driving route based on what they say was Lyle's testimony only, and they didn't even do a driving route based on what Erik testified to. And I just think that's intellectually dishonest. And then Mr. Kuriyama gets up here and talks about, well, Lyle said they stayed 5 to 10 minutes and blah, blah, blah. Well, the fact is Erik didn't testify that way. Erik's memory was different. And the memory of someone after a trauma like this as to time is probably the least reliable thing for anyone to base a decision on. But the fact of the matter is this is Erik's trial, and Erik testified that in his recollection they remained in the house only 3 to 4 minutes after the shooting occurred. And they didn't take long at all to pick up the shells in the family room, and he pointed out why, because they were all in one general area and they didn't have to go hunting around to find them. And the times that Miss Erdely put on the charts, and you will have the charts, not the big ones, but the small versions of the charts in the jury room, are not what I told her to do arbitrarily or what she figured out to do arbitrarily. It's what Erik testified to. And every segment of that trip, the time for activities, is what he testified to. And she drove it, and it was doable. Not only was it doable to do the drive in 50 minutes, it was absolutely doable to do all the activities he testified to in the time he said it took, and she did it 4 times, and for both routes. The reason we did 2 routes is in order to give a fully balanced picture, because Lyle testified that he thought they may have dumped the guns first. And so we did a route with dumping the guns first. And it turns out there isn't much differential in time whether you dump the guns first or you go to the movie theater first, because Lyle's route didn't involve the freeway and Erik's route did involve the freeway, and when you factor those differences in, it comes out to be the same thing, 51 minutes. And so we sent someone out there who did a meticulous and carefully documented route. You have the videos. I can't imagine you're going to want to take 2 hours, because there's 2 different routes to play the video, but you've got all the time in the world. There's no limit on how long you can deliberate, except your own tolerance and patience. And so if you want to play the videos, I invite you to compare the video that Miss Erdely made and carefully documented with the thing that Detective Zoller and his wife did. But the fact of the matter is, there has been no impeachment whatsoever of the activities after based on time or based on the route. Now, I want to talk about Saturday morning and Mr. Walker. Erik testified that Saturday morning he and his brother went off in search of, for him, an opportunity to try out the gun, which he never got, and for his brother, an inquiry about ammunition to make sure they had the right sort. And they bought more ammunition, and they bought it at the store in Van Nuys that Detective Zoller confirmed exists and is exactly as Erik described it, a small little store with a target range across the street, an indoor target range where they don't let you shoot off shotguns. And the people put on the volunteer Mr. Walker. And I would like to suggest an analysis of Mr. Walker's testimony on a number of grounds. Okay. Now, I don't doubt that on some day, under some circumstance, Mr. Walker fixed the spa controls or the pool controls or both of them, if that's what he was hired to do. And he may even have done that work on August 19th, though there are no records of any kind, nor were they ever to prove that. Nor did the prosecution put on any witness who said that at that time, right around the time, Mr. Walker said, gee, I was just there 2 days ago. Okay? They did put on Mr. Bartek, and Mr. Bartek impeached Mr. Walker. And what I mean by that is Mr. Bartek said, yes, I told Mr. Walker to do this, and yes, Mr. Walker said he did this, and yes, I paid him, and maybe this is the check, and maybe this isn't the check that I paid him with. And yes, he told me his story about what he saw. And what was it that Mr. Walker told Mr. Bartek? He said that Mr. Walker told him he oversaw an argument. If Mr. Walker told 5 different versions, I want you to know. So I think the version that Mr. Bartek testified to was that Mr. Walker told him that he had seen the younger son having an argument with the father. Now that's the story that Mr. Walker at some point told Mr. Bartek. Okay? But what he told you here his testimony here was that Kitty and Jose and Erik Menendez were all around this table and chairs, which wasn't here, but here, between the tennis court fence and the pool. That's where he told us they were. And they were there, and there was no fence here at all. It was totally an open space, he said. And Lyle was on the tennis court with his coach, and Lyle was using foul language because he missed a shot, and he was in a fight with his mother. He was using the foul language at his mother. That's what he testified to here. On the radio, he said, Erik is on the tennis court having a fit because of a missed shot, using foul language, but he doesn't say that it's directed at anybody, mom or dad. And he says the parents on the radio, he says the parents aren't saying anything. Okay? And then, of course, we know Bartek says the fight was between Erik and Dad. And here he says the fight is between Lyle and Mom. Now, this is not if this is true, this is not a very hard story to repeat. But what's interesting about it is many things. First of all, he says the coach is there. We know there's only one coach at this point in their lives, and that's Mark Heffernan. And we know Mark Heffernan isn't there specifically because Mark Heffernan says he knew they were going on the boat trip on Saturday, and he knew that definitely Saturday he wasn't giving them a tennis lesson, and he was expecting a call on Sunday. Maybe there'd be a lesson that day. Okay? So the coach is definitely not there. So he's made that up. Okay? Now, he's also made up something that's contrary to the history of the family and contrary to what everybody knows. And that is that Kitty Menendez is not the one, when one of the boys is playing tennis, to make these comments on their play. And he is claiming, Mr. Walker, that what is going on is whichever brother it is, and whatever it is he's doing, because he can't, I don't know anything about tennis, I can't tell you. Well, did you tell the police that they missed a shot? Well, I don't know about missing a shot. I don't know anything about tennis, I can't tell you. And on the radio, he says, missed a shot. And in Detective Zoller's report is written, missed a shot. But here, well, I don't know enough about tennis to tell you if they missed a shot or not. Okay. All right, but my point is, Kitty is not the person to be commenting on how one of the boys plays. That's Jose's job, and that's what he's been doing all of their lives. And yet Mr. Walker tells us Jose is silent. Kitty's the one making the comments. And now it's either Erik or Lyle, or the interchangeable people. It's one of them is now saying something foul back to Kitty. And I submit to you that none of that ever happened. Okay? And here's the clue to that it never happened. Mr. Walker, he didn't want to get involved. He didn't want to be here. He's not seeking publicity. He doesn't want his voice and his visage known. Oh no, he's only here. This is before we knew about the radio program, folks. He is only here because his wife, without his permission, went to the police department and told them that he knew something about this family. Now, when is it that Mr. Walker goes to the police? July 25th. And when did this trial begin? I'm sure you all know only too well. And what did we talk about in opening statement? Our entire theory of the case. And who testified on July 21st? Bob Andersen, the boat captain, talking about how this family appears to him. And on July 25th, Mr. Walker goes and gives his little story to the police. What Mr. Walker also tells us, though, which is also a clue that he is not credible, is that since he saw this remarkable event, a teenage boy, or maybe a slightly older boy, since we don't know who, saying something rude to a parent, since he saw so remarkable an event, he called the Beverly Hills Police Department as soon as he heard they were dead. That's what he says. And he told Miss Erdely that when he called, he left his phone number. And here we have the desk person at the Beverly Hills Police Department. This is the biggest criminal investigation, as you can imagine, in the Beverly Hills Police Department's recent history. I mean, the only thing that even got anything like the coverage of this was Zsa Zsa slapping the cop. But this is a double homicide at home in the fair and perfect city of Beverly Hills. And here is a person calling in immediately saying, I have information on the Menendez case, and they don't want to talk to him. Because he says, the person who answered the phone says, no, well, that's not important. We don't need to talk to you. And he tells Miss Erdely he leaves his phone number, and they never call him back. And Detective Zoller says there's no such message. So that's a clue that he's not telling you the truth. And the other clue that he's not telling you the truth is, when do you suppose this photograph was taken? Sunday. This is one of the crime scene photographs. And this one, too. When do you suppose these photographs? These are taken by the Beverly Hills Police Department. The next day, the table and chairs have miraculously migrated back in front of the guest house and are not where Mr. Walker claims they were. And as I said to you in the beginning, one of the really bad aspects to having a totally televised trial is the homework people can do to come in and make up stories. Now, there's another way to look at why Mr. Walker did this. You know, he's a person who lives an ordinary sort of life, and this was a big deal, the killing of the Menendez parents. And he serviced their pool. And you could see him saying, I service that pool. I know all about that. I know those people. In fact, I even saw them. And he may have been foolish enough to tell his wife, hey, you know, I serviced that spot. Well, what'd you see? Were they home? Did you see them? Oh, yeah, they were there. Well, what did you see? Who knows when he first made up the story? Either to impress his wife, who clearly wanted the exposure of this trial since she went to the police department, or whether he told less, like I was there, and the details only fleshed out after we started this trial. We will never know. But the story is so out of context for what we know about this family, and it is so uncorroborated by the physical evidence that I just find it untrue. And beyond that, the most important, because you know the prosecution's whole theory is Erik Menendez has lied about every single thing he said on the witness stand. Everything. All right, across the board. In fact, the molestation is so ridiculous we won't even ask him questions about it. And he had lots of opportunities, he was there for 10 days, to lie. And he testified that he knew about Mr. Walker. He said, I know there's someone who's going to come in here and say he was at our house that morning. He knows, we know, we get reports. They're not allowed to hide stuff. And so when Mr. Walker volunteers, we find out about it shortly thereafter, months before Erik Menendez ever took the witness stand. And how hard would it be to say, we went and we bought ammunition, and then we went back home and we played tennis, and then we left on a boat trip. But remember, Mr. Walker says he's there at 2 o'clock, and he's there for 45 minutes. And they're supposed to leave on the boat trip, according to Mr. Andersen even, at 3 o'clock. And yet no one is making any effort to prepare for this trip. Everyone's just sitting around letting the kids cuss at them. That's what's going on. And Erik knows this testimony's coming, and he could easily reconfigure his story if that's what he was going to do, and he didn't. And he also knows, obviously, that Mark Heffernan is going to say that he believes, although he has no schedule to prove it, that he gave him a tennis lesson on Friday rather than Thursday. But Erik remembers what Erik remembers, and that's what he testified to. And along that same line, I will talk about the reloading that occurs after Erik and Lyle shoot whatever ammunition they had in their gun. They both go outside, and Lyle reloads one round. Now, if Erik wanted to make himself look good, there's a lot of things he could have done with that evidence, not the least of which is forget it. But he could have lied. They both could have lied about that. There was no way in the world that the prosecution could have proved that they reloaded that one shell. There is no way in the world, because none of the neighbors heard a pause long enough to include that. When they testified, they heard what sounded like a string of firecrackers and then a pause of a second or two. Now, I submit to you, it did not take long to run back to the front and to load that shell in the panic state they were in, but it took more than a second. It probably took more than 5 seconds. And not a single person. And again, remember, we don't try cases in a vacuum. We know what people are going to say in advance. And he does too, because we tell him. He sees the reports. So we know what the neighbors heard and what the neighbors didn't hear. And no one heard a pause that would account for the reload. And yet they testified to it. And there is no physical evidence that shows a reload was necessary. No matter how many times Mr. Kuriyama may talk about the number of wounds, the number of wounds do not equal the number of shots. And they can only prove 8 shots. And I think there were more than 8 shots, but I don't think there were 13 shots, which is what they'd have to prove. There is no evidence to support that. And so there was lots of room to run if Erik wanted to lie, because they could never prove through physical evidence there was a reloading. But it happened. And he told the truth about what happened that night. They ran out, and that shell was reloaded. And that's that. And Lyle even testified that he had extra shells in his pocket. But he was in such a panic state, he didn't even remember that. And he could have lied and said, to make it look less disturbing, that he reloaded from his pocket. And he didn't say that. So, as I believe Lyle testified, when they knew that they would be telling the truth about their lives, they were going to tell the good along with the bad. And that's what happened. And it's for you to judge whether the fact of that reload in the panic condition they were in has any significance whatsoever. But the fact is they told you the truth about it, and they didn't have to do that. No one would have known. As the prosecution was so quick to point out, which is so obvious, it's meaningless, but no, Kitty and Jose Menendez can't get in here and talk about how they molested and abused their kids. They would have never admitted it anyway, but no, they are not alive to refute. The problem is they couldn't have refuted if they were alive. The fact that these things happen is why they're not alive. Now I will talk briefly about Craig Cignarelli. The purpose of Craig Cignarelli's testimony has to do with the lying in wait special circumstance, and I have not gone in detail about the special circumstances, nor will I, because they're very, very long instructions, and I honestly cannot conceive of us being there. Maybe you can, but I can't, and if we are, I think you can follow the instructions without my having to take you through it. But there's a couple of important components about the lying in wait special circumstance. Mr. Kuriyama talked about some of it, but he left out this part, that there has to be proof of a substantial period of watching and waiting, not just a look or a peek, but a substantial period of watching and waiting, and then taking action in a continuous from that period of watching and waiting in a place of concealment. And that's what the law requires. And their entire purpose in putting Craig Cignarelli on the witness stand was for him to testify that he remembers, never having written it down, mind you, he remembers that Erik said that he peeked in the door and saw his father sitting on the couch. Now, we know father wasn't sitting on the couch from what I've just shown you. But beyond that, how do you analyze that testimony? First of all, as you know, Craig Cignarelli first tells this story on November 17th. 1989, to Detective Zoller up in Santa Barbara at the Baker Square restaurant. And when he tells him the story, he tells him that when Erik tells him this story about him and Lyle shooting their parents, he tells it in such a way that it's not real. He says he conditions it. It could happen. He tells it like a mind game. He is spinning a story. That's what he tells Detective Zoller on November 17th. And nevertheless, and he tells us now, I did that because I didn't want to bring down my friend. But 12 days later, he's wired for sound by the police, and he was very loath to tell us how they wired him up because, after all, that's police procedures. Am I permitted, he turns to the judge, am I permitted to talk about that, Judge? That's police, little junior G-man on the witness stand. Well, okay, yes, you can tell us how you were wired up by the police, Mr. Cignarelli. I know you're very important, but you can tell us anyway. And so here he is. He didn't want to bring down a friend, but he wants to get him on tape for the police, because I suppose it'll make a better chapter in the screenplay that he told Mrs. Cohen he was writing, or in the book that he told Doug Doss he was promoting, which he hoped to make $1 million off of. So I suppose he thinks this will be very useful to his future as a senator. He, by the way, is the one who's majored in theater arts in college, and he tells us he did that so he can star in his own political commercials. So I guess this is a dress rehearsal for his political commercials. Young Mr. Cignarelli. Mr. Cignarelli, I suspect, is a rather troubled youth, and this is a case about troubled youth, so in spite of the fact I'm being kind of sarcastic about him, I think he's a very troubled youth, and let's leave it at that. But the fact of the matter is that he comes in here and he testifies, and well, let me go back to November 17th. On November 17th, when he tells Detective Zoller that Erik tells him this story, he doesn't say anything about the computer people. Not a word, okay? He doesn't claim to have been there on the day the computer people were there. That piece of his story does not emerge until March 7th, 1990. Now, what has happened between November 17th, 1989 and March 7th, 1990? Well, maybe he hasn't gotten a good enough offer on his book or on his screenplay. But the other thing that's happened is he's wired himself up, and he's gone out to this dinner with Erik, and he has tried his best during the course of that dinner to get Erik to talk about killing his parents, or to get Erik to talk about anything that would sound negative. And he is the one who suggests that they should talk about a company like the BBC. Those are Craig Cignarelli's words. And if you want to hear that testimony reread, you don't have the transcript, but it was a very poor quality tape. But you can hear his testimony. It is he, and between him and Detective Zoller, this thing was patched together for you by way of testimony, who suggests when Erik is talking about dreams for the future and a company that would do apparently everything except fry fish, that Craig says, you mean like the BBC? Okay? This is Craig talking. You can see why a kid like Craig would talk about things like that. I mean, he is a very grandiose young man. All right. And during the entire course of that conversation, he keeps trying to lead Erik into talking about killing his parents. And when he won't let go of the subject, and Erik testified about this at great length, line by line. And if you really want to know what went on in that conversation, I suggest that you listen to that portion of Erik's testimony again. And finally, Mr. Cignarelli starts to talk about writing a screenplay about the killing of Mr. and Mrs. Menendez. And Erik says, don't fuck with that. And he says it over and over again when Craig keeps trying to bring up, but wait, we could talk, but don't fuck with that, he says. And then Craig makes some reference to the fact that Erik has talked to him about this before, and Erik says, I should never have joked with you that way. You know we didn't kill our parents. And why does Erik deny it now to Craig when he also testifies that he indeed suggests to Craig in this sort of not quite real way that he and Lyle were responsible? Because he sort of knows that Craig is talking to the police, and he's suspicious of him, okay? And he sees that Craig is trying to lure him into making these statements. So that's where that conversation goes nowhere. And in fact, it goes so nowhere that at the end of it, Craig says to the police who are listening into his lapel, Gee, guys, I guess that didn't help you much. This is the young man who didn't want to bring down his friend, he tells us, okay? So let's go back then to what value there is in the statement he says he got from Erik Menendez. We know it isn't comport with the physical evidence, but beyond that, let's assume hypothetically Erik spun this yarn for him, which is what it sounds like. Did he get it right? Did he get the details right, Mr. Cignarelli, when he's being told the story? He never asked any follow-up questions. He says that himself. He didn't ask why. He lied to the police on November 17th when he told them he wrote it all down in his school notebooks, what Erik had told him. So, eventually, being conscientious policemen, they get a search warrant for his house to find the notebook in which he wrote it all down. And lo and behold, he didn't write it all down. They got the notebooks, and there's nothing in the notebooks about Erik's confession to him. And he sits here on the witness stand, Mr. Cignarelli, and he tells you, oh, I didn't mean I wrote it all down. Well, he doesn't quite say that. He basically says he didn't tell Detective Zoller that he wrote it all down. I intended to write it down. I told him I intended to write it down. And I said, do you think they're going to issue a search warrant because you intended to write it down or because you told them you did write it down? Well, I told them I intended. I was writing it down. Well, blah, blah, blah. He lied to the police. He didn't write it down. And so how accurate is his recollection? And how trustworthy is his word? Now, he says, and we've gotten to an awful lot of litigation over a very small point, which is what happens in trials. He says that he was there when the computer people came. Erik says he was not, but I told him about it. And that, I suspect, is why he has such a strange story about them. Now, it doesn't take much to tell someone, yeah, a computer guy came and he had a pregnant wife. And he kept looking for this thing in the computer, and it took a couple hours, and he couldn't find it, and that's when I found out. This is Erik talking to him, I suppose. That's when I found out my brother had had somebody there before who erased the computer. The whole business about erasing the computer has no significance with respect to Erik anyway, because he didn't do it. Okay, it's Lyle who did that, and Lyle explained why he did that, and even that has no significance because there never was anything in that computer that could have made the slightest difference. Something in a computer is not a will. Carlos Baralt knew that, discussed that with Lyle. The relatives who first found that file knew there was no information in the will. They tried to get it. Joan tried to get it. Pat tried to get it. We're all sitting there playing with the computer. So none of it has any significance. I don't know how many weeks of testimony went into this issue. That absolutely has no significance. But to get back to this, the Haymans, that very attractive young couple, came in, and he was the computer expert, and she was the once pregnant wife. And I'll tell you just a tiny story. When we went to interview the Haymans, all this happened, 4 years ago. We go to their house. There were 3 little kids.
Counsel, let's stick to the record here.
It tells you about the passage of time. In any event, here are the Haymans, and they tell us that they saw someone on television in one of these programs about the case, and most of you saw something on television about this case as well before you became jurors, and they decided, or that person on television was the person that they had seen on the house, and that person on television was Craig Cignarelli. But the problem with that is the way they described the person who was in the house. Now, Casey Whalen wasn't on any of the television programs. I don't think he wants to be a senator. He isn't majoring in theater arts, and he doesn't have as desperate a need to be the center of attention, so he didn't get involved with the television programs. But he fit the description that the Haymans gave of someone who was heavier built than Erik, of someone who had sandy hair. Now, Craig Cignarelli, there's been testimony, was smaller than Erik at that time, thinner, and always had pitch black hair. And when they talked about someone who was medium build, shorter than Erik, and light hair, that matches Casey Whalen and not Craig Cignarelli. And the Whalen family remember that they were having discussions. Remember this dinner on Friday night. And his sister was absolutely clear it was Friday night because that was the last day she worked, and it was after work. And this was the Labor Day weekend, and she didn't go back to that job, okay? So they remember Casey and Erik talking about having been at the house and discovering that the computer had been erased. Now, There was all this confusion about whether Erik came back August 31st or whether Erik came back September 1st, and he testified on cross-examination he's not sure when he did. And Pat Heffernan testified he was in a daze, and he left half his clothes behind in the hotel room, okay? And I don't know. Did he fly on the 31st? He went to the airport. The ticket was used. Did he fly on the 31st? Most probably he did. So, if that's true, how could, Casey Whalen have been there on September 1st? Because they went back the next day to get Erik's car. And I suggest to you, and you know Casey Whalen had no particular reason these past 4 years until he realized he was going to be a witness this past summer. He had no reason to try to remember specifically what date. And what his mother and what his sister remember is that he did indeed pick Erik up at the airport, and that they did indeed have a dinner where the erasing of the computer was discussed. And Katie, the sister, can date that dinner. But that does not mean that the picking up at the airport and the thing with the computer had to have happened on the same day. And remember, Craig Cignarelli gives no details why he can't describe the Haymans. He can't describe any conversation that went on between Erik and the computer person. He doesn't remember the phone call to Carlos Menendez that Mr. Heyman talks about, which was an animated and loud phone call, because it appeared Carlos Menendez was somehow blaming Erik, and Erik is explaining, I had nothing to do with it. You know, it's not there, whatever we were looking for. Craig doesn't remember it, and Casey doesn't remember it. Craig doesn't remember doing anything around the house when the computer people were there, and Casey doesn't remember it. It's not something anybody should remember the details about, okay? And their memory on that score is exactly the same. All right, so that doesn't prove who has the superior memory. And the only other thing, of course, is Craig then proceeds to tell you that Erik is telling him this story. I mean, maybe I would have been better off not challenging Craig Cignarelli at all, because what does he say? Erik is trying to find a will that partly disinherits him. He claims that Erik told him, yes, I'm looking on this computer for a will that leaves money to the company and less money to me and Lyle and money to some third place. And Erik says he never told him that. That's one of Craig's creative writing exercises. He's a big-time creative writer. Writes books, writes screenplays. In any event, that was the whole, and that is the whole, and that is the total significance of Mr. Cignarelli, is this notion that he somehow informs the lying in wait special circumstance, but of course he really doesn't, because he cannot and does not fill in the necessary element of a substantial period of watching and waiting. He also said, by the way, that he was at that house hours before the computer people arrive, and we know from Mr. Heyman's testimony, with Erik, we know from Mr. Heyman's testimony that there was this crossed signal. He gets to the house, nobody's heard of him, Erik's not there, he goes away, he comes back, he calls again, and he's told Erik has just arrived, and he gets there immediately. So that's inconsistent with at least the sequence of events. And then the other thing here, which I will point out, is this. He testifies, Mr. Cignarelli, that he sleeps over that night, Friday night, September 1st, okay? And he testified that he slept over in one of the guest bedrooms upstairs. And you heard from Ed Fenno, there are a number of different colored guest bedrooms. His bedroom in the house was the gray bedroom. And if you look at the photographs, there are two other guest bedrooms. One of them has the animal fecal material on the floor that the Beverly Hills Police took a picture of. And the last one, I think, is a room that's mainly, and that's a green and white room, and then there's an orangey type of room, okay? That's what his testimony was. Well, as you know, we went out in March and interviewed the security guard who was on duty overnight on September 1st. That was Antoinette Browers-Loden. At that time, her name was still Browers. We interviewed her, Miss Erdely, who takes contemporaneous notes of her interviews and then keeps the notes and writes up a report. Went there with the work schedule, which is here. And she sat down with her and showed her the dates that she worked, and they're highlighted on this schedule in shocking yellow, and went through with Miss Browers the fact that she worked only one overnight shift at all during her whole time at the Menendez house, and that was the night of September 1st. And then she worked 2 or 3 morning shifts when she'd get on duty at 8 o'clock. And Miss Browers was very specific with Miss Erdely, that one overnight shift, she remembered that when she got there, the guard on duty said there was nobody in the house, and that she saw nobody in the house. And the next morning she saw nobody, meaning no family, only another security guard in the house. And she was real clear and real firm on that with Miss Erdely in March of 1993. And she also said that on one of her later early morning shifts, and her next early morning shift was September 7th, the following Friday, when Erik testified Craig was at his house. The following Friday, she remembers seeing a friend of Erik's there wearing jeans and a T-shirt. And that is what she said, and that is what Miss Erdely wrote down and wrote up in her report. And in comes Miss Browers, Lieutenant Browers, and gets on the witness stand and testifies that she hasn't seen her work schedule, and testifies that the night of September 1st, Erik had a friend stay over, and she saw them the next morning in robes and pajamas, and that's the new testimony here. As I told you, it's fairly revolting how many people will come into court and lie. But her prior statement, which was carefully recorded by Miss Erdely, her prior statement comes in as an inconsistent statement, and it comes in for the truth of the matter asserted. And you will be so informed that if you decide what she said to Miss Erdely is the truth, you can accept it for the truth and not just to show that she's given different stories at different times. And she claimed here to be very fuzzy in her recollections, and if you want to hear all of her testimony again, that too can be reread. Now, I want to just address, I've already addressed in my previous remarks the evidence that the people put on in their rebuttal case. And you can recall the marvelous start that case had with Mr. Valentine and then Miss Browers-Loden. And at some point, Mr. Walker, and then Uncle Brian, and Jamie Pisarcik. And I've already addressed Jamie Pisarcik, and I want to get back for a moment to Uncle Brian. I thought Uncle Brian was a fascinating witness because he couldn't and didn't contradict or controvert what we had already heard about his sister. But he tried to contradict what we knew about how his sister dealt with losing. I'm putting this up again because I want to actually take you through the testimony of Pat Andersen. Mr. Kuriyama relies on Pat Andersen to prove that Erik said shut up, and yet put on Mr. Andersen, who told a very different version of these events. I'm not sure I have my small version, so I'll read along here and swing the mic. Okay, now what's happening here is she's describing at the top of this how very, very upset Jose is getting while Erik is playing in this penultimate round at Kalamazoo. She says, and he was moving closer to the net, this is Jose, or the fencing. And with that, he was getting louder by giving his commands to Erik, and the officials were called. Now, Brian Andersen says Jose's doing nothing worse than just sitting in his seat giving these illegal hand signals. He denies that Jose is saying anything verbal. He denies that he's walking down closer to where Erik is playing. What the officials do, the officials came over and told Jose that he should sit down, and he was not to be near the courts, that it was not permitted, and that he was not to give any kind of directions, that he was not to coach, and that he was the father, and the father knew what the rules were. The rules were to sit down and be very quiet. And did he sit down and become very quiet? Well, the official left, and Jose sat down for a minute, got up and left, and did not listen to what he said, and proceeded to go back to the court area, which was right next to the court area there. Did Erik win or lose? He lost. What happened after he lost? There was one other incident that I should tell you about, too, there that happened other. And Mr. Kuriyama objects, and the court tells me to ask a question. Not me, Ms. Lansing. And Miss Lansing says, was there another incident that was of significance to you? Yes, there was. Tell us what it is. What had happened was that after the official left, and that Jose was then giving more directions, Erik was in such an emotional state that he turned around and told his father to shut up. And he said it very loudly, and it stopped everybody around the whole courts. Now, you may remember Brian Andersen tells the story very differently. He says that, not that Erik says anything in the middle of play because Jose is haranguing him with these directions. He says that it's after it's over and Erik has lost and Jose has gone over to talk to him, Mr. Reasonable Man, going to talk to his son to communicate with his son, and it's at that time that Erik says to Jose, after play is over, shut up. But this is how Pat Andersen remembers it. And it's a very dramatic event, which is, I suppose, why she remembers it. Okay. And he said, stopped everybody around the whole areas. There were games going on. There were like 15, 20 games going on. And what had happened was it was so loud that it shocked everybody. And Jose, with that, then threw up his hands and just said, I'm washing my hands of everything. I don't want anything more to do with him. I can't stand this. He doesn't listen to me. And he said, that's just it. Now maybe this is the opening round in the declaration of war. Kitty, in the meantime, keep in mind Karen Farrell, where winning and losing don't matter. Kitty, in the meantime, sitting next to me, was just a nervous wreck. I mean, she had the tenseness of gripping her hands and grinding her teeth to the point where she was actually white from nervousness. And Miss Lansing points out, you just made 2 fists. And the answer, 2 solid fists. And then, I cannot do the exact, but she would just grind her teeth like that, and that's how she was. But she was also very, very, very white. Because by that time, she had been holding her breath and everything because of this incident that had just gone on. Erik had then lost. And then, in the meantime, Jose had just left us for just a few moments and came right back, only to discover that, of course, Erik was losing. And he was then very, very upset. How did he demonstrate that he was very, very upset? He went into the court, and he actually was pulling Erik out of the court and just even left his bag and everything on the court and was so upset with him. And then I was sitting right there, and as the door was right there in front of me, I was going to go up to Erik and say that, everything he tried his best. He really did try his best. But with that, Kitty pulled me back again, the same type of thing I experienced many times with Lyle when we had gone to the different meets, that I was not to go up and talk to Erik at all because his father was there. And you remember Brian Andersen's testimony? Oh, Kitty ran over to her son and consoled him that he had lost. Did you feel sorry for Erik? Yes, I did, extremely. He was like a little bird that lost his wings. I mean, he was very upset. And he was scared. And the fright in his face was just, you just didn't miss it. Now, what's he scared of, folks? It was there. Jose pulled him off the court and pulled him right across all the other courts and took him up the stairs. We were on the lower level of the tennis areas, and he pulled him up. By that time, Kitty went out to collect everything off of the tennis court, and we then followed. Now, in either of these circumstances, because Mrs. Andersen had described a previous year when Lyle was playing and a very similar thing had happened. In either of these circumstances, did Kitty try to step in and intervene between Jose? No. And I think either one, and the transcript says either one of Erik, but I'm sure that's a reporter error. Should have been Lyle or Erik. And the answer, never. So she went on the court and she collected everything, and we then followed her, and we went to the vehicle that we were in. And what happened then? And then we went back to the hotel. Were you all staying at the same hotel? Yes, we were. Usually what happens is that we always went to support the boys in the meets in Kalamazoo because we lived in Chicago at that time. And what would happen is Kitty would get us, and what she means by that is they didn't live in Chicago. You heard Mr. Andersen testify. They lived in Downers Grove since 1970-something, but she's divorced, and she lives in Arizona now. So I think that's what she means. And what would happen is Kitty would get us a room not too far from their room on the same floor. So you all went back to the hotel room. Yes, we did. Was this in the morning or late? And that's all I've put on of her testimony. And you recall that what she then goes on to talk about, which I talked to you about earlier in the argument, is what happened around dinner and Erik not coming to dinner. So this is what's going on that summer, and not any misbehavior on the part of the defendants, that on the part of Erik and Lyle, that they're reacting to. This is parental warfare and not business as usual. Parental warfare that's escalating. Why? Because he lost a tennis match. And in that family, that's enough to bring out extreme behavior. I'm going to take this down because there's one thing on here. And this is Dr. Cox, and I'm going to get to this in a minute. Now, I'm sure that Mr. Kuriyama will get up and say that I have engaged in character assassination of Jose and Kitty Menendez, and I'm trying to distract you from the issues of the case. So let me read you some instructions. Because the fact of the matter is, the aspect of the character of Jose and Kitty Menendez that I have been talking about is properly before you in this case, and in fact is the basis of certain instructions that you're going to get. It is not only relevant, it's critical in order to evaluate this case. And here are the instructions that you're going to get about this. Evidence has been received which may tend to show that the decedents engaged in acts of violence and abuse on occasions prior to August 20th, 1989. Such evidence may be considered in deciding whether the defendant had an honest but unreasonable belief in the necessity to defend against imminent peril to life or great bodily injury or the commission of a forcible and atrocious crime. You are also going to be instructed that one who has received threats against his life or person made by another is justified in acting more quickly and taking harsher measures for his own protection in the event of an assault, either actual assault or threatened assault, than would be a person who had not received such threats. If in this case you believe that one or both of the deceased made prior threats against the defendant, and that the defendant, because of such threats, feared greater peril in the event of an altercation with one or both of them, you are to consider such facts in determining whether the defendant acted in the honest but unreasonable belief in the necessity to defend against imminent peril to life or great bodily injury. So the issue isn't character assassination. The issue is, what were they like and what did they do? Now, see, if I stick to this, I take less time and ramble. Ooh, all those pages gone. Okay. Now, there are some things that Mr. Kuriyama mentioned in his opening that I haven't addressed in my remarks to you. Most of them, I think, were covered just in discussing the evidence, but I'm going to go back and see if there are any things that as yet are not covered. He was trying to talk about the good qualities of Kitty Menendez and the good qualities of Jose Menendez, and I've addressed that briefly, but let me just say this. If Jose and Kitty Menendez had married and had not had children, then I think there would be a completely different way of looking at them. They both had many personal qualities that we consider positive, and I've mentioned what some of them are. And I can imagine that if Jose Menendez, without children, in his particular style of dealing with people, which was so power and domination oriented, could have lived a perfectly successful life, taking out this need to dominate at the office and on his wife, and none would have known and nothing tragic would have happened. And if Mary Louise Menendez had fulfilled her early desires to have a career and to have an identity based on her own accomplishments and not just be the wife of a successful rich man, she may have had a happier life and there would have been no tragedy. because these are not, in an absolute sense, the worst people in the world. They are just people who never, ever should have had children, but they did. And that's where the tragic part happens, because whatever their pre-existing problems, whatever their backgrounds that led one of them to be such a power junkie and the other one to be so angry at life, whatever that was, all of that dark side came out towards their children by the fact that they had children. And that's really the tragedy here, that they're not totally worthless individuals at all. It's just that they set in motion, by being so terribly wrong to be parents, the series of events that eventually killed them. I guess I will just give a passing remark to the BBC. I guess when you run out of any other theory that the money they did it for the money, or they did it for hatred, or they did it for control, I guess now it's the movie made me do it. And that's such a strange idea, particularly since I don't know, and Mr. Currier, we don't know. Neither the prosecution nor the defense has any idea if any of you saw that movie, the BBC movie. Okay, now you're supposed to decide this case based on the evidence presented in the courtroom. And so I have no idea if any of you are walking around with the facts of that in your head or what that does. But I can talk about the evidence, and there is no evidence presented in this case that shows that first of all, that Lyle and Erik were together at the time the movie played. There is evidence by his own testimony that Erik was in Florida on the 30th and 31st, but there is no evidence that Lyle was. So the fact that the movie showed in Tampa doesn't tell you very much. Beyond that, there is no evidence that there is any facts in that television movie or even in the real life story and cases of the Billionaires Boys Club that bears any resemblance to anything that happened here. Okay? So it's just a totally specious notion, and it is an Ozielism. And the reason we know that, finally, is through Judalon Smith's testimony. And just this little piece of Judalon Smith's testimony, I think you can completely rely on, because she's got the phone records to back it up. She says that Dr. Oziel was, she tells us that Dr. Oziel was completely familiar with the Billionaires Boys Club movie because he was watching it on the night of the 31st, and she's on the telephone with him, and he's talking to her about it, and there's her telephone record, which shows she is on the phone to his number, okay, or he has called her. It's from his record, and it shows the length of the call, and it is during the time that the movie is showing. The movie shows from 9 to 11, and this is 10:36 or 10:26, something like that, and the phone record is in evidence. So, the notion is Erik Menendez didn't tell Dr. Oziel anything about a BBC movie. When Dr. Oziel's trying to put this together, he remembers full well, because he watched it, that a few weeks before the parents were killed, that movie played. And in his desire to set up his little blackmail scheme, he plugs that in, period. It is also, I submit to you, a ludicrous idea that Erik Menendez would see this movie and suddenly the light bulb, gee, Dad's bad, I should kill him, which is the theory of that. For one thing, I don't think it works that way. I mean, he's living in America in a television world. I don't think the idea that a child can kill a parent has to come from a movie, has to come from that movie in which you don't have any evidence that the child in that movie actually killed the parent in that movie. The only thing you know, he was somehow involved in the killing of a parent. And I can't talk to you about the facts of that movie because they're not before you. And if you have them in your head, I don't know what you're supposed to do in the jury room with them, because I guess you can't talk about them either. I don't know. I don't know how you're supposed to handle that, because it's such a specious piece of evidence to begin with. But just to put it to rest, why would Erik Menendez have to see a movie about the BBC to inspire him to kill his father? This is supposed to be the operational event because the people have no crisis. Without the revelation of the molestation secret, the people have no reason why this family is in crisis so that this could happen, okay? Erik Menendez went to school with a young man named Brian Eslamina. It is Brian Eslamina's father who was killed, theoretically, by members of the Billionaires Boys Club. Okay? Erik knows him, and he knows him from 1988, and he knows this family's story, and he's always known it since 1988. And obviously Craig Cignarelli knows about the BBC, and he doesn't even go to Beverly Hills High School. Okay? So this is a known thing. So how in the world, if he already knows Brian and he already knows this family, would this movie on July 31st mean anything whatsoever? Well, obviously it wouldn't. That can't be the causing factor here. That's nonsense. But it certainly appealed to Mr. Kuriyama because he brought it up at every opportunity in this case. The other thing Mr. Kuriyama said in his opening, which is not based on evidence, is he kept talking about how the brothers, this indistinguishable mass, threatened Dr. Oziel. And there is not one shred of evidence, and never has been, not even in anybody's previous memory or anybody's previous inconsistent statement, that Erik ever said anything threatening to Dr. Oziel. He went to Dr. Oziel because he was on the verge of suicide. And Oziel did testify. Erik never threatened me. Erik never said anything threatened. He chose to have somebody in his office to listen into his patient for whatever his reasons were, but not because Erik had threatened him. And that is clear. It could not be clearer. Erik never threatened him, but the prosecution has a great desire to paint Erik with this black brush, even for things he never did. Mr. Kuriyama fantasizes and speculates that there was some kind of conflict in this family because Erik didn't want to follow the rules of the family or toe the line. Which rule is it that Erik didn't want to follow? I'll tell you which one it was. Get on your knees. That is the family rule he did not want to follow. And there is no other rule that Mr. Kuriyama can point to that Erik violated, either that summer or any other time. Okay. Now, as I've told you before, the prosecution, under the notion that they have the burden of proof, gets to argue twice, and I only get to argue once. And so I won't be able to answer what he's going to say. I may have already answered some of it in my argument now, but I don't get to go up again. However, there are some things that I can anticipate maybe he'll say. I've already done some of them. Okay, let's talk about the state of mind at the time of the shooting. We have presented evidence for you that what's happening here is this automatic fight-flight limbic system. This takes over, as it does in any kind of emergency situation with anybody. And then the prosecution may say, well, if that's true, then how come so few minutes later they're able to think there's fingerprints on the shells and pick them up, etc. And Dr. Burgess testified about the different stages of this fight-flight automatic impulse system. But I think it's no different than what I talked to you about before with the near miss with the truck. Fear is one of those emotions. When you're instructed about cooling period and heat of passion, you'll see that they talk about emotions that abate and there's a cooling period. Fear is not the kind of emotion that cools on its own. Anger, you can get angry and nothing can intervene at all, and eventually the anger will die down. But when you're fearful and the situation provoking the fear is continuing, okay, the fear doesn't go away until the threat is over. And in this case, the threat is over after the shooting. We've obviously gone past break time here, Judge.
We've gone beyond the hour estimate, too.
No, I didn't say the hour. I said this morning.
1 hour. You had about 1 hour to go.
Oh, yesterday.
Yesterday.
Yes, but yesterday I was too tired to know better.
Yes.
When you get tired, you know you get dumb.
Well, now that you're not tired, how much longer do you think you have?
I have enough that it pays to give the jurors a break.
How much longer do you think you have?
If I get to have a cigarette or if I don't.
How much longer do you think you have?
I'm looking, Your Honor. I'm looking at my notes. I think I have about half an hour.
Okay, 30 minutes.
Yep.
All right, we'll take a recess, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll resume for the final 30 minutes at 10 minutes after the hour.
I wrote down idea. I was talking before when we all went off to have our drugs that the prosecution may argue that Erik could not have been in this state of complete non-thinking panic such that he could not have even intended to kill at the time of the shooting if 3 or 4 minutes later he's able to think in terms of picking up the shells. And I think that that's obviously contrary. I mean, that argument is contrary to our own experience, because once the threat is gone, that's when the thoughts start flooding back. And after the shooting is over, that's when they go through what Dr. Burgess described as the numbing period, and the thoughts are able to come back, and you're able to do cognitive thinking. Not that they did thinking on any great level or put together a very rational tale afterwards, but nevertheless they were at least able to measure what's happening and figure out what they should do, and that they should say something, and that they should come up with a story for the police. And if you recall, it was a very small story. Its parts only had to do with being at a movie theater while the shooting was happening, going to meet someone at Taste of LA, albeit they were late, stopping off home to get false ID, which is the explanation for why they were there, and parking the car in the back before they left the house that night. And that was the whole big elaborate tale, which certainly doesn't sound like something that you would have had to have planned in advance to come up with. And I wanted to focus just briefly on the notion of intent to kill, because intent to kill is the difference between involuntary manslaughter and voluntary manslaughter, and intent to kill is also the express malice component of first or second degree murder. And I have argued to you that there is no direct evidence here, and that is true, that Erik Menendez intended to kill either parent. There is evidence that he assisted his brother in the reloading process, and I submit to you that that too is not evidence of intent to kill. And if you read the aiding and abetting instruction, which is all that he's doing there, because remember, he doesn't even go back. When Lyle goes back into the family room den, Erik does not. Lyle leaves first, he goes in the room, Erik hears a shot, and he sees Lyle coming out of that room, and he has not gone back in. And I think that fact informs whether he intended to kill or not. But I think in actually analyzing what happened here, given the chain of events and the rapidity of action and the state of panic that he was in, you have to assess intent to kill from the moment when they go into the room. And I submit to you, when you're operating on a survival instinct and your only thought is, don't let someone kill me, that is not intent to kill. Now, what I was addressing before we took the break were some of the things the prosecution may argue that I will not have a chance to answer, and so I'm going to try to anticipate them. And one of them is this, and it has to do with the tape of December 11th. I want you to recall, and if you can't recall without hearing testimony about it, then I would ask you this. Most specifically, I can't direct your deliberations, and it would be improper for me to try to do so, but I would ask you this one thing. If you want to use the tape of December 11th to decide any significant issue in this case, I would ask you, besides obviously listening to it, because I think it's important, and listening for Erik, it's important that you hear how he sounds on that tape. The other thing I would ask you to do, if your notes are not adequate, is to have the testimony of Dr. Burgess concerning that tape reread to you. Because one thing you do not know in any detail is what was going on between Erik and Lyle and Dr. Oziel before that tape was turned on. It is obviously turned on in the middle of a conversation. And Dr. Burgess has information that she testified to that it is clear that Erik did not trust Dr. Oziel. It is clear that he thought Dr. Oziel was trying to blackmail him. It is clear that he and Lyle had determined they were not going to tell Dr. Oziel the secrets of the family. They were going to go along with what he wanted, give him what he wanted to the extent that they could. And Erik wasn't even able to do that, really, during the session of December 11th because he was too upset. And so he stayed out of the conversation by and large. And when Dr. Oziel tried to drag him in, all he could talk about was his regret and his remorse and his love for his parents. And you cannot take that tape on face value, because you know that the people participating in it, at least Erik and Lyle, are not intending in that tape to be truthful. But as is characteristic with Erik after the killings, his guilty conscience is such that the truth keeps coming out in hints and suggestions. And of course, Oziel's not interested in that, so there never is any follow-up. But there may be some suggestion by the prosecution that they made this tape. I mean, I think Mr. Kuriyama even made reference to it in his opening. He claimed, and he is in error. And remember, it's been 5 months of testimony, and I may be wrong in my recollection of some of the facts that I've talked to you about. And Mr. Kuriyama he certainly thinks I am. That's why I kept objecting. And Mr. Kuriyama may be wrong in his recollection of the facts, but there is a record, and you are ultimately the determiners of what are the facts of the case. You can't apply the law until you first decide what the facts are. But he says that there was testimony from Judalon Smith that somehow Erik and Lyle were supposed to express remorse on this tape, and there's no such testimony. How would she know that anyway? But there's no testimony that Dr. Oziel told her that that was the purpose of making the tape. All we know is that Dr. Oziel suggested in one of the earlier sessions that he, being the genius that he is, could piece together the family constellation. Nothing about remorse. And I submit to you there is no way Erik Menendez was, at this point, after the way Dr. Oziel had behaved, was going to make a tape for the purpose of it being helpful to him should he get arrested, or for the purpose of staging some remorse. Mr. Kuriyama kept referring to Erik as an actor, and yet you've heard that his behavior and his emotionality is consistent over the entire course of his life. When Erik testified, he was not highly emotional, so I imagine Mr. Kuriyama can't now call him an actor for his testifying. And I think in trying to analyze his testimony, you should keep in mind that no, it is not an actor you saw on a witness stand, but it is the tennis player, the kid who has to go to work. And this was the greatest challenge, if you will, of his life. And he knew he's going to be on the witness stand, and he knows he has to function, and he knows he has to give answers. So he went to work, and he was not highly emotional. And I would have frankly preferred that he was. But he did what he could do, given the fear. I mean, and it is. We're all nervous. I was nervous examining him. But it is terrifying to be up there. And it is terrifying when you have to overcome everything that has happened to you in your life. And I hold it as a great testimonial to the skill of Dr. Vickery, that he took a complete basket case, who clearly could have never even been a witness in his own case, in the condition that he was in 1990, and got him healthy enough that he could do what he had to do in testifying in this case. The prosecution may argue that Erik and Lyle were not truthful about how much clothing was dumped. I'm not operating a complete vacuum here and suspecting what may or may not be said, but I would point out one thing to you, and that is this. Erik testified that he got rid of his pants because he saw these little dots of spray on them. Lyle did not have that on his pants, apparently, because he didn't change them. Now, they may argue, oh, this was such a scene of carnage, there had to be blood everywhere, it had to be all over them, and I will point out to you the one fact that disproves that. You have all the photographs of the house. There is no blood tracks anywhere. There are no drops of blood outside that room. If they had been covered in blood to any extent, there would have been blood evidence outside, took down all the pictures, but outside the area right around the couch, and there is absolutely none. No footprints, no drops, nowhere in the house, nowhere near the guest house, nowhere upstairs in Erik, nowhere. All the blood is right there concentrated. So what he's talking about is these tiny little sprays and nothing else. And so it is not unbelievable or untruthful that one of them could have had that small evidence of blood and nothing greater. One other thing I want you to keep in mind, if Mr. Kuriyama should make the argument that our experts only know what Erik told them, and that's not true. I think they made it very clear that in forming their opinion, they read everything. They read the statements of all the witnesses who were called, the statements of witnesses who were not called to testify, all of the previous testimony, all of the medical records and the school records, so that when they came out with an opinion about whether Erik was indeed an abused and molested child, it was not based on what he was telling them, but was based on the entire picture of the family that they were able to formulate, that you're able to formulate, based on what other people say. And finally, I want you to remember in evaluating the molestation evidence how very, very secretive this family was. How the relatives who lived closest to them knew nothing about the reality of their family life, knew nothing about the reality of their children. They were told they did fabulously in school. They didn't know differently. Neither child ever betrayed that secret. And the little cousins who stayed in the house over the summers were kept away from their room whenever Jose was alone with them. And so if the argument is made that this molestation could not have gone on in this house, when the cousins are there, I submit to you that the kinds of things that Jose Menendez was doing to Erik don't make a great deal of noise. And the few times that he did assault him in such a way that the child screamed, he made sure there was nobody home to hear it. Mr. Kuriyama said to you, which is entirely proper, that he felt privileged to represent the people of the state of California in this case. He is a district attorney, he is a member of the government, and he likes his job, and he does a very good job of it, and he works hard, and I think his sentiments are completely appropriate. I cannot stand here, though, and tell you that all I feel is privileged for having represented Erik Menendez for 3.5 years. I'm aware of the fact that besides wanting to comment on all of the evidence, I've given you a very long closing argument because I don't want to let go of him. Since Erik became my client in March of 1990, in the condition that Dr. Vickery described to you, it is more than being privileged, and it was more than just a task of representing him to be able to put this trial on. There is no way that you can go back and share the experience of a 19-year-old, which is what he was at that time, without getting more than somewhat professionally involved. And I admit to that. And I admit to an enormous bias in favor of this client. And as you know, his family was always kept distant from him, and were physically and are physically distant from him. And there was that sense in those early days that I was the only person he had. And for 3.5 years, I have definitely felt, shared somewhat by Miss Morrissey, shared, I'm sure, also to some extent by his doctor, Dr. Vickery, that we are responsible for Erik, and we have had him in our hands all this time, and now I have to give him up to you. And the minute I am finished, he is out of my hands, and whatever happens to him depends on what you do. Now, he has not had a great deal of positive experience with adults who have been responsible for his life. I take it as a great compliment that it seems to me, and I think it was something that could be seen throughout this trial, particularly when he testified, that in spite of the type of childhood he had, he has finally learned to trust someone who has control to some degree over his life. And I have to trust you, as Mr. Kuriyama has to trust you, to fulfill your duty as jurors here and to judge him under the law. We have talked about a lot of things in this case, and some of the things that I've talked about in my argument are moral arguments. And there are a lot of things that could be said about the morality of what happened here. But it really is not your job to make a moral decision. For example, issues of holding people accountable on individual responsibility is a social and a moral issue. But if you were to convict Erik Menendez of murder, you wouldn't be teaching him a lesson in individual responsibility. You would be ending his life. This is not the place to teach people lessons that they should have turned out better in spite of what happened to them. What your job is to follow the law as the judge gives it to you. And legal responsibility is a different thing than moral judgment. The law does not expect people to be perfect, and the law does not impose its penalties in order to teach moral lessons. Now, the other thing I want to tell you is this. You are being given a choice of 5 possible verdicts on each count, and I'm not going to give you a lecture on the law. But each decedent is a separate count, and for each decedent you are being given a choice of 5 different verdicts: first-degree murder, second-degree murder, voluntary manslaughter, involuntary manslaughter, and not guilty. And that is true as to each. And you have to analyze the evidence as to each separately. And you have to make those decisions as to each separately. And this is a very complicated trial. And there is very polarized evidence in this trial. There is no real compromise with the evidence here. Either you accept the defense version of the case in its essential parts, or you accept the prosecution version. And there is no way to compromise this evidence. Either this is a murder because everything we have told you is not true, and they killed for reasons unproven but completely different than what we say, in which case it is a killing with malice, or it is a killing that resulted from the things that we have told you about, and that it was done under a state of fear. And if that is true, there is no malice, and it can only be manslaughter. Now, my concern is, because this is such a polarized case, you may find in your deliberations that you are polarized. The one thing, we all want a verdict. Obviously, we've worked very hard. There's been a lot of time and effort here. But we do not want a verdict if it means that any individual juror sacrifices their own properly held view of the case. And what I mean by that is, it is not proper to compromise. If you believe the case requires a particular verdict, and you have deliberated with the other jurors, and you have considered all the evidence, you have to stick to your position, even if it means there will not be a verdict, there will be a hung jury. That is preferable to compromising both sides' right to have the individual opinion of 12 separate jurors. You are 12 individuals. You are not a unit. And although you may all be friends, and maybe that will even survive deliberations, nevertheless, that is your duty as a juror. And one of the reasons that apart from the fact that that's the constitutional right to a jury, the other thing, too, is something very tragic has happened in other cases that I'm sure Mr. Kuriyama and I both know about over the course of our experience. And that is, you are being instructed that you must not consider penalty and punishment. And that is true unless we wind up in a second trial here, in a penalty phase. The reason for that, well, there's all sorts of reasons for that, but it's not your job. That's the judge's job. And juries in the past have made the tragic mistake of thinking they knew what the penalties or punishments were for various offenses, and thought they were making compromises for that reason. Let me assure you, you do not know. It should never govern your decision to think you know. You should not consider that if you decide the case a certain way, that you will have any influence whatsoever over sentencing, because you won't. That is solely the province of the judge. And I want to remind you of that. And I particularly want to tell you that your decision is whether it is a killing with malice or without malice. And it is improper to try to compromise by saying, well, I can't decide that issue, so I'll only find second-degree murder. That is a disaster. And I would ask you not to do that. Either you accept what we have proven to you, or you do not. But you do not compromise, because you do neither side any good in doing that. I have had a fantasy since the day I started representing Erik. If people were to ask me after 3.5 years of thinking about him in this case every single day somehow or another, even on vacation, what is it I want out of it? My answer is not necessarily a legal one. There's only one thing I actually could focus on that I wanted. I want to see him walk down a street, not in chains, not in shackles, and not with a deputy sheriff standing next to him. Now, to fulfill my dream and my fantasy, you'd have to come in with a verdict of not guilty. And if you don't feel you can do that, based on the instructions that you're getting, I would ask that you come in with a verdict of involuntary manslaughter, because I believe that's what the evidence shows. And I think all of you will discharge your duties as jurors in this case with great diligence. You have been a remarkable jury, extremely conscientious in being here, in paying attention. It was nice over the last couple of days to see you smile a bit, because we have thought of you as the tough jury as compared to the others who we thought of as the soft jury. But that's all based on appearances. And what I have learned, and what I'm sure Mr. Kuriyama has learned over the years, that nothing can trip you up worse than thinking you know what jurors are thinking based on whether they smile at you or not. There are many war stories, and when it's all over I may share them with you, that is the easiest way to get misled. But certainly if you're standing in front of people for 2.5 days, it's very nice when they're responsive, and I thank you.
All right, thank you. Are you ready to proceed?
There is a matter I'd like to take up on one side of the questions, and you have to get exhibits.
All right. Well, let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. We'll take a recess, and we'll resume at 1 o'clock, and then we'll get started since it's 11:35 or so, and give the lawyers a chance to get organized here for the final argument of the prosecution, and we'll ask that you all return at 1 o'clock. Don't discuss this matter with anyone. Don't form any final opinions about it. Let me say a few other things. There are a lot of people in the audience and a lot of people watching this trial in the courthouse. They all have some interest in the case, or they wouldn't be here. It's very important that you not have any contact with any of those people, because they might want to ask you, well, what did you think? How do you react? What are you thinking about all this? That would be entirely improper, and it would be entirely improper for them to ask. It would be entirely improper for you to answer. So the best way to deal with any such situation is not to have any contact with anybody in the courthouse whatsoever. You have enough friends on the jury to talk to them, and obviously you must not talk at all about this case until it's finally given to you for your decision. We'll see you all back here at 1 o'clock today.